No matter how strong Duke Long is, he is only one person. Charge. We will attack together. Heavenly Court's defensive line is so wide. Let's see how he will defend it. Wu Yong shouted, his sharp gaze containing a trace of restlessness. Duke Long's astonishing performance had already triggered subtle changes in people's hearts. He could not let him act so unbridled. Wu Yong controlled Clear Jade, Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building, and took the lead. This move immediately made the Immortal Gu houses around him start attacking once again. Duke Long snorted. He suddenly disappeared and appeared to block Wu Yong's path. His expression was grim and was about to attack Clear Jade, Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building when Dragon Palace also attacked him. Immortal Killer Move, Dreamy Light Smoke. Duke Long stared with wide eyes as he had no choice but to dodge. One skill to dominate the world. Facing the Dream Path Killer Move, no matter how strong he was, Duke Long did not dare to test it. His evasion immediately made Wu Shuai, Wu Yong, and others let out a sigh of relief. Duke Long's mighty image that gave a feeling of being invincible was broken by this action. The three regions' Immortals' falling spirits became concentrated again. Fortunately, he dodged it. Thin beads of sweat covered Wu Shuai's head. Dreamy Light Smoke might be a Dream Path Killer move, but it had a limited strength. Facing such a powerful Duke Long, it was like using a small fish net to capture a giant shark. Duke Long could not resist Dream Path Killer moves. The giant shark could definitely be trapped, but what about after that? The shark would struggle to break free and could tear the small fish net. Back to the present. Even if Wu Shuai captured Duke Long, it was far beyond Dragon Palace's ability to force such a powerful expert inside the palace, let alone suppress him. The final conclusion might very well be Dragon Palace crumbling apart, while Duke Long would be temporarily trapped inside a dream realm. But there was Feng Jin Huang who could deal with dream realms and quickly rescue Duke Long. So, Wu Shuai's move was only a bluff. Duke Long took the bait because he was not aware of this Dream Path Killer move's details. This was also why Gu Immortals kept their killer moves hidden and would not display them easily. And when they showed their killer moves several times, they would actively modify them. Duke Long retreated. The three regions' Immortals led a massive attack once again under Wu Yong's lead, using this opportunity to gather and attack. Besides Lord Duke Long, Heavenly Court also has us. You will definitely pay for underestimating us. With us around, don't even think of succeeding. At the crucial moment, Zhu Ke Bai Tsang Shui, Zhao Shan He and others of Heavenly Court's main force stepped forward, welcoming the violent attacks without fearing death. A bunch of old geezers. How much time do you even have left? Hua Kai Yin sneered. Countless thunder clouds shot out from beside her. Boom, boom, boom. The thunder clouds detonated ahead of time. They were all accurately intercepted by Yu Zhuzi. How much time? We never cared. As long as we have a breath of life in us, we will crawl out from our graves. Yu Zhuzi shouted and pushed forward the back of his hand. A large patch of jade powder flew forward like fog. Retreat. Facing the unknown killer move, Hua Kai Yin did not dare to test it and immediately retreated to be on the safe side. We will never lose this battle. Do you know why? Zhou Xiong Xian wore a white robe and had thick eyebrows and a square face. He used information path methods, shooting out countless white arrows. Because since 3 million years ago, we have always been the pioneers of the eras, the backbone of humanity, the heroes of Central Continent. We will never forget the disgrace of becoming slaves to variant humans. We will never forget that peace is something we have fought for using our lives, and we will never forget that. The happiness of the people needs to be guarded by each generation. As for you, you are petty people who don't care about endangering humanity for your selfish interests. Short-sighted fools who cannot even see the future. Come, no matter what methods you have, no matter how many times you attack, you will only receive defeat. Zhou Xiong Xian shouted loudly. His endless arrows became stronger with his words. Using attack as defense, the arrows forced back 5 elements Grandmaster, Yihao Feng, and other rank 8s. They could only prioritize defense. The offense they had just started as well as their morale shrank rapidly. Look, this is our Heavenly Court's perseverance. Zhu Ke and Prince Feng Xian combined their skills. Flames surged and formed a completely new defensive line, firmly blocking the charge of several ranked 7 Immortal Gu houses. A bunch of babbling geezers. The Immortal Graveyard is already destroyed now. After killing you, let me see who else will stand up in Heavenly Court. A famous expert in Northern Plains history, Lu Hui had just finished speaking when he felt his vision darken. Duke Long suddenly appeared right before him. Boom. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Lu Hui's whole body let out a bright green light. His defensive killer move was activated with full power. But it only lasted for a second before it shattered. His whole body was slashed into pieces. Lu Hui died immediately from Duke Long's one attack. 5 elements Grandmaster and others quickly retreated in fright. entering their respective sides' Immortal Gu houses. Duke Long swept his gaze around the battlefield and shouted, "You colluded with the Otherworldly demon and attempted to overthrow Heavenly Court. You are all traitors to humanity. You don't understand. Even if we battle to the death, our 3 chi will still remain. This is the grand chi of humanity. It will last forever with mountains and the land itself." Triple chi retraction. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. The whole sky turned dark. 3 chi flocked and gathered into Duke Long's body from all areas of Heavenly Court. Duke Long's translucent blazing chi expanded wildly, giving a heart-shaking feeling to everyone. Immortal killer move. Great chi hand explosion. Duke Long stretched his left arm and spread his 5 fingers, his palm pointed towards a rank 7 Immortal Gu house. At the next moment, he clenched his left hand. Bam! Great chi exploded. The rank 7 Immortal Gu house split into pieces, exploding into countless fragments. Immortal Gu were all destroyed. The Gu Immortals inside also met with calamity. None survived, and only bones, blood, and meat pulp were left behind. The 3 regions' Gu Immortals were horrified and stupefied. Heavenly Court's side cheered loudly. This is Heavenly Court's power. Inside Demon Judgment Board, Qin Dingling's eyes shined brightly. Feng Zheng, however, was silent as he was shaken mentally. The shock was not only to Duke Long's strength, there was also a kind of turbulence going on in his mind. At this moment, Feng Zheng began to understand the spirit of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals. Yes, Feng Zheng thought inwardly. If there were no Heavenly Court in history, could there be the current human race? Generations of Heavenly Court Gu Immortals cleared away obstacles with their blood, making countless sacrifices to bring about the rule of humanity. Comparatively, Fang Yuan and these people disregard the big picture. Destroying Fate Gu is giving the variant humans a chance to rise up. They are indeed traitors to humanity. Swish! Right at this time, a sword light pierced through the battlefield, bringing forth a soft sound and a bloody figure. Zhu K'er slowly fell to the ground like a sparrow whose wings were cut. Her body was directly slashed into 2 halves. Immortal killer move. 5-finger fist heart sword. It was Fang Yuan. He was sinisterly roaming at the edge of the battlefield in his immemorial sword dragon form. Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court's Immortals were furious. Fang Yuan sneered. "I am here for my own interests. I don't give a damn about what you are. You can be noble or insignificant for all I care. Today, I will destroy Fate Gu. I will kill whoever dares to stop me. If an immortal blocks me, I will slay the immortal. If a demon comes, I will slaughter the demon in my way. Heavenly Court, since you obstruct my path, you will meet with the same outcome. Demon, you need to be executed. Kill him. Murderer, I will crush you to pieces." Heavenly Court's Immortals cursed. Roar. Dizong Sheng recovered and collided into the defensive line again. Dragon Palace cooperated and used Dreamy Light Smoke. Wherever the Dream Path killer move went, Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals evaded. Feng Gu gave a light sigh, activating a killer move and turning it into a Song Warrior. The Song Warrior threw itself into the Dreamy Light Smoke. Dreamy Light Smoke thus had no more offensive ability and returned like a python that had eaten its fill. Feng Gu could not directly break the Dream Path killer move, but he was able to block it by using this method. Destiny Song resounded once again. Dizong Sheng roared discontentedly, but was without options, and was once again suppressed by Feng Gu. Far away, Spectral Soul and his servants had already arrived in front of a treasury. Looking back at the battlefield, Fairy Ziwei sighed. "I did not think triple chi retraction still had this use. Duke Long's battle strength has risen to an astonishing level." Adding on Feng Jiuji's assistance, Heavenly Court's defensive line looks to be on the verge of collapse, but is actually able to keep on lasting. According to overall strength, Heavenly Court was naturally stronger, but they had to defend Heaven Overseeing Tower and were thus extremely passive. Even Duke Long was shackled by this. Duke Long could easily kill rank 8 Gu Immortals or rank 7 Immortal Gu houses, and Fang Yuan could similarly kill Heavenly Court members easily by using 5-finger fist heart sword. Duke Long had to leave the defensive line and choose to fight Fang Yuan far away. If these two were allowed to attack the other side's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan would not feel even a little heartache, but Heavenly Court needed enough manpower to defend the place. Duke Long would never let Fang Yuan continue his slaughter. On the contrary, if Fang Yuan endured Duke Long's attacks, wholeheartedly attacking Heavenly Court's main force was also an option. But if he chose to do this, he would have to bear Duke Long's heavy attacks. Fang Yuan was not willing to do this. After all, he and the other 3 regions Gu Immortals allied only because of the situation. Sacrificing himself for them was too stupid and too risky. Thus, Fang Yuan and Duke Long pinned down each other. Feng Gu instead became the core of the battle. He took charge of Heaven Overseeing Tower's defense, while blocking Dragon Palace and Dizong Sheng. His battle strength surpassed both enemies' and allies' expectations time and again. Old man Zheng Yuan narrowed his eyes. Now, we just have to see who can break the stalemate. The crucial point is Fate Gu. Heavenly Court has already harvested the success Dao marks, but the refinement path Gu formation is destroyed. Can Yuan Xiongdu alone be able to restore Fate Gu in time? Master, if we interfere now, can't we seize Fate Gu? Spectral soul laughed. What will we gain by snatching it? Don't think that they are fighting with all they have got. They are still holding back. There is more to this situation than meets the eye. The past venerables have gotten involved in this battle. We will talk after plundering this treasury and getting back the door of life and death. Yes, master. On the side of a sect's mountain, the landscape was green. Clear water flowed by it, and birds chirping could be heard. Little Du, what are you lying on the ground for? A gentle and soft voice could be heard. Senior sister. The young Yuan Xiongdu opened his eyes and saw a girl bending over to look at him with her bright and smiling eyes. The girl's gaze moved to Little Du's hand and let out a gasp. Wah! Little Du, you refined a rank 3 Gu again. You are really amazing. But I am not happy. You know I don't like cultivating refinement path. Yuan Xiongdu stood up while mumbling. Don't be so dispirited. Your talent is envied by so many people. The girl patted his shoulder and consoled. But Yuan Xiongdu was still dispirited and his head slumped forward. Haha, how about this? I will share a secret with you. Few days ago, I found clues to a Gu master inheritance in my father's study room. It is hidden at some corner of the mountain. What do you think? Do you want to search for it? Senior sister's beautiful gaze turned towards Yuan Xiongdu as expected. Teenage Yuan Xiongdu could not endure boredom. His eyes brightened when he heard what was said. There is such a fun thing? Wonderful. Our sect's mountain has inheritances left behind by predecessors after all. Gu immortal inheritances are extremely rare, but Gu master inheritances are plentiful. Tell me the clues quickly, senior sister. Okay. The clue is a line of a poem. I have been pondering about it these few days. I will read it to you. Senior sister did not conceal it, and this was only a Gu master inheritance. Her father was also Yuan Xiongdu's master, a Gu immortal existence. Yuan Xiongdu clapped his hands after hearing it just once. I understand. The clue is solved like this. Match the first and last characters, then match second and the second last characters. It gives us a location. Senior sister pondered for a bit and jumped with joy. So it is there. Little Du, you are really smart. You guessed it immediately. Let's go find it quickly. Yuan Xiongdu moved ahead. Wait for me. Senior sister quickly followed. Don't worry, senior sister. I will give this inheritance to you. I won't snatch it from you, ha. Yuan Xiongdu's figure disappeared into the depths of the mountain forest. Finally, the two found the inheritance inside a mountain cave. This is a fire path inheritance. Yuan Xiongdu and his senior sister inspected the inheritance carefully. Will flame? A fire that uses will as the fuel. This method is quite original and stunning. How did the Gu master who created it think of this? Interesting. This name. How could it be master? Yuan Xiongdu was extremely surprised. Senior sister also felt surprised, saying uncertainly, they might just have the same name? Yuan Xiongdu, however, pondered and his eyes shone. Maybe not. Senior sister, I remember you saying that you found this clue in master's study room. Yes, I was tidying up father's bamboo scrolls. You know my father's hobby is to collect these antiques. And by chance, a bamboo stick slipped from an aged scroll, and on it was the inheritance clue. Senior sister recalled her memory. This inheritance was set up by me when I was young. Right at this time, Yuan Xiongdu's master slowly walked into the cave and appeared before Yuan Xiongdu. Walking alongside him was Yuan Xiongdu's sect uncle, who was short in stature, had a round face, and looked amiable. Yuan Xiongdu and his senior sister quickly bowed and greeted at the same time. We pay respects to master, father, and sect uncle. Yuan Xiongdu curled up his lips. Master, are you making fun of your disciples? Of course not. His master shook his head, looking at the inheritance in Yuan Xiongdu's hand with a trace of reminiscence. Ha ha ha, you clever brat. The fat sect uncle pointed at Yuan Xiongdu. Your master and I just returned from Spirit Resonance Peak. We were just chatting along the way when we discovered your traces. I can guarantee that this inheritance was indeed left by your master during his youth. He wholeheartedly liked Fire Path back then and used 5 years to painstakingly gather primeval stones and purchase a rank 3 Fire Path Gu. But master clearly cultivates Water Path. Yuan Xiongdu's eyes were wide open, having not expected his master also liked Fire Path, like him, when he was young. There was no other choice. The fat sect uncle sighed. Our sect's Water Path inheritance required an inheritor. How could an individual's preference compare to the sect's situation? Every Gu immortal inheritance needs to be inherited from generation to generation. Every inheritor will improve the inheritance on the foundation of their predecessor, making the inheritance keep up with the times and not be eliminated. This is our responsibility. When your master gave up Fire Path, he personally arranged this inheritance. I was there at that time and saw him crying his eyes out. Cough, cough. Yuan Xiongdu's master interrupted. Since you two discovered this inheritance, then it shall belong to you. Let's go. The two seniors left, leaving behind Yuan Xiongdu and his senior sister in the cave. Junior brother, I cultivate wood path. I don't need this, so I will give it to you. Senior sister also said goodbye to Yuan Xiongdu. Yuan Xiongdu gazed at the inheritance in his hand. Slight waves undulated in his heart as he mumbled. Master. He opened his eyes again. Yuan Xiongdu saw that he was still inside Heaven Overseeing Tower. Damn it. I suffered a backlash during the refinement and fainted. Yuan Xiongdu's heart pounded madly as he recalled the scene. The biggest taboo in Gu refinement was to be disturbed. It did not matter how heavy his injuries were. The main thing was whether fake Gu was alright or not. This was related to the plan that Heavenly Court had been executing for millions of years. Yuan Xiongdu was almost already without hope. As the only Gu immortal to refine Gu, he had actually fainted. Could fake Gu, that was the target of the refinement, be unharmed? Fake Gu would not be destroyed because of this, but it was very likely that most of the previous restoration results would disappear. It might even return to the original damaged state. Right now, Yuan Xiongdu could only hope fake Gu's situation was slightly better. His and Heavenly Court's countless years of efforts must not go to waste. But when Yuan Xiongdu raised his head to look at fake Gu, he was stunned. What? A lump of fire had taken his place in the Gu refinement. Fake Gu was quietly lying in the fire and was just half a step away from complete recovery. After the shock, warmth surged in Yuan Xiongdu's heart. This was his will flame, a fire which used will as fuel. He had obtained it from his master's inheritance when he was young. Later on, he cultivated refinement path, but did not forget fire path as well. He continued to improve the will flame and developed it to immortal level. Will flame has already become my most familiar and most skilled Gu refinement method. I probably activated will flame unconsciously when I fainted. Yuan Xiongdu guessed. This was not the first time this happened. In fact, throughout his life, in his countless Gu refinement experiences, there were many times when will flame took his place in emergencies. Every time he was unable to hold on, he would activate will flame to temporarily replace him and stabilize the situation. After countless times, using will flame at the crucial times had already become his subconscious habit. Yuan Xiongdu let out a breath of air. He looked at the burning will flame quietly while thinking. Rather than calling it a habit, more accurately, this is a type of responsibility. He thought of his master and smiled. Responsibility. Master, looks like I haven't disappointed you. Yuan Xiongdu knew his condition. His injuries were too heavy, and he was not able to continue the Gu refinement. But hope was in front of him. He used his last bit of life and willpower to reinforce this lump of will flame. Burn, burn more. Yuan Xiongdu mumbled. He used his own life to light the will flame. The will flame burned quietly. The fire brightened and became extremely stable. Inside the fire, fake Gu finally moved past the final step. It achieved complete recovery, while Yuan Xiongdu was already lifeless. Like his master, like his senior sister, and like the countless Heavenly Court seniors, they had given their blood and sweat for the cause of Heavenly Court, using their own lives to build the foundation of Heavenly Court. He was a true hero even in death. Heavenly Court's foundation, the large central continent, was paved with blood and sacrifices. The will flame dissipated. Song Yan's weak laughter resounded in the quiet top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Yuan Xiongdu has already accomplished his task. It is our turn now. But with our state, even transmitting our voices is troublesome, let alone activating Heaven Overseeing Tower. Che Wei said. His tone was quiet and deep. Song Yan replied back almost as if he was not worried. There is still a way. The immortal essence remaining in my aperture is enough for me to activate my trump card. Isn't it so coincidental? Che Wei and Song Yan were close friends. Che Wei immediately realized Song Yan's meaning. Don't do this. If you absorb my injuries, you will die immediately. What is there to fear about death? Right now, our companions are fighting outside. The defensive line is on the verge of collapsing. They probably don't have the chance to send anyone else. Brother Che Wei, we have known each other for many years. Your abilities are stronger than mine. But your journey has not been completed yet. You will soon create your own path. I really look forward to it. But it is such a pity that I won't be able to witness it. As Song Yan spoke lightly, a light blue radiance spread from his body and covered Che Wei. The two Gu Immortals had wounds everywhere. Even their bones and flesh were smashed in. But following the blue light's effect, Che Wei's body began to recover, while Song Yan's became more severe. My friend. Che Wei closed his eyes before opening them. Two trails of tears flowed down quietly. Song Yen was dead. Che Wei's injuries were still severe, but he used all his strength to barely crawl towards Fake Gu. Activate, activate. I beg of you. Che Wei's vision turned dark. He poured in all his immortal essence and could only pray quietly at this point. A long time seemed to have passed, but it was only an instant. The grand heaven overseeing tower began to slowly let out a pure white light. The light gradually grew brighter and began to rise. Several breaths later, the light shot to the sky and illuminated the whole battlefield like an emperor had descended. The chaotic and violent battlefield paused immediately. Almost all Gu Immortals raised their heads and looked towards heaven overseeing tower. The three regions Gu Immortals were pale and ashen, while tears and snot flowed down the faces of heavenly courts Gu Immortals. Rank 9 Fate Gu has been restored. Yuan Xiongdu did not fail us. He did it. This is too amazing. Heaven overseeing tower has returned to its peak state. We have won. Heavenly courts Gu Immortals cheered. Their morale rose to the peak at once. Retreat, retreat. Be it Wu Yong, Yao Huang, or Shun Tsung Sheng, and others, they all shouted to retreat with no intent to battle. Bing Sai Chuan was still controlling Calamity Luck Altar. He transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan with an unresigned expression. Do something quickly. Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon transformation, however, began to retreat rapidly. Duke Long gave up on Fang Yuan and used Dragon Gate to rapidly travel to heaven overseeing tower. Fate Gu. Fate Gu. When he saw the completely intact Fate Gu, he could not restrain his intense emotions anymore. Tears flowed down as if he was released from a heavy burden. The one who had injured Fate Gu back then was his disciple Red Lotus. To make up for this mistake, Duke Long resolved himself and took on the heavy responsibility of restoring Fate Gu. Hong Ting, Master has atoned for your mistake. I did not let down Heavenly Court. I did not let down humanity. Duke Long took deep breaths before he regained his cool. He looked outside the tower with a sharp gaze. Now, it is time for you all to die. Duke Long shouted and activated Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest offensive method. Immortal killer move, Fate Vanquish. Light. Light that filled heaven and earth. It was omnipresent, illuminating the universe and people's hearts. In just an instant, all the rank 7 Immortal Gu houses in the battlefield crumbled. The Gu Immortals inside fortunately survived. Even Calamity Luck Altar and Dragon Palace were in miserable states. Bing Sai Chuan, Wu Shuai, Zhanbu Du and others immediately used all their efforts in repairing the Immortal Gu houses. The surviving historical rank 8 experts of Northern Plains dissipated after the light shone on them. Countless year beasts and swordsmen of Fang Yuan that caused disaster to Heavenly Court were mostly destroyed. Blood flowed like a river. Mao Lichio's perfect pair killer move was forcefully broken. Dizong Sheng was suppressed to the ground and was actually unable to get up immediately. Only Fang Yuan's immemorial sword dragon form was completely safe. He was a complete otherworldly demon who could not be targeted by the killer move Fate Vanquish and had a natural immunity towards it. Only you remain now, Fang Yuan. Duke Long stared at the immemorial sword dragon with an intense killing intent and hatred. It was this otherworldly demon that destroyed the immortal graveyard, destroying the largest portion of the millions of years of foundation of Heavenly Court. This sin could not be forgiven. He must suffer a cruel death. Boom. Duke Long flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower and pierced through the sky towards Fang Yuan. Block him, stop Fang Yuan. Duke Long roared. His voice resonated throughout the whole Heavenly Court. Destiny Song started in time as Fang Yuan's retreating speed fell sharply. Immortal killer move, Chi Current Scissors. Duke Long neared and opened his palm. Countless sharp Chi currents formed extremely sharp Chi blades that shrouded Fang Yuan like a storm. Fang Yuan canceled reverse flow protection seal and charged through the Chi blades encirclement, leaving behind a bloody trail in the sky. Myriad. Year flying warship quickly flew over and reunited with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stepped on the deck and transformed into the immemorial year monkey. He then turned around and waved his arm. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Wild winds surged, scattering all of the Chi current scissors. Fang Yuan stomped on the deck. Myriad year flying warship gave off a buzzing sound and let out dazzling radiance as it activated a time path killer move, Myriad year hunting. Splash, splash, splash. The river of time phantom under Myriad year flying warship continued to bubble. Countless year beasts were summoned once again and participated in the battle, spreading out everywhere. At this time, Feng Jiuge moved ahead of Duke Long Immortal Killer Move, Submission Song. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Submission Song's power condensed into human form as it ran amok through the army of countless year beasts. Wherever it went, the year beasts, regardless of strong or weak, betrayed Feng Yuan and submitted to Feng Jiuge. Great job. Even Duke Long felt surprised and joyous at this sight. Previously, Feng Gu had been using Destiny Song mainly to maintain the battlefield and was unable to use other methods. Now that there was a chance, he immediately showed his abundant methods. Duke Long once again neared Myriad Year Flying Warship and used killer moves like World-Shaking Dragon Hammer alternately, destroying Daybreak Swords. Cracks spread in Myriad Year Flying Warship and large numbers of Gu worms died instantly. Fang Yuan was forced to retreat again and again. He had to use all his strength to repair Myriad Year Flying Warship while also blocking Duke Long and Feng Jiuji's joint attacks. It is our turn to counterattack. Prince Feng Xian led the wave of counterattack. A sharp phoenix cry resounded. His whole body transformed into a phoenix. He spread his wings and flew. Fire burned everywhere he went and turned into a sea of fire. Baicang Shui attacked almost at the same time from the other end of the defensive line. Pale towering waves shot out. Jun Xinguang was like a meteor as he moved across the battlefield. Zhou Xiong Xin was accompanied by fierce information path tigers. Vortex Space Boy and Yi Xiao Zi attacked together. Zhao Shan He and Yu Zhu Zi once again used sitting and eating the mountain empty against the enemy Immortal Gu houses. Previously, because of Duke Long's might, the three regions Gu Immortals were all withdrawn inside the Immortal Gu houses. Facing Heavenly Court's wave of counterattacks, Calamity Luck Altar, Dragon Palace, Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building, and other Immortal Gu houses were unable to resist and retreated while fighting. Heavenly Court side continued to push with Heaven Overseeing Tower and Demon Judgment Board as the cores, continuously reducing the movement area of the three regions Gu Immortals. Qin Dingling also flew out of Demon Judgment Board and used all kinds of luck path methods to amplify her side's offenses to the maximum degree. After all, the enemy Gu Immortals were hiding inside Immortal Gu houses. They could not attack casually and had to use the Immortal Gu houses methods. The three regions Gu Immortals were forced to retreat again and again. Their conditions were already bad because of Fate Vanquish. Most of the Gu Immortals had to concentrate on repairing the Immortal Gu houses. They could only endure the beating passively. With no alternatives, Mao Li Qiu, Wu Yong, and some others took the risk to fly out of the Immortal Gu houses and fought Heavenly Court's side to strive for precious time for the repair of the Immortal Gu houses. Hold on. If we can't hold on now, leaving Heavenly Court will only be wishful thinking. Be careful of Heaven Overseeing Tower, especially Fate Vanquish. How is Fang Yuan's situation? Only he can resist Fate Vanquish. Like in the previous life, the Immortals entrusted their hopes to Fang Yuan once again. Despite many of the Gu Immortals hating Fang Yuan, the current situation forced them to rely on him. But what disappointed the Immortals was that Fang Yuan's situation was also similarly bad. He was being pincer attacked by Feng Gu and Duke Long. He was barely resisting the attacks with the help of Myriad Year Flying Warship. The killer move Fate Vanquish with Fate Gu as the core had no effect on Fang Yuan. But Feng Jiuji's Destiny Song that was only rank 8 was of an even higher plane. It not only included Fate, but also contained Luck. Luck was naturally effective against Fang Yuan. Before this, Fang Yuan had used Luck Path methods many times to help in his cultivation. Destiny Song was effective against Fang Yuan, greatly weakening him, almost offsetting the amplification from heroes among people. On the contrary, Duke Long could not enjoy heroes among people, but he was empowered by Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand, Triple Chi Retraction, and Destiny Song, increasing his battle strength to an unimaginably shocking level. With Duke Long attacking and Feng Jiugu supporting him, Fang Yuan was unable to take them head-on and had to retreat again and again. Heavenly Court cannot be defeated. Duke Long's punches and kicks exploded the air as they landed on Myriad Year Flying Warship. Myriad Year Flying Warship was like a small raft in a storm. It was sent flying and crashed on the ground. Fang Yuan, here's another move for you. Duke Long charged down like a meteor, wanting to collide directly. Fang Yuan looked at the sky and snorted. Golden lights shone around Myriad Year Flying Warship as the 12 Zodiac battle formations separated and transformed into a gray stone giant. The giant stood on Heavenly Court's ground and waved its hands, attacking Duke Long head-on. Boom! An explosion rang. Duke Long collided with the giant. Killer moves clashed, creating a powerful explosion. The terrifying heat wave inflated like a giant balloon before bursting on the spot. Tornadoes and shock waves engulfed everything. Fang Yuan and the almost crumbling Myriad Year Flying Warship retreated smoothly using this propulsion force. Whoosh! Wind roared as Duke Long's monstrously tall figure suddenly appeared behind Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, World-Shaking Dragon Hammer. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk rapidly. He did not have the time to even turn around as he activated Reverse Flow Protection Seal. Rumble! Reverse Flow Protection Seal finally reached its limits and broke apart. Fang Yuan suffered Duke Long's attack. Although he had transformed into the Immemorial Year Monkey, his back was almost pierced. The enormous force sent Fang Yuan flying. After he fell to the ground, his body was dragged along the ground, leaving behind a long trail of blood and only stopping after crashing through 3 Immortal Gu houses. Duke Long gave a muffled groan. His body was shaking. Reverse flow protection seal reflected external attacks. The strength he struck Fang Yuan was also reflected to him in full. He had to suffer an even more serious impact than Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan had reverse flow protection seal to weaken the strength of the attack, as well as the powerful body of the immemorial year monkey. Duke Long panted heavily. He was not able to move immediately and concentrated on healing his wounds quickly. At the edge of the battlefield, the immortal treasury was already looted clean by Spectral Soul and his servants, but they had yet to find the door of life and death. Strange, the door of life and death was clearly placed here. Fairy Ziwei frowned. Looks like Duke Long has hidden many things from you. Spectral Soul said coldly. The door of life and death was a secluded domain of heaven and earth and contained countless souls. Its importance to Spectral Soul was huge, but unfortunately, they could not find it. Master, Fang Yuan is not able to hold on. Do we give him a hand to maintain the stalemate and get more time for ourselves? Old man Jing Yuan asked. Spectral Soul gazed at the battlefield, and when he saw Fang Yuan's position, he suddenly smiled. There is no hurry. There is still a venerable who has not made a move yet. Fang Yuan was collapsed in his own pool of blood in front of Embroidered Tower. 3 blood skins of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable were sown in the air. Blown by the violent winds of the battlefield, these 3 blood skins actually loosened and waved around like banners. In an instant, Fang Yuan sniffed a dense, fishy stench of blood. Fang Yuan's whole body was bathed in blood and filled with injuries. He snorted coldly and stood up, looking at Embroidered Tower in front of him. Embroidered Tower was originally a mortal object that was left by primordial origin Immortal Venerable to his disciple Star Constellation as her dowry. But according to the customs back then, its symbolic meaning was much greater. Later, when Star Constellation became Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she turned Embroidered Tower into an Immortal Gu house that had extremely mystical powers. Over 1,000,000 years ago, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable invaded Heavenly Court. He stormed through Heavenly Court, passing Immortal Emperor Court, Hidden Space Pavilion, Sumeru Lake, Eternal Sand Cave, Million Heavenly King Gallery, Embroidered Tower, Central Great Hall, and finally stopping at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable suffered some loss when he reached Embroidered Tower. Embroidered Tower used its trump card method, Dao Embroidery. 7 embroidery needles flew out elegantly. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable was forced to discard 3 pieces of his skin before he was able to go past it. These 3 bloody skins were sewn into the air by countless Dao mark threads. After that, Embroidered Tower's damage could not be repaired, and later, it was used to attack Spectral Soul in Etion Mountain, the new damage added to the previous ones. This damage ruined Embroidered Tower, and it could not be of any use right now. Not only Fang Yuan, even Duke Long, and other Gu Immortals saw the movement of the 3 bloody skins in the air above Embroidered Tower. They looked like 3 bloody banners, fluttering savagely in the wind. The left banner had a bird drawn on it. The bird had 6 legs, but no wings. The middle bloody banner had a drawing of a beast which was getting increasingly clearer. It opened its mouth, but had no teeth. The right bloody skin had a fish. It grew increasingly vivid and lifelike, but it was clear that it had no gills. Bloodskins made wild sounds like an ancient gale that crossed 1,000,000 years and roared in people's ears. Or like a grand army that went to battle, clashes and collisions of steel and horses resounded. The blood banners fluttering continued to amplify in commotion. They were like volcanoes that had been suppressed for countless years, or like wild beasts that had accumulated their energy and was about to strike their prey. Roar! The wild beasts roared. They violently broke the Dao mark threads that bound them, and turned into 3 blood-red lights that landed around Fang Yuan. 3 beastly bizarre and resounding roars sounded, and the blood-red light dissipated, revealing 3 enormous beasts. A glowing monstrous yellow bird that was like a small mountain. Its 6 legs were thick and rough, its beak was hard and long, but it had no wings. An azure blue leopard with a big belly was sprawled on the ground. It kept on yawning, and one could see it did not have even a single tooth. And a fish with dark green scales was floating in the air. Its head was raised high, and its mouth was closed tightly. There was no trace of gills next to its eyes. The huge fish was motionless like a jade statue. The Immortals were shaken. Even Duke Long's expression turned solemn as he halted his attacks. There is an abnormality in the 3 bloody skins left by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. These 3 monsters have such shocking auras. Did Fang Yuan trigger a Venerable's method? Wait a second, these 3 monsters, why do they resemble those 3 recorded in The Legends of Ren Zhu? The Legends of Renzu, Chapter 4 states, Renzu wandered alone on the vast land. His hair was disheveled, and he seemed to have lost his mind. At times, he wailed. At times, he sat down in a daze. And at times, he laughed like a fool. Fate Gu's manipulation had separated him from his children. He also lost wealth Gu. Renzu was forced into a state of madness. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Renzu was at a loss and went crazy again. One morning, a group of birds ran past Renzu. These birds did not have wings. Their 6 legs moved alternately as they ran on the ground, raising clouds of dust in their path. Renzu jumped with joy when he saw these birds. So, I am a bird. He also spread his legs and ran wildly, joining the bird group. The birds growled strangely towards Renzu. You are a human. You use 2 legs to walk. You are not a bird. Leave. Don't disturb us. We are pursuing freedom Gu. We want to retrieve our freedom. Renzu asked. Why are you all searching for freedom Gu? The birds said with a heavy tone. We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize that. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had wings and could not fly anymore. When we regain freedom, we will be able to spread our wings and soar to the sky again. Renzu realized. I understand. Humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like birds who have lost their wings. Right? I remember now. Renzu clapped and laughed madly. I also need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. After that, I can go wherever I want to go and be with whomever I want to be forever. The birds casted a strange look at Renzu. Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us. How can birds not have wings? So, chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans are destined to be alone. All gatherings will end up in separation. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies. Renzu scratched his head, puzzled. Is that how it works? The birds left behind their last words. Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it. Don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom Gu fly away. Otherwise you will regret it. After Renzu parted ways with the birds, he slowly forgot his identity and goals once again. One afternoon, a leap of blue leopards passed by him. The insane Renzu saw the group of leopards and shouted in joy. So, I am a leopard. Renzu rushed into the group. But the leopards pushed him away and shouted. You are a human, not a leopard. You use 2 legs to walk, while we have 4 legs. Leave, don't disturb us. We are pursuing freedom Gu. We want to retrieve our freedom. Renzu asked. Why are you searching for freedom Gu? The blue leopards looked depressed. Sigh. We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize it. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had teeth and could not bite and tear apart our prey. When we regain freedom, we will be able to eat happily again. Renzu realized. I understand. Humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like beasts with no teeth. Right. Renzu clapped and laughed madly. I need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. I will possess countless delicacies and wines, endless wealth, and all kinds of comfortable and beautiful clothes. The blue leopards were stunned before laughing loudly as they mocked Renzu. Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us. How can beasts not have fangs or claws? So, chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans were born with empty hands and will pass away with nothing. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies. Renzu scratched his head, unsatisfied. Is that how it works? The leopards left behind their final words. Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it. Don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom Gu fly away. Otherwise you will regret it. After Renzu parted ways with the leopards, he slowly forgot his identity and goals once again. One evening, a school of fish swam past him. Renzu saw the fish and shouted in joy. So I am a fish. Renzu joined the fish group and tried to swim like them. There was a commotion in the fish group as they pushed Renzu away and shouted. You are a human, not a fish. You use 2 legs to walk, while we have no legs. Leave, don't disturb us. We are pursuing freedom Gu. We want to retrieve our freedom. Renzu asked. Why are you searching for freedom Gu? The fish sighed. We once possessed freedom Gu, but we did not realize that. Only after losing it, we found that we no longer had gills and could not breathe in the water again. When we regain freedom, we will be able to swim in the water again. Renzu realized. I understand. Humans also need freedom. If humans don't have freedom, they will be like fish with no gills and cannot breathe. Right. Renzu clapped and laughed madly. I need to search for freedom to get rid of fate's shackles. I will breathe freely and live on forever. I want eternal life. The fish sneered. Oh human, how can you have such preposterous thoughts? Look at us, a fish must have gills, so chasing after freedom is part of our duty. But you humans are destined to have no relation with eternal life. You will die of old age and illnesses. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies. Rinzhu frowned, feeling irritated. Is that how it works? The fishes left behind their final words. Oh human, let us give you some sincere advice. If you obtain freedom in the future, you must cherish it. Don't be like us and let go. Don't let freedom Gu fly away. Otherwise you will regret it. After Rinzhu parted ways with the fishes, he slowly forgot the advice of the birds, leopards, and the fish. I am a human. I need to pursue freedom. I need to get rid of the shackles of fate. I want to live forever with my loved ones. I want to enjoy life with enough wealth. I want to live on forever. Many beings that walked past Rinzhu heard him. They shook their heads and stayed away from him. Let's quickly leave. He is Rinzhu and he is talking nonsense again. He has already gone mad completely. How could he dare to have such thoughts? One day, Freedom Gu flew towards Rinzhu on its own accord. Rinzhu was joyous as he grabbed it. Oh freedom, I finally obtained freedom. Rinzhu was extremely happy, but also felt puzzled as he asked Freedom Gu. This is really strange. The wingless birds are pursuing you. The toothless beasts are pursuing you. The gill-less fish are pursuing you. But you flew to me. What is going on here? Freedom Gu replied. I didn't fly to you. Human, you once used attitude Gu to bully me, used love to bind me, and used wealth to bribe me. I loathe and hate you. I flew over because I was attracted by the cognition Gu on you. Cognition Gu floated out of Rinzhu's body and explained with a smile. Rinzhu, because you have gone mad. You are thinking deliriously all the time. A human that desires companionship forever. A human who has an extravagant hope of living a life with no worries. A human who pursues eternal life. What else can this be other than a lunatic? Freedom Gu sighed. Freedom of cognition is the greatest freedom. These delirious thoughts can strengthen me. Rinzhu, although you captured me, I will never work for you. Release me now. Rinzhu shook his head and grasped even tighter. Freedom Gu, I will not let you go. Freedom Gu sneered. Then prepare yourself. Don't collapse from the pressure. The moment it finished speaking, responsibility Gu flew over, pressing on Rinzhu's shoulder. Heavy, so heavy. Rinzhu almost bent over from the pressure. Cognition Gu sighed. Freedom and responsibility coexist. Oh Rinzhu, you want to obtain freedom, so you need to shoulder the responsibility. At least, you need to be responsible for yourself. Rinzhu clenched his teeth and persevered. Sweat flowed down his body like a river. Soon, he knelt down on the ground. He saw spider webs again. Fake Gu's spider silk wrapped around his whole body. Rinzhu was barely shouldering the heavy responsibility and had no strength to break free from the spider silk's bindings. Fake Gu's spider silk constricted tightly, forming blood wounds everywhere on Rinzhu's body. Rinzhu shouted, "What is going on?" Cognition Gu explained. "Oh human, the more freedom you experience, the more you will feel the restriction around you." Freedom Gu laughed. "Just let me go. The longer you hold on to me, the more spider silk will bind you. The binding will become tighter and will even constrict you to death." Rinzhu shook his head. "No, I won't let go. Oh Freedom Gu, I must have you." Countless spider silk pierced into Rinzhu's flesh. Rinzhu howled in pain and rolled on the ground, but did not let go. Ha! Rinzhu began laughing foolishly again. "I can sense a Gu far away. Just this feeling alone makes me happy and satisfied." Cognition Gu admitted frankly. "That is natural. Whoever obtains freedom Gu will also be able to sense the location of happiness Gu." Rinzhu continued to persevere. He cried in pain at times and laughed happily at other times. The spider silk constricted tightly, tearing into his bones and leaving deep marks on them. But Rinzhu still did not loosen his hands. In the end, he fainted from the pain. After a long time, he slowly woke up. Fake Gu's spider silk was no longer constricting him. Responsibility Gu also did not exert heavy pressure, while cognition Gu had disappeared. Wait, what about freedom Gu? Rinzhu did not sense freedom Gu's existence, and in his moment of panic, he opened his hands. The moment a gap appeared, freedom Gu flew away and left Rinzhu behind. Humans often did not understand freedom when they possessed it. Only after losing it, they would come to a sudden realization. Rinzhu was stunned when he saw freedom Gu flying away. He remembered the advice of the birds, leopards, and fish. He felt extremely regretful. He tore out his hair painfully and rolled on the ground. "I am better off dead." Rinzhu was overwhelmed with grief. "I would rather lose love. I would rather lose my life. I don't want to lose freedom." In Heavenly Court's battlefield, be they enemies or allies, everyone's gazes were gathered at one place. Fang Yuan looked around him. He was surrounded by the three giant monsters. But the three giant monsters did not do anything to him. They were instead guarding him and looking at the surroundings with hostility. Their affiliation could be seen with one glance. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Fang Yuan's expression was one of shock. Even if Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method is helping you, you will still be defeated. Duke Long shouted, his voice resounding throughout the surroundings. He swooped down from the air like a red meteor. His determination did not waver even in front of Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method. He was going to exterminate all demons. He would quell all opposition in the world. Immortal Killer Move, Chi Breath Mountain. Duke Long's palms aimed at Fang Yuan from afar and pushed. Rumble. With a loud sound, a giant Chi mountain pressed down towards Fang Yuan and the three monsters. Through triple Chi retraction, Duke Long had a massive amount of Chi Path Dao marks. Right now, all his Chi Path killer moves like Chi Breath Mountain had their power amplified by countless times. This Chi mountain was much larger than before. Its composition was also extremely solid. Be it in quality or quantity, both had a breakthrough. Seeing this scene, whether it was Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan, or others, they all revealed solemn expressions. Just this Chi Breath Mountain was difficult to resist. The best method was to dodge. But after Chi Breath Mountain, there was a monstrous expert like Duke Long who could block all escape routes. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and was about to move. But right at this moment, one of the three monsters transformed from the blood skins. The giant blue leopard suddenly opened its mouth and took a deep breath. Boom. The whole Chi Breath Mountain shrank rapidly and was absorbed by some formless force into the blue leopard's belly. The Immortals were given a great shock. Food Path Cultivator Zhao Shan, his pupils shrank as he saw signs of food path from the blue leopard's body. Even Duke Long was stunned. This powerful Chi Breath Mountain was actually brokenness directly. After the blue leopard swallowed the Chi Breath Mountain, its shriveled belly bulged by 10%. Its eyes glistened as it stared at Duke Long with a chilling gaze like it was looking at a luxurious dinner. Duke Long was utterly fearless. The three monsters might be unfathomable, but he still charged towards Fang Yuan. His speed even increased, bursting the air and producing sonic booms. Fang Yuan was fully prepared for combat when one of the three monsters, the green fish, moved. It only waved its tail slightly when it appeared before Duke Long all of a sudden. Its speed was so fast that it looked like instant teleportation, but it did not feel abrupt at all. Everything happened smoothly and fluidly. Duke Long's field of vision had been wide a second ago, but now, his whole sight was filled with the enormous body of the fish monster. The fish monster slammed its head fiercely. Boom. The monster's head directly sent Duke Long flying with speed that was faster than earlier when he arrived. He possessed Transformation Path and Chi Path Dao marks. He was unprecedentedly strong. After using triple Chi retraction several times, he did not even need 9 Dragons protection to guard against ordinary rank 8 attacks. But when he knocked into the fish monster's head, he felt like he had used his bare fist to strike a boulder. In an instant, all the bones in Duke Long's body shattered. His internal organs almost burst from the force. There were massive amounts of internal and external bleeding. Triple Chi retraction. Duke Long shouted. His sharply declining Chi surged immediately. Duke Long immediately activated Chi Path healing methods, and with shocking speed, his injuries recovered in a few breaths of time. But because he chose to heal himself, he let himself crash through all the way, directly crashing into the boundary of Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was a shared grotto heaven. Its limits were the aperture walls. Duke Long crashed into the aperture walls. The enormous force that still remained in his body poured into the aperture walls in the sky. The Immortals heard a loud collision. Then they saw several cracks suddenly appearing in the sky behind Duke Long, before quickly spreading like a spider web. The Immortals could not help but draw in sharp breaths. The strength of the fish monster's attack was simply unimaginable. Even Duke Long seemed to be unable to resist it. And the fish monster was only an arrangement left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. It had already existed for over 1,000,000 years, but it still had such might. If so, how much strength did Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, who left this method, have? Simply unimaginable. The Immortals recalled the evaluation about Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. He was publicly recognized as the Venerable with the highest physical strength. And now they saw this sight. It was truly so. This is Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method. We have not lost yet. We can still fight. Lord Duke Long has returned. His injuries have recovered, and his aura has become even stronger. What are you afraid of? We have the fully repaired Fate Gu. The heavenly fate sides with us. The 3 regions Gu Immortals felt shocked and exulted at the unexpected reinforcements of 3 powerful beings, and their morale soared. Heavenly Court's Immortals similarly had a high morale. They had complete confidence in Fate Gu and Duke Long. Duke Long once again swooped in and fought with the 3 monsters. But he learned his lesson this time and prioritized using Chi Path's long-range attacks, avoiding close combat. These three giant monsters' strength was truly horrifying. Even Duke Long did not want to be sent flying so miserably again. His battle tactic was wise. The three giant monsters had terrifying strength, but they had almost no methods. After exchanging a dozen or so moves, Duke Long got a clearer understanding of them. The six-legged yellow bird's speed was extremely fast and could shoot out yellow lightning from its mouth, but it was unable to fly. Its beak was extremely hard and sharp, even able to pierce through Immortal Gu houses. The green fish monster could float around with speed that was akin to teleportation of space path. It appeared extremely seamlessly and caught enemies off guard. It could recover from any attacks almost instantaneously. Its strongest aspect was this, a horrifying regeneration rate that was much stronger than Duke Long using his chi path healing methods. But it had a weakness. Its attack was fierce, but the tempo was slow. The frequency of attacks was also quite low. After attacking once, it would be still for a while before it could attack again. As for the toothless blue leopard, it could fly by stepping on air. Its strongest method was to devour all attacks. Not only this, it could even devour the heroes among people killer move from Gu Immortals' bodies. This sight made Zhao Shanhe feel dazzled. His food path methods were far from being able to devour amplifications. This contained food path profundities that he did not possess. If he could comprehend this, his enlightenment of food path would definitely progress one step further. At the same time, the toothless blue leopard's greatest weakness was also this almost innate devouring ability. Every time it devoured, its belly would bulge. After Duke Long and others intentionally fed it various attacks, the toothless blue leopard's belly had become round and full. It started having trouble moving. However, even though Heavenly Court side had probed the three monsters' details, they still could not defend against them and were gradually falling into a disadvantage. The three monsters had flaws. Their strengths and weaknesses were extremely conspicuous. But no one dared to block their brutish rampage. Adding in Fang Yuan, Wu Yong, Bing Sai Chuan, Shun Song Shang, Song Chi Yuan, and the rest supporting from the side, as well as restraining and getting rid of Heavenly Court's various methods, Heavenly Court side was in a passive situation. The three monsters' target was Heaven Overseeing Tower. They seemed to have an enormous hatred towards Fate Gu. Heaven Overseeing Tower did not dare to confront the three monsters' power. It could only retreat constantly. To defend Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long shouldered huge pressure and was heavily injured time and time again, retreating to heal his injuries before joining the battle again. His purple hair was swaying wildly. His eyes were bloodshot. His whole body was bathed in blood that dyed his scales completely. His fighting spirit kept on rising. It had not fallen once. Both sides fought around the three monsters and Heaven Overseeing Tower. The attacks went back and forth. It was highly intense. The battle kept on moving. Wherever it went, the aftermath of the terrifying killer moves destroyed everything, creating countless ruins. The great Heavenly Court that was managed meticulously by Gu Immortals was heavily damaged from this battle. Just as the three regions Gu Immortals were firmly holding onto the upper hand, Heaven Overseeing Tower suddenly stopped. At the next moment, Immortal Killer Move Fate Vanquish burst out again. Careful, Wu Yong shouted. The three regions Gu Immortals were already on guard and reacted quickly. After the white light dissipated, explosions resounded in Heavenly Court battlefield once again as the battle resumed. But this time, Heavenly Court held the momentum. The three regions Gu Immortals could only defend while repairing the Immortal Gu houses and their own injuries. The three regions Gu Immortals gradually found their footing. Compared to the first Fate Vanquish attack, their situation was much better. The reason was that they had three giant monsters to rely on. The giant monsters rampaged around the battlefield. Under their attacks, Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were gradually dragged into a stalemate before being suppressed by the three regions Gu Immortals again. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower activated Fate Vanquish again. After this happened over and over again, the whole of Heavenly Court was filled with ruins. The three monsters' aura had clearly fallen. The Gu Immortals' offense was also not as fierce as before. They were at a point where they had to consider the issue of immortal essence expenditure. Damn it, the situation is becoming increasingly bad. Wu Yong's face was solemn. The three monsters were weakening from the repeated devastation of Fate Vanquish. Back then, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable failed in his invasion of Heavenly Court. These three giant monsters are only arrangements left by him. They naturally won't be able to resist the power of Fate Vanquish. Bing Sichuan's heart was turning cold. If the three regions Gu Immortals failed to obtain a breakthrough when the three monsters were still active, they would definitely suffer a miserable and disastrous defeat after that. This was something extremely obvious. But Heavenly Court's side used the wisest battle tactic. They moved continuously while avoiding the enemy's attacks, making the enemy expend more energy. Especially, when Fate Vanquish activated, the advantage the three regions Gu Immortals obtained with difficulty turned into nothing. Everything went back to square one. And because they had Demon Judgment Board and Heaven Overseeing Tower, there was always a base camp around the front lines. The moment the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals faced danger, they could hide inside. Thus, there were no casualties. Naturally, this was also because the offense had weakened as both sides were beginning to conserve immortal essence. Master, the situation does not look good. Even Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method cannot change the outcome. The current Heavenly Court has an intact Fate Gu after all. Far away, Fairy Ziwei was analyzing coolly. Spectral Soul had already recovered his human form, but his body was translucent. He held his hands behind his back as he observed the battlefield before glancing at the faraway Imperfection Regret Pavilion. Inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, the two venerable silhouettes were still playing chess. The chessboard was already filled with chess pieces, but the mysterious thing was whenever the venerable silhouette put down a piece, there would always be another free spot. However, compared to before, the frequency of the two venerables placing the chess pieces had reduced by a lot. Star Constellation's silhouette held a chess piece and looked at the chessboard before glancing towards Spectral Soul's direction. Are you okay with this? Spectral Soul stole a portion of the results of our game. Star Constellation's silhouette said. Limitless Silhouette laughed. Since he could get free and even steal our results, this is his own capability. These gains will help him. I am looking forward to the day when he can reach the realm that we were unable to reach. Star Constellation's silhouette was silent for a while before sighing. You are truly a pure Tao pursuer. Unfortunately, heaven and earth is a cage that stopped me from pursuing my Tao. Limitless Silhouette said, which is why I want to pursue freedom. Star Constellation's silhouette immediately refuted. Your freedom, however, will break this cage. And we both know what kind of scenery exists outside this cage. Limitless Silhouette shook his head. Our positions are different. Saying anything else is of no benefit. His silhouette was becoming increasingly illusory right now. Only his eyes were still bright and letting out sharp lights. Limitless Silhouette held a chess piece and looked at the chessboard for a long while, but he did not place the piece. This match had already reached the most crucial point. On the chessboard, Limitless Silhouette's situation was very bad. He was greatly disadvantaged. His pieces were surrounded from every direction by Star Constellation's silhouette's chess pieces. She had an obvious superiority. Even though it was because of Heavenly Court's accumulations, it was enough for Limitless Silhouette to see the strength of his opponent, Star Constellation. Star Constellation's will was resisting Heaven's will on one hand. While also making arrangements throughout the 5 regions, she thought of countless aspects. Her plan spanned across the past and present, throughout the universe. Forget about the arrangements that made 3 Venerables invasions fail. Just look at the current situation. Spectral Soul had regained freedom, but did not obtain the door of life and death. This was probably Star Constellation's ploy. Even Fairy Ziwei was in the dark, which was not likely to happen with just Duke Long's scheming ability. Indeed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was worthy of being the only Wisdom Path Venerable in history. However, Limitless Silhouette had not lost yet. His main chess pieces were all gathered together. The opponent could hardly defeat them. A forceful attack would definitely result in heavy losses, and it would also give the initiative to Limitless Silhouette instead. But for Limitless Silhouette to counterattack and break through by himself, he was still lacking some strength. The whole encirclement was a dense congregation of the plans of Star Constellation's silhouette. If Limitless Silhouette attacked rashly, he would fall into a trap. Thus, Limitless Silhouette could only choose to defend while waiting for reinforcement. This game between 2 venerables that had started in the olden antiquity era and continued for 1,000,000 years, it had finally welcomed the most crucial moment. Indeed, Limitless Silhouette still had reinforcements. He had waited for 1,000,000 years for this aid. Both sides were aware of it. Now, we have to see the quality of our pieces. Star Constellation's silhouette swept her gaze through the battlefield. When it stopped at Fang Yuan's body, her gaze revealed complicated expressions. Limitless Silhouette was similarly looking in the same direction, mumbling. Oh Fang Yuan, you have been like this since the start. How long are you planning to conceal your abilities? 1956 A man must be cool. Fang Yuan had all along been fighting on the front lines. On one hand, he had been fighting with Duke Long and the rest. On the other hand, he kept on maintaining a cold and indifferent expression while pondering about the overall situation. But ever since Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method activated, he had an extra voice resounding in his ears. Have a good look, Junior. The 3 monsters in front of you were transformed from my 3 immortal moves. These 3 immortal moves were created from the insights I gained after reading Pursuing Freedom in U003C03, see the Legends of Ren 003E. They were all created to pursue freedom. First move, Thunder Rush Yellow Bird Transformation. It uses Attitude Gu as the core. Have you ever envied birds and wanted to fly freely in the sky? However, we humans are restricted since birth. We don't have wings. Why even talk about flying? But an even crueler situation is like the wingless birds. They already experienced the wonderful feeling of flying, but they lost their wings. No matter who you are, where you are, you will face all sorts of limitations. If we are unable to change, unable to break away from all these, we will be like wingless birds, pursuing freedom but unable to catch it. What should we do then? This is the core concept of this move. Remember it, Junior. Even if we face the strictest restrictions and are unable to pursue freedom, we still have a kind of freedom. We can freely choose what kind of attitude we use to face the cruel reality. Remember, your attitude is very important. Second move, Devouring Blue Leopard Transformation. It uses Mutation Gu as the core. Freedom is not a bad thing, but it is also not a good thing either. It can make you better and can also make you worse, just like the effect of Mutation Gu. The fierce beast lacks teeth, but does that mean it can't live on? If it does not have the freedom to bite, what's the harm in devouring the food? Maybe it can even train your digestive system to become stronger. Third move, Internal Breathing Green Fish Transformation. It uses Adaptation Gu as the core. Compared to it, how ugly does the world seem? We are assaulted by cruel facts. We are tormented by pain and hopelessness. When we are walking our respective paths, we will be covered in bruises sometimes, even being exposed with nowhere to escape. Humans change. The world is also going through countless changes. If we cannot keep up with the changes of time, we will be left behind by the whole world. Therefore, adaptation is key. If you don't have gills, use your mouth to breathe. If you don't even have a mouth, then create a self-circulating internal respiratory system. Even if that means you have to walk slowly. Even if you become nothing like a human in the end. The voice was powerful and forceful as it explained the origins and details of the three monsters. These monsters were transformed from 3 transformation path killer moves left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. After Fang Yuan triggered Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's method, this voice had peculiarly accompanied Fang Yuan, but no one else could detect it. Is this Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's voice? Just as Fang Yuan was guessing, the voice changed. From the stable and serious voice to a lively and flippant tone. Hey, you have already spoken so much. It's my turn. It's my turn. Haha. Kid, no matter who you are definitely an otherworldly demon. Because only an otherworldly demon has hope of destroying Fate Gu. So, when I left behind this true inheritance back then, I made it so that only an otherworldly demon can inherit it. But besides this, you still need to possess at least one of 3 Gu worms: Attitude Gu, Mutation Gu, and Adaptation Gu. These 3 Gu worms correspond to 3 killer moves that can trigger my killer moves. When you arrive in the sky above Embroidered Tower, you can summon the giant monsters transformed by the killer moves, and they shall be your strongest helping hand. Use them however you please. Kill or loot if you like, or help people if you wish to. Of course, the best use would be to destroy Fate Gu because seeing it really annoys me. Haha. Of course, if you can trigger all 3 moves, then you can merge them into one move. This is a super powerful killer move that I created with great effort. Once you grasp this move, you can use your human form to possess all the advantages of the 3 moves. Moreover, there is no weakness in any aspect. That means you will be like the wingless bird, moving as fast as lightning and shooting out lightning. You will also be like the gill-less fish, possessing extremely powerful regeneration ability. You will be like the toothless beast as well, devouring everything and storing them into your stomach. Are you stupefied? Isn't it super amazing? Ha ha ha. Come, bow before me. The flippant male voice spoke until here, when it seemed like it was kicked out and was replaced by the previous solemn male voice. The final combination move is called Incomplete Freedom Transformation. It has 3 cores: Attitude, Mutation, and Adaptation. It has numerous steps and is highly complicated. Although you can use the 3 monsters to merge them into one, which is much easier than you using them independently, I still ask you to not attempt it lightly. Because this move's effect works on your body. If it fails, you will be heavily injured at best, or even die in severe cases. Bear this in mind. Bear this in mind. The heavy and solemn voice spoke earnestly, but soon, the previous flippant voice replaced it. Please, what you said is not important at all. Kid, let me tell you the important point. Once you activate this move successfully, you will have the strength to suppress all immemorial desolate plants and immemorial desolate beasts. The 3 monsters' methods will become your innate abilities. You will become a human-shaped beast that can battle through heaven and earth, rampaging around all over the world unhindered. You will immediately possess quasi-venerable battle strength. Of course, if you meet an old venerable like me, you will still kneel in the end. But these are not the most important points. There is one most crucial point. You must remember it. Fang Yuan could not help but concentrate as he heard this. He then heard that flippant and lively voice continue. The most important part of the most important thing is once you activate this move, the three monsters will combine into a bloody cape and will hang on your back. This cape is truly super cool. Junior, you must try it. It is really too stunning. You absolutely won't regret it. Fang Yuan was speechless. Following the voice, all kinds of information flowed in his mind, allowing him to understand all the contents of the three killer moves clearly. Different from what the voice described, these three killer moves and the combination move were not complex at all, and their steps were also not numerous. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable lived in the olden antiquity era after all. Gu cultivation styles were not overwhelming and were crude back then, unlike the present age's delicate complexity. It was not difficult to master these killer moves, especially for Fang Yuan who possessed deep wisdom path attainment. So, I should combine it like this. Fang Yuan's thoughts finished as he suddenly retreated and activated a killer move. In an instant, the three monsters that were fighting at the front lines turned into three light rays, yellow, blue, green, and entered Fang Yuan's body. Such a strange change caught both sides unprepared. The three lights covered Fang Yuan, emitting a majestic aura that spread in all directions and repelled all beings and objects. The three lights merged quickly and turned blood red. The blood red light suddenly condensed into one and covered Fang Yuan's back, turning into a large blood red cape. The cape fluttered with the wind. Like a war banner, the fluttering sounds echoed in every person's ears. What change occurred again? It seems like Fang Yuan inherited Reckless Savage true inheritance. Both allies and enemies were shocked once again. Looking at this familiar cape, inside Imperfection Regret Pavilion, Star Constellation's silhouette recalled past memories. 1,000,000 years ago, a man charged into Heavenly Court. He walked step by step. The ordinary steps, however, shook the land and sky of Heavenly Court. He was clothed in beast skin. His body was extremely robust with muscles bursting out. Tattoos covered all the skin on his body, portraying countless beasts and plants of all shapes and sizes. Some were vicious beasts, some were smart and exquisite life forms. The aura he released was as lofty as mountains and as vast as oceans. The Heavenly Court Immortals only took one look at him and felt a suffocating pressure. He was wearing a cape. This beast skin cape was extremely wide and was sewn using human skins. It suited a large physique like Reckless Savage Demon Venerables. If this were an ordinary person, a large portion of the cape would be dragging on the ground. Every time Reckless Savage Demon Venerable killed a rank 8 enemy, he would peel their skin and sew onto the beast skin cape. This was the custom of the Beastman race, but Reckless Savage had learned and imitated it in his youth, before he became a Venerable. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Halfway through Heavenly Court, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable stopped in front of Embroidered Tower. In the air, star constellations will manifested. Reckless Savage, you cannot destroy Fate Gu. Your strength originates from your fate. It is like how you cannot lift yourself up without relying on other methods. Of course I know this. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable laughed. Then what did you come for? To fight. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable raised his head and said it as a matter of fact with a flippant voice. Star constellations will. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable continued to laugh. After becoming venerable and being invincible in the world, I felt an intense loneliness. No one could fight with me. I have killed almost all those variant human rank 8s. The old and weak ones that are still alive have all hidden themselves. I also don't have the interest to find them. Looking at the 5 regions, only Heavenly Court is somewhat interesting. To protect Fate Gu, you guys must have left behind many methods. Even Limitless was stopped by you back then. Come, use all your methods. Let us have a match. Star Constellations was silent for a long while before entering Embroidered Tower. This Immortal Gu house in front of you is one of the methods my main body left behind. Roar. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's eyes brightened. If so, I am attacking. The battle ended quickly. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable clenched his fists and licked his lips, mumbling unsatisfied. What is this? After just 2 or 3 moves, your Embroidered Tower is almost on the verge of collapse. But the start was pretty good. Relax, I won't destroy your tower. We are all humans after all. Also, I will leave behind these 3 bloody skins. This is my inheritance. No matter who, even if it is someone from your Heavenly Court, if they can inherit my inheritance, then it shall belong to them. Treat it as a memento of my visit to Heavenly Court. Don't dismantle it, I am really looking forward to it. I wonder which junior will obtain my inheritance. Will they be shaken by my grand strength, or be bowled over by my incredible thinking? Haha. It naturally is best for this junior to destroy Fate Gu. If they can't do this, I will truly be displeased. Star Constellations was silent for a long while before speaking. So your intention is to destroy Fate Gu. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, he shrugged his shoulders. That goes without saying. I have left my bloody skins here. If you have the skill, then destroy them. But I will leave you some kind advice. These 3 bloody skins are already connected with Heavenly Court's down marks. If you attack them recklessly, it will be the most direct attack towards Heavenly Court. Unless there is someone who has transformation path attainment rivaling mine, no one will be able to safely dismantle it. Star constellations will spoke. There is a better way for you to destroy Fate Gu. Be an immortal venerable, become the Lord of Heavenly Court, and be in contact with Fate Gu all the time. I think with your wisdom, you will definitely think of a way to destroy Fate Gu. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable directly shook his head without even thinking. I don't want to. Star constellations will frown. Why? Because the title of Demon Venerable sounds much cooler than Immortal Venerable. Star constellations will. It was strange. When Reckless Savage Demon Venerable said this reason, it actually gave off a feeling of being a natural fact. Reckless Savage Demon Venerable turned around and looked at himself before waving his arms. Take a good look. Look at my thighs, they are so sturdy. Look at my arms, they are so muscular and well-defined. This is beauty, this is coolness. And this cape, it is so bloody. It is also created from human skins. How domineering is it? Star Constellations was unable to think properly for a moment. It could only respond after a good while. So, you created this cape not for payback and revenge against variant humans? Of course, there is the secondary reason, but the important thing is still its coolness. Star Constellations will, oh right. These 3 bloody skins can combine into one move, and its form is a bloody cape. It is quite similar to the one I use now. If there is a junior who wears it in the future, they will definitely be extremely cool beyond belief. Men, Reckless Savage Demon Venerable raised his arms and bent his elbows, showing his bulging muscles and praising himself. Must be this cool. 1957 Final Showdown. Because of the change in Fang Yuan's body, the fight in the battlefield had paused temporarily. Duke Long was the first to react. Immortal killer move, spiraling dragon Fang. Fang Yuan's condition was unknown. The 3 monsters actually transformed into a blood-soaked cape that hung on his back. Duke Long did not dare to be overconfident. He still had apprehension from the attacks of the 3 monsters, so he used a long-range attack, spiraling dragon fangs, to probe. Dragon fangs, sharp as blades, danced in the air. Fang Yuan did not dodge. He wanted to test his current defensive strength. Chink chink chink. Dragon fangs slashed his body, producing a series of sparks. After wearing the bloody cape, Fang Yuan's defensive strength had increased to an outrageous level. Duke Long's pupils shrank at this sight. Fang Yuan's current defensive strength was already much higher than his. There were at least white marks left behind on Duke Long's dragon scales if he let the dragon fangs strike him. But there was no damage to Fang Yuan. Not even a trace of marks or wounds could be seen. The defensive strength is so astonishing, other aspects should also be similar. Looking at how Fang Yuan dealt with the Dragon Fang killer move, the Immortals had such thoughts. Heavenly Court's side was very wary, while the 3 regions Gu Immortals looked at Fang Yuan with eager anticipation. These Gu Immortals did not know that Fang Yuan's ears were ringing with criticism at this moment. Kid, you are the junior who inherited my true inheritance? Damn it, you look really ugly. Look at yourself, your face is like a woman's, your arms and legs are so thin. How can your skin be so white and smooth? Where is your toughness as a man? Heavens, my inheritance is wasted in your hands. Fang Yuan. During the process of combining the 3 monsters into incomplete freedom transformation, Fang Yuan needed to transfer his own will. However, after the bloody cape formed, Fang Yuan's will transformed into Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's image, turning into Reckless Savage's will. This method was truly inconceivable. This showed that Reckless Savage might be a transformation path Gu Immortal, but he also had an astonishing attainment in Wisdom Path. However, Fang Yuan soon discovered that the source of the will transformation were the 3 monsters. As far as he was concerned, the so-called Reckless Savages will possessed no harm to him, but had many benefits instead. Reckless Savages will could attend to the bloody cape and help maintain the killer move. He could even quicken Fang Yuan's understanding of the true meaning behind incomplete freedom transformation. Kid, make a move quickly. After so many years, there is not much left of the strength left behind by my main body. Quick, quick, charge, destroy Fate Gu. Reckless Savages will laughed loudly as he clamored in impatience. You talk too much, can you shut up? Fang Yuan replied indifferently. Reckless Savages was stunned. He placed his hands on his cheeks and shouted in disbelief. I was scorned upon. I, the great Reckless Savage Demon Venerable, was actually scorned by a junior. And by such an ugly guy at that. Reckless Savages kept on mumbling. Who could have expected the domineering Reckless Savage Demon Venerable to be such a chatterbox? Even without his reminder, Fang Yuan could sense that although incomplete freedom transformation was terrifyingly powerful, It consumed the foundation of the three monsters very quickly. This move had a time limit. Since that is the case, Fang Yuan squinted, looking at Heaven Overseeing Tower wickedly. At that instant, every Heavenly Court Gu Immortal controlling Heaven Overseeing Tower felt a chill in their hearts. Be careful of Fang Yuan. He is attacking. Steady, steady. Heavenly Court side was tense, their nerves stretched to the limits. Boom. At the next moment, Fang Yuan attacked. His figure crossed the sky like a bloody ray. He was directly charging towards the area with the most enemies, Heaven Overseeing Tower. Fang Yuan's speed was so astonishing that even Duke Long, who was already fully prepared, felt a great shock. Fang Yuan, stop. Duke Long reacted and chased with all his strength. It is finally getting interesting. On the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul laughed loudly and commanded, Old Man Zheng Yuan, start. Activate everybody's vision. I want everyone in the world to see this interesting sight. Yes, Master. Old Man Zheng Yuan was a key that held the authority to activate Heavenly Court's venerable human path methods. And this move, everybody's vision, was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its unique power had been shown in Fang Yuan's previous life. It used people's united hearts as the foundation and could let Central Continent's mortals, Gu Masters, and Gu Immortals share their vision. As such, the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals could observe all the enemy activities in Central Continent and could even stimulate the hatred of Central Continent's people, gathering even more human will. The more human will they accumulated, the more power the other human path killer moves like heroes among people would possess. In such a feedback loop, their strength would keep on growing stronger. This was the style that Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's killer moves had. Immortal killer move, everybody's vision. In an instant, Central Continent was in an uproar. The 5 regions were in an uproar. What in the world is going on? My eyes have a problem. Mortals were shocked. It is the scene in Heavenly Court. What kind of method is this? It can allow everyone to witness the current situation. Which side has the upper hand? Almost all the Gu Immortals of the 5 regions knew the inside story. In the previous life, Central Continent's people enjoyed the effects of everybody's vision, but in this life, because of Shun Shang's interference, human wills of the 5 regions were gathered together. Because of this, everybody's vision allowed everyone in the 5 regions to observe the battle in Heavenly Court. The first scene the 5 regions' mortals saw was Fang Yuan fighting his way to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Who was that person? Even ordinary mortals felt intense suffocation when they saw Fang Yuan's overbearing aura. Fang Yuan, you won't succeed. At the crucial moment, Gu Yufang Zheng and Qin Dingling controlled Demon Judgment Board to defend in front of Heaven Overseeing Tower. That is the rank 8 Immortal Gu House, Demon Judgment Board. The Gu Immortals who saw this scene, no matter which region they belonged to, cried out in shock. Fang Yuan is not stopping. He is charging right into Demon Judgment Board. Has he gone crazy? This is a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. However, at the next moment, the mouths of the 5 regions' Gu Immortals opened wide in shock. Fang Yuan directly collided into Demon Judgment Board. The enormous collision force sent Demon Judgment Board flying. Even though Gu Yufang Zheng and Qin Dingling were already controlling the Immortal Gu House with all their strength. Get lost, Fang Yuan shouted as he punched with great force. A huge dent appeared on Demon Judgment Board. Countless fragments scattered and turned into Gu worm corpses. Gu Yufang Zheng coughed out a large mouthful of blood and fell on the ground with a horrified expression on his face. Fang Yuan's punch had almost pierced Demon Judgment Board. After Demon Judgment Board was knocked down, Fang Yuan stomped it fiercely. An enormous and irresistible force pressed down on Demon Judgment Board like a mountain, and it rapidly fell to the ground. Fang Yuan jumped, his speed increasing as he continued charging towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. But the next moment, Duke Long had already caught up to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, he shouted wildly, his voice shaking the skies. Fang Yuan turned around. His bloody cape swung, and he started punching, creating a storm of fist shadows. Duke Long had come prepared with a killer move. His palm pressed. It was Chi Breath Mountain. His left hand then formed into a claw shape as he activated Immortal Killer Move Dragon Claw Strike, while his right hand clenched into fist and activated Chaotic Dragon Fist. At the same time, he spat his fangs. They turned into countless spiraling dragon fangs which moved around his body. The dragon images of 9 dragons' protection on his body floated out on their own initiative. Bam 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 bam. Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought fiercely, exchanging blows with each fist hitting raw flesh. On one side was an inheritor of various venerables, an otherworldly demon. On the other side was a Dao Guardian, master of an immortal venerable. Their fight had broken the record of intensity in this battle so far. Just the aftermath of their moves resulted in wild winds that pushed away all the people and objects. The terrifying collisions could directly destroy Immortal Gu houses. Even rank 8 Immortal Gu houses like Clear Jade, Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building, and Calamity Luck Altar stopped fighting. Those rank 8 Immortal Gu houses even retreated far away. Are these two monsters? What kind of terrifying fight is this? The 5 regions Gu Immortals saw this scene through everybody's vision. They gulped as their hearts pounded wildly. In the absence of a venerable, Fang Yuan and Duke Long's fight could be considered to be at the peak level of the current world. Mortals gradually began to realize something. This is incredible. We are looking at Immortals. This world really has Immortals. Fights of Immortals really are too terrifying. Look quickly. Even the heavens seem to have been broken by them. Mortals exclaimed in shock. The scene had far surpassed the limits of their imagination. The storm of attacks did not stop. Both sides were in a deadlock. Duke Long could not receive amplification from heroes among people, but he had Heavenly Dragon's Last Stand and Destiny Song's help, as well as Triple Chi Retraction. This method was an arrangement left by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. Duke Long was only a key to activating it. At the edge of the battlefield, Spectral Soul smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan and Duke Long's battle. Since it has already reached this stage, then let me push it further. Zheng Yuan, release all the human wills. Old man Zheng Yuan was dazed. Weren't the human wills already released completely? Were there any remaining? If there were, wouldn't old man Zheng Yuan have used them before? However, Spectral Soul pointed towards a direction. Old man Zheng Yuan astonishingly discovered there truly was a portion of human will stored in a corner of Heavenly Court. Spectral Soul's understanding of Heavenly Court was actually clearer than old man Zheng Yuan himself. How many secrets of Heavenly Court does he grasp? Also, why would the past venerables retain a portion of the human will so secretly? Old man Zheng Yuan was filled with questions. You don't need to guess, just release them. What happens next will give you your answer. Spectral Soul chuckled. Old man Zheng Yuan had already submitted to Spectral Soul completely. He immediately nodded and activated his methods with no hesitation. The human wills were released completely. At the next moment, the power of heroes among people soared. 1958 complete human will. The moment the human wills were released, both sides Gu Immortals seemed to hear whispers of countless people. You must grow up healthily, my children. Lovers being able to be married is truly a great thing. May peace last for generations and generations. I'd rather be a dog living in peace than a person living in chaotic times. Kill these lawless people. Place judgment upon these atrocious evildoers. The righteous path will definitely be victorious. I believe that fairness and justice might come late sometimes, but they will never be absent. You must win, Heavenly Court. I can't do anything, but I can pray for you. The morale of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals soared, but soon, doubts surfaced on their faces. Their enemies similarly received amplifications. Moreover, it seemed like the 3 regions Gu Immortals received a slightly stronger amplification than them. Kill those righteous path hypocrites. Destroy Heavenly Court. It sits in an ivory tower. Who knows how many generations of Central Continent's people it has exploited? Although I respect Heavenly Court's spirit, I will never be able to achieve it. I am a Central Continent Gu Immortal. I admit my selfishness. I am only an ordinary Gu cultivator. However, Central Continent's resources are plundered and occupied by the 10 great ancient sects and Heavenly Court. Join Heavenly Court? That is too difficult. They even want me to offer my immortal aperture. How can I be willing to do that? Bring down Heavenly Court. The more losses Heavenly Court suffers, the less the pressure on our 4 regions when the 5 regions merge. Heavenly Court has occupied the throne of the #1 force for far too long. If it is overthrown, this will be interesting. Both sides fought once again. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals were astonished to discover that heroes among people's effect on the enemies was indeed stronger than themselves. Why? Heroes among people is clearly our Heavenly Court's method. Why was heroes among people helping the enemies more? The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were bewildered as they began to fall into a disadvantage. Wu Yong led his alliance once again. He was the first to charge out of Clear Jade, Dripping Wind, Tiny Bamboo Building, and began to valiantly pave a way through battle. At this moment, he fully displayed the prestige and courage of Southern Border's Wu clan. His face was solemn, and his eyes flickered with cold lights. The determination to destroy Fate Gu had always been so intense and overwhelming. In the past, he stood in front of his mother Wu Duxiu's coffin, mourning in silence. While he felt pain, he found there was a feeling of release and delight in the depths of his heart. Does this mean I am not filial? Wu Yong questioned himself and slowly understood his true feelings. No, it is not so. I am full of filial piety and respect towards my mother. But she was truly too strong. I could only choose to curl up and hide under her shadow. Now that she is gone, I finally have space to stretch myself. Returning to the present, Wu Yong's determination was firm and his gaze was cold. He revealed the heated emotions inside his heart. Therefore, be destroyed, Fate Gu. I will mourn for you just like I mourned for my mother. Only with you gone can I, Wu Yong, have the freedom to chase after my ambition. On the other side, Calamity Luck alters suppressed demon judgment board. Bing Sichuan had never felt such power. Blood flowed wildly inside his body. You still don't realize it, Qin Dingling. Despite the fact that you were the person sleeping beside Lord Giant Sunday. Fate is fixed while luck is a variable. Why do you think Lord Giant Sun created Luck Path? Why could he create Luck Path? From a certain perspective, this is the wish of countless beings for Luck Path to appear. When your life is fixed, when every encounter you have is already determined, is there still any meaning in living? What difference is this from puppets or mindless zombies? This is not my speculation. Lord Giant Sun said this to me personally. And I inherited his will. After 300,000 years, I am still staking my life to fight. I am an old man who is willing to fight for such an aspiration. Immortal killer move, Grand Collision. Shen Tsongsheng actually took the initiative to attack Feng Jiuge. Under Shen Tsongsheng's attacks, Feng Jiuge had to retreat constantly, but he kept on maintaining Destiny's Song, prioritizing on supporting his allies. Shen Tsongsheng roared, Feng Jiuge, we are both sound path Gu Immortals. Even if you can't see it, can't you hear it? Listen, these are the innermost voices of almost all the world's people. They don't want to be shackled anymore. They thirst for freedom, even if this freedom is beyond impractical. Sometimes, people are like lunatics. They have foolish thoughts. I will be honest with you. Shen Tsongsheng actually cried tears of deep emotions. I have never felt such feelings. It is as if there are countless people standing behind me, cheering and encouraging me. Perhaps this is how Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals felt when they fought for humanity back then. It was really the right decision for me to come to this battlefield. Bam 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 bam. Close combat continued. Moves after moves were exchanged as Fang Yuan and Duke Long fought head-on. After the stalemate lasted for a while, Duke Long began to fall into a disadvantaged position. Despite Duke Long gritting his teeth and wanting to endure, it was to no avail. Right now, he started to feel a sense of weakness and helplessness despite his overwhelming determination. Among all the people present, Heroes Among People's amplification on Fang Yuan was actually the strongest. Why? Why? You are clearly a demon who brings disaster to the world. You are an atrocious demon who commits countless sins. Why would you receive the greatest help from the human wills? Duke Long roared in shock and fury. Do you still not understand it? Duke Long, the current era is no longer the same. The hearts of the people have already changed. In the olden antiquity era, humanity sought for survival space. Thus, the three demon venerables held back when they invaded Heavenly Court. And now, it has already been over 1,000,000 years since the olden antiquity era has ended. Your Heavenly Court is unable to represent the will of all the humans in the world by now. Fang Yuan's words were very vicious. They seemed to be sharper than dragon fangs as they pierced into Duke Long's inner heart. Fang Yuan used more than just his fists. Every joint of his body turned into weapons as he attacked. Duke Long Chi Breath Mountain was destroyed by him. Spiraling dragon fangs were broken. Duke Long's dragon claw strike and chaotic dragon fist were suppressed again and again by Fang Yuan. Bam 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 bam. Fang Yuan's every attack produced sonic booms. The blood cape let out a dark red radiance that covered Fang Yuan's whole body, empowering his strength in all aspects to a terrifying degree. Duke Long's fingers were snapped by Fang Yuan. His fist fractured as he struck Fang Yuan's fist directly. The 9 dragon tattoos were howling in misery. They were already destroyed to a huge degree by Fang Yuan. Countless years ago, there was a couple. The male was called 2G, the female was Ruthless. 2G was a rockman and Ruthless was a human immortal. I cultivate rule path. I have to believe in the rules of this world. All things have their own ordained path of which is fate. I believe I was able to meet you because I followed my fate. Falling in love with you is the kindness of fate towards me. 2G replied. Ruthless said, what if I told you fate decreed that I would die at reckless savage demon venerable's hands? What? 2G was shocked. Ruthless, how many times have you checked this prophecy? Ruthless gave a bitter smile. Only once is enough, but I checked it many times indeed. Every result was the same. Do you know why a wisdom path Gu Immortal's prophecy is so accurate? That is because fate is always fixed. I will die at reckless savage's hands. That is my fate. 2G was silent for a long while before he said with an almost decisive tone, then I do not believe in fate. On what basis must she die at reckless savage demon venerable's hands? On what basis must my lover not live a happy life? If this is fate's arrangement, then I won't accept it. Duke Long was beaten back again and again by Fang Yuan. First, blood flowed out of his mouth. Then all of his 7 orifices started bleeding. This was because Fang Yuan's punches had landed on his body and caused internal bleeding of his organs. Great. This feels really refreshing. Reckless savages will shouted from inside the cape, waving his hands in excitement. Kid, although you look ugly, your style resembles me. I have to say, my opinion of you has changed. But I wonder why I feel that there is something lacking. Reckless savages will thought for a while before clapping. I know. You should roar in excitement. Shout happily. This is the excitement of a man during battles. However, Fang Yuan's face was cold as ice. His eyes were dark as the abyss with no trace of needless emotions. As far as he was concerned, he was using this style of fighting to maximize the advantage of incomplete freedom transformation. There was nothing else to it. With the powerful strength of the three monsters, Duke Long was already in a huge disadvantage when fighting him in close combat. But Fang Yuan maintained the attitude of attacking Heaven Overseeing Tower, which forced Duke Long to fight him in close combat. Duke Long's situation became increasingly grim. He was clearly defending more and attacking less. He howled, he roared, but he was still forced back over and over again by Fang Yuan. In southern border, there was a Gu immortal called Tao Zhu. He is Tao Zhu. Is he stupid? In order to research the pointless secret of the 5 regions, he gave up on that marriage. He is a lunatic. I've often seen him heading to the regional walls for his research. He often ends up injured and in a sorry state. He sacrificed almost everything to research the 5 regions' regional walls. He endured countless people's ridicule and even had to resist the secret oppression of many people. The most fatal blow to him was the biggest joke that fate played on him. Not long in the future, the 5 regions' regional walls would disappear completely. Even if Tao Zhu's research made progress, it seemed to lose its meaning. But so what? If this is fate, and I, Tao Zhu, am unable to resist or change it, so what? I will still continue researching. Even if I fail in the end and obtain nothing, even if my life becomes a complete failure, I will never resign myself to fate. Even if I understand there is a wall called fate in front of me, I will charge into it. Even if I die from the collision, I will die with a smile and my head held high. On what basis must I accept my fate? Who gives a crap? That is what I want to do. This is how I want to live. 1959 people's hearts have changed, quick, reinforced Duke Long. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals moved. They did not dare to continue watching. Duke Long and Feng Gu were 2 pillars of Heavenly Court. Once Duke Long was defeated, the whole situation would again turn precarious. Boom. Fang Yuan suddenly kicked Duke Long's hand. Duke Long's defense was wide open. Fang Yuan used the chance to approach closer and grabbed Duke Long's purple hair with his left hand. Then, he raised his right fist and punched. Punches after punches landed on Duke Long's face and chest like cannonball strikes. Duke Long was unable to free himself. He could only shout in desperation. Triple Qi retraction. Qi surged once again and gathered in Duke Long's body. Duke Long's condition strengthened by 3 times. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan continued to rain punches on Duke Long. He kept on punching. Over 1,000,000 years ago, when Genesis Lotus became a venerable, he wandered the world disguised as a mortal. One day, he arrived at a poor oasis village in Western Desert. There, he helped the villagers solve some issues using a Gu master identity. He was welcomed warmly by the young and old in the village. A child was the most excited, even revering Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable to the point of prostrating himself, because he saw new hope in his life. Lord Gu Master, Lord Gu Master, I beg you, I beg you. The child knelt on the ground and grabbed the hem of Genesis Lotus's cloth as he looked up towards Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. His pure eyes were filled with tears and pleading. Speak, child, don't kneel. I will definitely help you if I can. Genesis Lotus lifted the child warmly. The child revealed a joyous expression. It would be really great if you can help. Please resurrect my mother. She is my most important person and also the person who loves me the most in this world. My father abandoned us long ago. I could grow up all because she worked hard to raise me. But my mother died a few days ago. She died from exhaustion and illness. Even on her deathbed, she used her trembling hands to put the last half remaining biscuit in my hands. She saved it for me. I cannot be without my mother. I cannot be without my mother. I beg you, Lord Gu Master. You could dig such a deep well and precisely find a water source. You can definitely resurrect my mother, right? Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was silent. The child was innocent. He did not know resurrecting the dead was far more difficult than digging a well. But Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was the current venerable. The things that were impossible for others were possible for him. But he could not. He was an immortal venerable. He was Heavenly Court's immortal venerable. Thereupon, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable rubbed the child's head and sighed. This is not possible. No matter who it is, they will experience life and death. Your mother's death is just her reaching her final destination. Isn't it a kind of release? Cheer up and live on bravely and happily. I believe your mother will definitely want you to live like that. No, I don't want to. The child shook his head rapidly. I want my mother to revive. Genesis Lotus shook his head and sighed again. I cannot resurrect your mother. Why? You can clearly do it. The child opened his eyes, looking at Genesis Lotus with fury. Genesis Lotus shook his head, not speaking anymore. The child pointed at Genesis Lotus and shouted, I hate you. I hate you. Gu Master, you can clearly resurrect my mother, but you don't want to do it. You are too cold-blooded. You are really cruel. Is it because she is not your mother? If it were your mother, would you refuse so indifferently? Genesis Lotus sank into silence. He put himself in the child's place and thought, then came to a conclusion as he said with extreme sincerity, Yes, I will still do this. Everyone needs to accept death, no matter who they are. Because I know this is all fate's arrangements. To hell with your fate. The child roared. Do I care about your damned fate? I need my mother. I want my mother back. The child was quickly stopped by the nearby villagers. The villagers repeatedly apologized to Genesis Lotus. Genesis Lotus waved his head, expressing he did not mind it. He looked at the villagers stopping the madly struggling child when he suddenly went into a daze and his body shuddered. At this moment, he suddenly understood the reason why he felt a vague unease when he traveled around the world. Human hearts have changed. Their greed is insatiable. When humans became the rulers of the world, their desire was no longer about resisting the rule and suppression of variant humans. They had become increasingly insane and delusional. Genesis Lotus looked at the child in front of him dazedly as he came to a realization. Weren't the humans of the present age like the child in front of him? He was struggling wildly under the shackles of fate for an impractical wish. But was it truly impractical? Was resurrecting a dead person impossible? Genesis Lotus was aware that this was possible, but he could not do it. This was not allowed. However, does not being allowed mean that there won't be anyone doing it? Genesis Lotus suddenly felt loss and hesitation. A deep helplessness shrouded him. Even though he was a rank 9 venerable, the #1 person in his era, he could stop the people from doing this with all his strength. But what about after his death? Even if he used all his strength and energy in this life, and no one attempted to revive the dead, could he, Genesis Lotus, stop the people from having such thoughts? The most terrifying thing were these types of thoughts. How could he stop everyone's wishful thinking? He could not stop the desires that emerged in people's hearts. Duke Long was beaten to a pulp by Fang Yuan. At the start, he counterattacked with all his strength, but Fang Yuan endured Duke Long's counterattacks head-on with an unchanging expression. Duke Long's appearance was completely different now. His chest had caved in, his scales were scattered everywhere, and his aura had fallen sharply. Triple chi retraction. Duke Long roared again. His aura rose and his injuries recovered immediately. Bam bam bam. Fang Yuan still rained punches on Duke Long. Duke Long had just recovered his features when his face was messed up by Fang Yuan once again. Soon, his bones fractured and blood flowed out from everywhere. Duke Long did not retreat. He defended with all his strength while shouting, Triple chi retraction. His condition recovered once again. Reckless savages will cheered from the cape. Beat him, beat him, beat him hard, squeeze him dry. I want to see how much accumulation Heavenly Court has to be able to let him expend it like this. Ha ha. But Fang Yuan was calm all along, calculating the remaining strength of the 3 monsters combination. His strength was weakening constantly. Back when the 3 monsters had first appeared, the green fish was able to destroy all the bones in Duke Long's body with just one headbutt. But after many fierce battles and being struck by fate vanquished several times, the 3 monsters did not have much strength remaining. Fang Yuan activated incomplete freedom transformation and combined the strength of the 3 monsters, but all aspects of strength like defense, movement, and healing were being expended intensely. Comparing accumulation, it truly could not match Heavenly Court. Endless fist shadows converged. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his fist and struck with all his strength. Boom! A loud sound was heard as Fang Yuan's right fist lodged into Duke Long's face. The horrifying strength burst forth. Duke Long instantly lost consciousness and crossed the sky in a blink of an eye like a meteor before crashing heavily on the ground. He continued to fall deeper. His strong body pierced into Heavenly Court's ground and created an unprecedentedly deep crater. Duke Long was lying in the depths of the crater without moving. But triple chi retraction was activated once again. Another round of endless chi converged into him. Fang Yuan snorted and loosened his hand. A large handful of purple hair scattered with the wind. They were ripped out when he punched Duke Long. Fang Yuan analyzed calmly. Triple chi retraction was not activated by Duke Long. It was essentially a method left by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. Even if Duke Long lost his consciousness for the moment, triple chi retraction still continued to support Duke Long. Incomplete freedom transformation did not have much strength remaining. If this killer move was stopped midway, He could not use Reckless Savage Demon Venerable Strength to activate it again. Next time he used it, Fang Yuan would have to rely on his own strength. Duke Long had stopped temporarily. Fang Yuan immediately turned around and charged towards Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower had been continuing to move, but because of the interference from the 3 regions Gu Immortals, it was not able to go too far away from Fang Yuan. Stop him, stop him. Stop Fang Yuan. No matter the cost, we must stop him. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals charged towards Fang Yuan like moths flying towards fire. Yi Chaozi blocked the path. Fang Yuan's punch pierced through his wooden armor and killed him. Zhao Shan he pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan kicked, directly bursting his body. Vortex Space Boy screamed as he appeared behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan grabbed the tiny head with his fingers. He then clenched his fingers into a fist, forcibly turning Vortex Space Boy's head into a mush of blood and brain matter. Ha ha ha, this is the way. Kill them, rip them to shreds. Then, charge through the entire way. Inside the bloody cape, Reckless Savages will laugh loudly while waving his hands as he cheered on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't even think about it. Duke Long flew once again, trying to stop Fang Yuan. A palace suddenly appeared above him. Dragon Palace. The former lord of Dragon Palace, Wu Shuai's life seemed to be filled with tragedies. Dragon Man extermination was like an executioner's blade that was always hanging above his and the Dragon Man race's head. Dream revelations came time and time again. In order to settle the matter of Dragon Man extermination, he had to use rank 8 Dragon Palace while doing experiments on the Dragon Man body. But to do that, Wu Shuai alone was not enough. He gathered all of the Dragon Man Gu Immortals and told them the truth. He begged them for help. In the huge Dragon Palace, there was an unprecedented meeting. Almost all of the Dragon Man Gu Immortals had gathered together. To do experiments, we need a vast number of Dragon Men. Almost all these people will die. Even if they survive, they will wish they were dead. Thus, I cannot make this decision alone. If anyone objects, speak up now. I object. Immediately, someone stood out. Everyone turned to look. It was Wu Shuai's cousin, the beloved 7th young master that Duke Long doted on the most. 7th young master pointed at Wu Shuai, who was on his throne, as he scolded. You scoundrel! You are insane. In order to gain Heavenly Court's trust, you killed your most loyal sworn brother. To conceal the secret of Dragon Men reign supreme, you caused the death of your own father. To refine Dream Token Immortal Gu, you actually used your most beloved wife as the Gu material. Now, to deal with Dragon Man extermination, you even want to sacrifice all of your innocent Dragon Men and do experiments on them. Why is your heart so wicked? Why are you so cold-hearted? You think that this so-called evidence will make us believe you? Hee hee, you are too laughable. Do you think we are all fools? Hee. No, you are not laughable. You are pitiful and sad. You wanted to give your wife happiness, and in the end, you sacrifice her to refine a Gu. Hee hee hee. You wanted to make your father proud, and in the end, you killed him. You killed him with your own 2 hands. You promised Huang Wei a bright future. You gave him hope. But in the end, you killed him. And now, what future is there? Hee hee ha ha. 7th young master laughed maniacally. His tears were almost falling out. You tried so hard to lead the Dragon Man race to rise up, and in the end? In the end, the Dragon Man race is about to be wiped out. We are going to be extinct. It was you, it was you. If you were not ambitious and took over South Flower Island, relocating our people, developing rapidly, and causing conflict with the humans, why would all this happen? If the Dragon Man race lived quietly and peacefully, Ancestor would not have the intention of wiping us out. Wu Shuai, oh Wu Shuai, you are the strongest person in the Dragon Man race besides our ancestor. But what you gave us was not glory or hope. It was neither equality nor dignity. It was destruction. You are a real tragedy. Your whole life is a tragedy. The entire hall was silent. Wu Shuai sat on his dragon throne, expressionless. At this time, a Dragon Man Gu Immortal slowly walked out from the crowd and stood in front of Wu Shuai. He then turned to face the crowd. This Dragon Man Gu Immortal said in a deep voice, I support Lord Wu Shuai. 7th young master was astonished. Third uncle, you? A second Dragon Man Gu Immortal walked out of the crowd and stood in front of Wu Shuai and faced the Dragon Man Gu Immortals. This Dragon Man Gu Immortal said in a loud voice, I agree greatly with Lord Wu Shuai's plan. 7th young master was shocked. 5th uncle. Then, the 3rd, 4th, 5th person. All the Dragon Man Gu Immortals stood in front of Wu Shuai. In the blink of an eye, 7th young master was left all alone. He shouted in disbelief, Have you all gone insane? If this is insanity, then we are all lunatics. To become a lunatic like Renzu? I have no objections. Little 7th, do you still not understand? How big of a tragedy is it for our lives and deaths to be in the hands of others? Even if this person is our ancestor, our progenitor, he cannot do this. Wu Shuai slowly stood up from his dragon throne. His face was covered in tears. Everyone, I, Wu Shuai, hereby swear. Wu Shuai's voice was extremely hoarse. I will stand with the Dragon Man race regardless of survival or extermination. I will contribute my heart, my blood, and all the spirit and determination that I have. Even if I were to fail in the end, I will fight to the final moment of my life. Even if I die in the end, my spirit and determination will be inherited by others. Even if my spirit and determination are no longer in existence, even if only my name is left, I will continue to fight. I will never stop resisting. 1960 Destroying Fate. Boom. Under the amplification of heroes among people, Dragon Palace was barely able to ward off Duke Long. Get lost. At the next moment, Duke Long sent Dragon Palace flying with Dragon Claw Strike. Duke Long's field of vision became broad again, but he was not happy at all because Fang Yuan had already gotten close to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Not only him, Wu Yong, Bing Sichuan, Shun Tsongsheng, and others had also moved in like a fierce tide. This wave of offense was terrifying. Duke Long was already unable to block them in time, and looked at this sight with overwhelming anger. Right now, at this moment, even if Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom, it could not avoid this danger. Because Fang Yuan possessed dream path methods, Feng Jin Huang could restrain his methods, but she was only a Immortal Gu master. Her strength was insufficient to go against the current Fang Yuan. Use Fate Vanquish quickly, Duke Long shouted. The Gu Immortals inside Heaven Overseeing Tower shuddered and did not care about enemies or allies. They activated Fate Vanquish again with desperation and anxiety. The sky turned white. Light was everywhere. White light. It filled the entire world. All the space in this world was filled with white light. This was Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method. It used rank 9 Fate Gu as the core to activate a supreme killer move. Be they Heavenly Court or the 3 regions Gu Immortals, both sides were extremely familiar with this killer move. White light filled the whole battlefield ruthlessly, not differentiating enemies or allies. In an instant, regardless of which Immortal Gu house it was, they were all heavily injured or damaged. Damn it, damn it. Wu Yong gritted his teeth as blood flowed out of the corners of his lips. He felt his ambition melting like snow in the white light. This again, it is this move again. Whenever there is some breakthrough, Fate Vanquish will turn around the situation for Heavenly Court. Huh. Wu Yong's gaze suddenly focused before revealing a complex expression. There was still a blood-red trace remaining in the empty battlefield. What was that? It was a cape, fluttering like a war banner. Oh. Inside the cape, reckless savages will clenched his fists and beat his chest like an ape in heat. He was extremely excited, shouting wildly. This is it. This is it. Within heaven and earth, who else is there but me? At the crucial moment, you still need to rely on me. Cool, I am damn cool. If it were just the 3 monsters, they naturally would not be able to resist the power of Fate Vanquish easily. However, when they combined into one move and became connected to Fang Yuan as the core, using Fang Yuan's complete otherworldly demon identity, Fate Vanquish was no longer able to harm them. In the endless light, Fang Yuan's white robe, black hair, and bloody cape were fluttering wildly with the wind. He charged. He pushed forward. He did not stop at all. We still have hope. From within the retreating Calamity Luck altar, Bing Sichuan opened his eyes wide and stared at that bright red image moving in the white space. Shun Tsongsheng coughed out blood repeatedly as he fell from the sky. He was also looking at Fang Yuan, using all his strength to fix his gaze on him. He shouted inwardly, Fang Yuan, you damned demon. Everything depends on you now. Fang Yuan shot forward like a sharp arrow. He was like a star of calamity that rose to the sky from the ground, bringing chaos to the world and defying heaven itself. Charge, charge. The grandeur of men can be seen when they charge ahead. Oh yeah. Reckless savages will continue to shout as his voice rang in Fang Yuan's ears. Be they Duke Long, Feng Gu, Heavenly Court's Immortals, or the 3 regions Immortals, they forced their eyes open and fixed their gazes on Fang Yuan. Heaven and earth was a scene of pure white, and in this whiteness, the path seemed to be exceptionally long and endless, as if it spanned across history, from the past until now. Over 3 million years ago, when variant humans were in prosperity, there was an inconspicuous human slave. He was called Wei Yushu. He heard of Heavenly Court's location. He was not willing to be a slave anymore. He escaped and was chased after. His master berated him coldly. Wei Yushu, when I bought you back then, you were only a child who did not even know about cultivation. I taught you step by step and raised you into a Gu Immortal. Was it my protection and indulgence that allowed you to have such guts? Tell me, why did you betray me? Have I, Princess Yitong, mistreated you? You lived in luxury and peace. You only needed to serve me, and I have never treated you cruelly. Wei Yushu smiled sadly. But, Even if I lived a much better life, I was still only your slave. The female Inkman Immortal was furious. What is bad about becoming my slave? Many Inkmen want to live your life, but don't get such a chance. Wei Yushu was dazed for a moment before he spoke slowly. I did not think it was bad before, but when I heard there was a heavenly court in this world where humans live, I realized why I was always in low spirits and felt unhappiness. It was because I lacked one thing. I have read U003 CU003 The Legends of Ren 003 E003E. I am truly too stupid. I am even more stupid than those wingless birds, toothless beasts, gill-less fish. At least, they know they lost their freedom and are staking their lives to chase after freedom. But what about me? I did not even know I lost my freedom. So, you want to escape? You want to reach heavenly court? The female Inkman Immortal sneered. You are too naive. You actually believe in the temptation of these devils? Wei Yushu closed his eyes. His voice was hoarse. It is not that I believe it, but I want to believe it. Heavenly court was never the important point. Without heavenly court, there can be earthly court, or even human court. There will always be a place where a group of humans gather and pursue freedom. 1,000,000 years ago, Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who can do as they please in this world? Your thoughts are too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable and leading the righteous path would not need sacrifices? What is there in this world that has no price to pay for? How shallow do you think the words righteous path are? Wrong. Maintaining heavenly court's righteous path requires you to pay a price. It requires sacrifices. If you don't even have this sacrificial mentality, then I will tell you, you don't have the qualifications to enter heavenly court. Duke Long's brows raised, his face cold as ice. Who do you want to revive? Every person who sacrificed themselves for me. My parents, Lu Shuxian, and many others. Even if there are crueler tragedies, I will accept them. Master, disciple always had a question. Why? Why must we accept fate's arrangements? If there was no fate, would the world truly fall into chaos? Is it not possible that the world will become a better place? Hong Ting asked in an anxious tone. The current era. Duke Long looked at Feng Jin Huang and said solemnly, Huang Heir, you need to understand that you are the future great dream immortal venerable who will surpass all the past venerables. You will create dream path and be invincible in the whole world. Your glory will shine and spread for ages, becoming the eternal symbol and support of humanity. Don't fear, don't hesitate. Take each success to press forward indomitably until you reach the supreme peak of this world. Feng Jin Huang's eyes got brighter and brighter as she listened. She smiled with unparalleled beauty. Duke Long also smiled. Feng Jin Huang said, if all this is predestined by fate, then I do not believe in fate. Boom. Fang Yuan directly broke through the roof of heaven overseeing tower and entered inside. A heavenly court Gu Immortal inside stood up to stop him. Fang Yuan directly pierced his hands into his chest and pulled fiercely, ripping the heavenly court Gu Immortal into two halves. Blood splashed on Fang Yuan's face. His skin was white like snow, cold like ice. Blood splashed on Fang Yuan's black hair. The hair was like the night sky, letting out profound, eerie light. Blood splashed on Fang Yuan's blood cape. The cape was touching the ground like it was paving a bloody path for the tyrant's domination. Fang Yuan took large strides and reached the center of the top floor. Fate Gu was right in front of him. It had always been there, as if it were constantly receiving offerings that it had been receiving for millions of years. Fang Yuan grabbed Fate Gu. At this instance, even reckless savages will inside the cape was quiet, closing his mouth as he stared at Fang Yuan blankly. Because he realized, this was the moment of truth for the whole of humanity, no, for the whole world. At this time, Fang Yuan held Fate Gu in his hands. His gaze was flickering with complex emotions. He had finally caught Fate Gu. This was a scene which he had imagined countless times. His goal was achieved at this moment, but he did not think of himself and instead thought of U003 see the legends of Ren 003. Renzu said. He wanted freedom and to get rid of Fate's shackles. After that, he could go wherever he wanted to go and be with whoever he wanted to with forever. The birds berated him. You humans are destined to be alone. All gatherings will end up in separation. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies. Renzu said, I want freedom and to get rid of Fate's shackles. I will possess countless delicacies and wines, endless wealth, and all kinds of comfortable and beautiful clothes. The beasts ridiculed him. But you humans were born with empty hands and will pass away with nothing. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies. Renzu said, I want freedom and to get rid of Fate's shackles. I will breathe freely and live on forever. I want eternal life. The fishes rebutted. But you humans are destined to have no relation with eternal life. You will die of old age and illnesses. Oh human, you want to pursue freedom, but you also need to abide by your nature. You should not indulge in wild fantasies. Renzu was puzzled. Renzu was disgruntled. Renzu was irritated. Renzu became insane. How can you have such thoughts? Why can't I have the same thoughts? Why can't a human be together forever with their loved ones? Why can't a human live life without worries and have endless wealth? Why can't a human have eternal life? Because fate does not allow it? Because it does not allow, therefore I cannot do it? I cannot even think about it. On what basis? On what damn basis? On what basis am I not allowed to think about it? On what basis is eternal life forbidden? If such thoughts turn me insane, then let me become a lunatic. If such pursuit makes me demonic, then let me become a demon. Fang Yuan looked at Fake Gu and sneered coldly. He clenched his fist lightly. Crack. A soft sound echoed. Fake Gu was directly crushed into pieces. Rank 9 Fake Gu destroyed. The moment Fake Gu was destroyed, the whole battlefield returned to its previous state. The white light formed by Fate Vanquished Killer move disappeared completely. Crack crack. A series of crisp sounds echoed as countless cracks spread throughout Heaven Overseeing Tower. At the next moment, the whole of Heaven Overseeing Tower crumbled into pieces. The grand heavenly court fell into deathly silence. There was no trace of wind in the battlefield, but the Immortals felt a hurricane blowing in their hearts. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned into countless fragments that fell down along with Gu immortal corpses. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's painting path method turned into a ray of light that crossed the sky and flew far away. Fang Yuan ignored it and quietly floated in the air, looking at Duke Long, Feng Gu, and the rest. He had no expression and did not say anything. He only opened his palm slowly. Under everybody's vision killer move, everyone in the 5 regions saw the fragments of the destroyed Fake Gu. Fake Gu has been destroyed. We won. The 3 regions Gu Immortals looked at each other, seeing the astonishment and daze on each other's faces. Unbelievable, we really did it. This battle will definitely be remembered by later generations. After coming to their senses, the 3 regions Gu Immortals cheered wildly. On the contrary, Heavenly Court's remaining Gu Immortals had ashen expressions and were dazed like puppets. Fake Gu was Heavenly Court's banner, their spiritual pillar. It was more than a rank 9 Gu worm. Primordial origin Immortal Venerable had relied on this Gu to create the rule of humanity. It gave humans the hope of freedom and courage to revolt. After over 3 million years of inheritance and development, the significance of Fate Gu was much greater to Heavenly Court. It was Heavenly Court's foundation, a symbol, and also an eternally fluttering banner. But now, this banner was taken down and torn by Fang Yuan. Heavenly Court's Immortals felt that the pillar in their mind was taken away. Their world had collapsed. Even without the 3 regions Gu Immortals attacking or any external stimulation, they were dazed and did not know what they should do. Even Feng Gu was silent. His destiny song that had kept on resounding throughout the battlefield stopped at this moment. Far away, Feng Jinhuang was hiding in a secret underground Immortal Gu house. She was weeping silently. Fake Gu has been destroyed. How did this happen? Everyone clearly put in so much effort, not even hesitating to sacrifice themselves. Qin Dingling's gaze was blank. She was like a lifeless statue. The greatly damaged Demon Judgment Board rose to the sky. Fang Zheng, who was inside, looked at Fang Yuan with a highly complicated expression. Fang Yuan, you actually accomplished it. In Heavenly Court, in front of the venerable methods, you destroyed Fake Gu. So the gap between you and I is simply this big. This gap made Fang Zheng feel despair, but a strange thing was Fang Zheng did not feel bitterness at this moment. Instead, he felt a trace of relief. It was time to give up. A person like Fang Yuan was different from everyone from the start. Thinking of rivaling him was wishful thinking from the start, a delirious thought even. Damn it, we failed, Fate Gu has been destroyed. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals cried. They had used all their strength, given their everything. Some crawled out of their graves to fight, some held on till the end, but they still failed. We have really failed our comrades who sacrificed themselves. I am too ashamed to face my seniors. Shame surfaced on the Heavenly Court Immortals' faces. Many even had the impulse to kill themselves. Don't panic. At this moment, Duke Long suddenly spoke, his voice spreading throughout the battlefield, shaking every Gu Immortal's mind. Duke Long flew to the sky. His expression was solemn as he knew this was the crucial moment. Fate Gu had been destroyed. Duke Long could not afford to be upset or blame himself. He was the leader of Heavenly Court. He needed to try his hardest to deal with this issue. What made him anxious was that even the deeply experienced Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were shaken like this. What would the people all over the world think about this sight? If Fang Yuan's scheming and defeating Heavenly Court time and again earlier was like a heavy slap to Heavenly Court's face. Then Fang Yuan destroying Fake Gu was like shaking Heavenly Court's foundation completely, destroying the status and reputation Heavenly Court had accumulated for over 3 million years. Duke Long had to restore their morale and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan, you really think you destroyed Fake Gu? Duke Long suddenly laughed with no trace of listlessness. One could not sense any form of wavering in his tone. Fang Yuan did not reply and only slightly raised his hand as he looked at Duke Long immediately. The 3 regions Gu Immortals ridiculed. Duke Long, have you gone blind? You can't see the fragments of Fake Gu. Some of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals looked with bright gazes, a spark of hope rising in their hearts. Is the Fake Gu that Fang Yuan destroyed a replica? But Duke Long shook his head, still laughing. The destroyed Fake Gu is the real one. But Fang Yuan, even though Fake Gu is destroyed, has it really been destroyed forever? Can we not refine it once again? The Immortals were stupefied. Immortal Gu were unique. This was an irrefutable truth of the world. If I had an Immortal Gu, others could not possess the same one. But when this Immortal Gu was destroyed, others would have the chance to possess it. Fake Gu was destroyed by Fang Yuan now. This was an ironclad truth. But this was not a genuine ending because Heavenly Court could refine it again. Does Heavenly Court have Fake Gu's recipe? Shen Tsongsheng's expression was grim as he asked. Heavenly Court has held Fake Gu for over 3 million years. We had countless refinement path great experts and 3 immortal venerables in this period. Take a guess if our Heavenly Court has Fake Gu's recipe or not. Duke Long smiled, his entire body letting out confidence and calmness. Damn it, the 3 regions Gu Immortals were exasperated. Duke Long laughed. However, even if Heavenly Court did not have Fake Gu's Immortal Gu recipe, so what? Everyone, let me ask you, was the Fake Gu in the immemorial antiquity era refined by Rinzhu? Of course not. Qin Dingling replied. She understood Duke Long's intention, and her eyes shone with life again. Fake Gu was born from heaven and earth itself. Duke Long nodded. That's right. Immortal Gu are born from nature, which is why there are many wild Immortal Gu. Even if we cannot refine it, heaven and earth will refine Fake Gu. The new Fake Gu might be rank 6 or even rank 9 directly. Who can say for sure? This time, the 3 regions Gu Immortals looked at each other. After Duke Long mentioned this point, they suddenly realized that destroying Fake Gu might not be a big deal. If Fake Gu was destroyed, so be it, it could be refined again. Even if it is refined, we can destroy it again. A Gu Immortal shouted angrily, but even he himself did not have much confidence. To destroy Fake Gu this time, they had paid a huge price. Could such success really be replicated? Forget about anything else. Just the point that only an otherworldly demon could destroy Fake Gu blocked the path of many heroes and conquerors. Didn't even 3 demon venerables fail? Damn it! How could we have failed to notice this? A Gu Immortal was vexed, but thinking about it, he could blame himself for not considering everything properly. After all, invading Heavenly Court and destroying Fake Gu was already an enormous goal and could even be said to be wishful thinking. To realize this goal, the Gu Immortals had already exhausted their minds and energy. This was an impossible mission akin to a mortal ascending to heaven. Even if they used all their strength and had inexhaustible will, it was still difficult to achieve. Under such circumstances, who could afford to think of the matter after ascending to heaven? In fact, when Central Continent held the Refinement Path Convention and 4 regions Gu Immortals invaded, who could say for sure that they could destroy Fake Gu? No one. Even Fang Yuan. Even Venerables did not have such confidence. Everyone was giving it a try. After the attempt succeeded, the Gu Immortals were exulted. But what happens after realizing this goal? Duke Long's words were also the truth. The 3 regions Gu Immortals suddenly discovered that the price they paid, the battles, and the effort they invested were all in vain. Was it just an empty victory? The 3 regions Gu Immortals were silent, their expressions gradually turning unsightly. Wu Yong was sharp and sensed the change in people's hearts and the fallen morale. He immediately refuted coldly. Lord Duke Long, you have a sharp tongue. However, Heavenly Court's failure is still a failure. You took great pain to defend and even hide Fake Gu in Heavenly Court, yet we were still able to destroy it. In the future, even if you obtain Fake Gu again, so what? In fact, you need to be careful. Otherwise, when heaven and earth gives birth to the new Fake Gu, you won't be able to refine it yourselves. At that time, Fake Gu will become a wild Immortal Gu. Anyone will be able to possess it. It might not necessarily be obtained by your Heavenly Court anymore. The 3 regions Immortals' eyes brightened and their morale soared. Duke Long was smiling calmly. Wu Yong, you are not wrong about it at all. Let's say Fake Gu becomes a wild Immortal Gu and is obtained by one of you. So what? Can you all use it? Do you know how to use it? Even Wu Yong could not reply to this question. Duke Long smiled proudly. Fake Gu can never be used by Gu Immortals. Before the remote antiquity era, It was held by variant humans, but they could not use it. Over 3 million years, my heavenly court had several immortal venerables, but no one could directly use this Gu. Countless geniuses racked their minds and then conceptualized heaven overseeing tower. It took 3 million years for us to research a killer move that could make use of Fate Gu, and that is Fate Vanquish. Do you understand the killer move Fate Vanquish? Do you know how to construct heaven overseeing tower? The 3 regions Gu Immortals fell into silence. Duke Long continued. Only heavens can use Fate Gu. Back then, for the sake of humanity, star constellation Immortal Venerable did not hesitate to sacrifice herself and merged with heaven's will, disturbing and influencing heaven's will. Which is why humanity that rose 3 million years ago is still flourishing now. We remained as the rulers of the world. And my heavenly court built the immortal graveyard to support star constellation's will. Heavenly court members all chose to hibernate in the immortal graveyard to provide constant help for star constellation's will. Only then are we able to influence Fate Gu and thus influence the position of humanity in the whole world. Among you, who can achieve this? Duke Long swept his gaze throughout the battlefield. The 3 regions Gu Immortals were silent, while Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals stood proudly. Someone even added arrogantly, no one. In the vast 5 regions, only Heavenly Court can accomplish this. No, you are wrong, Duke Long. Bing Sichuan's retort came from inside Calamity Luck Altar. Even if we are unable to use Fate Gu, we can use it as a Gu refinement material to refine Destiny Gu. Fate Gu cannot be controlled by others, but Destiny Gu can. This is the plan of our Lord, Giant Sun, Immortal Venerable. Duke Long looked towards Calamity Luck Altar and gave a disdainful smile. Even if you refine Destiny Gu, does it mean Fate Gu won't exist? Bing Sichuan was unable to reply. If Fate Gu was used as a Gu material, when Longevity Heaven refined Destiny Gu, Fate Gu would be used up. In the future, there could still be a new Fate Gu. Duke Long sighed. No matter what you do, Fate Gu will still exist. Even if it destroyed now, it will appear again in the future. As long as it appears, will your efforts today have any meaning? The 3 regions Gu Immortals were silent. Of course there is meaning. Duke Long answered himself with solemnness and hatred. The meaning of this is to give a chance for variant humans to rise up, for them to create an unimaginably bad influence on humanity. You cannot use Fate Gu, and how long will it take for you to refine Destiny Gu? You don't even have an incomplete Gu recipe of Fate Gu. Once Fate Gu reappears, it will be controlled by heaven's will. Humanity will decline and variant humans will rise. And the one who led to this is all of you. Duke Long berated and suddenly pointed towards Fang Yuan. Especially you. You are the greatest evil. You destroyed the immortal graveyard. Star constellations won't be able to interfere with heavens like before. If humanity is exterminated in the future, you will be the main culprit behind everything. Fang Yuan. Oh Fang Yuan, you think you obtained victory by destroying Fate Gu? At best, this is only a giant joke. My heavenly court thinks for humanity in all aspects. We offered our blood and sweat for the benefits of humanity, even sacrificing ourselves. And you people, for your own selfish interests, destroyed the great position that my heavenly court had maintained meticulously for millions of years. My heavenly court can refine Fate Gu again in the future. We can refine it secretly. We won't let the 5 regions know of Fate Gu's refinement. Will you find out about it? Can you all stop us in time? Even if you stop us the 2nd or the 3rd time. What about after that? Who can guarantee you can stop us from refining it again and again? We will only refine rank 6 Fate Gu. It is far easier than restoring it to rank 9. Also, every time we fight because of Fate Gu, humanity will suffer heavy losses and greatly expend its foundation. This will give variant humans the opportunity to rise up against us. Duke Long lamented with deep emotions as he said this. Who is this old man? I did not know that Heavenly Court did so many things in consideration for our entire human race. Why did they invade Heavenly Court? What were these Gu Immortals thinking? These people are all demons. They disregarded the big picture for their own interests. They are accursed sinners. The 5 regions mortals resonated with Duke Long. Most of the mortals had extremely little understanding of the Gu Immortal world. And the Gu Immortals scattered in the 5 regions were also silent when they heard Duke Long. Heavenly Court was powerful. Heavenly Court was domineering. Heavenly Court occupied almost all the cultivation resources of Central Continent. Heavenly Court's ambition stretched extremely far and actively interfered in major events of the other 4 regions. But no one was able to deny Heavenly Court's contribution in protecting humanity. This was a fact. This is somewhat troublesome. Although it felt extremely satisfying to destroy Fate Gu, there is some emptiness after the adrenaline rush. This is a bit of a problem. Inside the blood cape, reckless savages mumbled while holding his head. Duke Long, are you done? Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent. After destroying Fate Gu, this was the first time he spoke and broke the silence. Duke Long looked at Fang Yuan. His brows furrowed as he started feeling uneasy. Fang Yuan was too calm. According to Fang Yuan's intelligence, how could he not see the crucial point? Duke Long tried to think from another perspective. If he were Fang Yuan, he would definitely use all his strength to attack and not give the enemies the chance to speak. Because once Duke Long spoke, he would create this current situation. Indeed, Duke Long's words restored Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals' morale and also suppressed the enemy's spirit. He also raised Heavenly Court's prestige, and it was simply turning the situation around. Duke Long was worthy of being the leader of Heavenly Court. He not only possessed terrifying strength worthy of the main pillar at the crucial time, he could even lead and boost morale, changing people's hearts. How could Fang Yuan not see this? But he did not stop Duke Long. Duke Long could even vaguely see a trace of anticipation in his eyes. So what was Fang Yuan anticipating? At the next moment, Fang Yuan chuckled. "Oh, Duke Long, who told you that destroying Fate Gu meant the end of this battle? You seem to have forgotten someone." Duke Long's pupils shrank as he realized something. He followed Fang Yuan's gaze and saw a river. That was a phantom silhouette of the River of Time. Calamity Luck Altar carried Red Lotus Demon Venerable's method, Call of the Ancient. From the start of the battle, this killer move's power had condensed into a phantom river of time in Heavenly Court. Northern Plains past Gu Immortal experts walked out from this phantom river and created an extremely huge threat to Heavenly Court. But as the battle continued, the phantom river of time seemed to have gradually grown powerless as fewer and fewer of Northern Plains experts were summoned. At the late stage of the battle, this phantom river of time seemed to be motionless and showed no traces of new figures emerging. However, when Fang Yuan destroyed Fate Gu, this phantom river of time seemed like a beast that had broken free of its shackles. It started surging wildly and turbulently. Swish, swish, swish. The river water surged, raising astonishing waves. A figure walked out slowly and naturally from the giant waves. All the immortals present heard his voice. "In my youth, I shined in the light of spring. Horses trampled on flowers as fragrance of wine spread. Love and hatred came with the waves. Summer cicadas sang as I woke up in the middle of the night. Planting red lotuses in the river of time, going back in time with my tears run dry. Through the vicissitudes of life, I return to this stage. The myriad beings anticipate a life unbound by fate." He had the appearance of a young man. His gaze seemed to have experienced countless vicissitudes. He wore a red robe. His face was pure as jade. His eyes were bright like stars, and his skin was white as snow. He walked out from the phantom river of time and stepped into Heavenly Court's battlefield. Everyone watched. There was complete silence all around. His gaze moved around before fixing on Duke Long's body. Duke Long shook. His expression was extremely complicated as he opened his mouth. His lips moved, but no words came out. The young man smiled. "Master, have you been well?" 1962, I have Destiny Immortal Gu's recipe. Wow, this person came out of the river. Why is there a river in the sky? The young man who walked out is really handsome. I still think that the fairy in the red cape looks nicer. Because of the killer move, everybody's vision, the mortals of the 5 regions saw this scene. They discussed enthusiastically and rowdily. Mortals and Gu masters might not understand the severity of the situation, but most of the Gu immortals knew who this mysterious young man was. At once, Gu immortals of the 5 regions were shaken. It was as if a world-destroying tornado was rampaging in their hearts. This Gu immortal, it can't be. Is he Red Lotus Demon Venerable? Among the generations of venerables, Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the most mysterious one. Back then, Heavenly Court used everything to nurture him, but their efforts were in vain. Not only did Red Lotus not become an immortal venerable, he even became a demon venerable, betraying the righteous path and damaging Fate Gu. There was also the problem of the Dragon Man race mixed within this. Heavenly Court had to disregard costs and make information path great experts use their most profound methods to eliminate the influence of this event. Moreover, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had constantly been reborn. He changed his style of action and wanted to preserve Heavenly Court's reputation for the sake of his master. He started to act secretly in the dark. Thus, most Gu immortals did not know the true appearance of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, but they all heard the mysterious young-looking Gu immortal called Duke Long his master. He had also walked out of the phantom river of time. Everyone knew that Duke Long was the master of Red Lotus. But why did this happen? Didn't Red Lotus Demon Venerable die? He might be a new disciple of Duke Long. The Gu immortals of the 5 regions were uncertain, but Heavenly Court's battlefield was full of experienced experts. There were many super forces behind them that had secretive information regarding Red Lotus Demon Venerable. They knew quite a lot of things. Thus, be they Heavenly Court or the 3 regions Gu immortals, They looked at the young Gu Immortal while dazed like rocks. They were numb from shock. They recognized the young Gu Immortal's identity. It was really Red Lotus Demon Venerable. The three regions Gu Immortals were shaken. Red Lotus Demon Venerable was the disciple of Duke Long. Seeing his attitude towards Duke Long, it still carried concern and respect. Heavenly Court did not dare to act rashly. After all, Red Lotus Demon Venerable had invaded Heavenly Court in the past, damaging Fake Gu. After that, in order to repair Fake Gu, Heavenly Court spent over 1,000,000 years, countless resources, and manpower. They managed to repair it in the end, but it was a pity that Red Lotus inheritor, Fang Yuan, destroyed it. It was truly infuriating. And most importantly, there was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's cultivation level. He was a venerable with rank 9 battle strength. Once he appeared, who could face him in combat? Even the powerful Duke Long, even the colossal Di Zongsheng, even Fang Yuan who wore the blood battle cape, were no match for the rank 9 Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Nobody held any doubt regarding this. The young-looking Red Lotus guessed everyone's thoughts. He walked on thin air as he got to the center of the battlefield. He smiled. Everyone, no need to worry. I have already died. Now that Fake Gu is destroyed while Call of the Ancient has barely any power left, I am merely Red Lotus Will. Red Lotus Will was vivid and solid like it was the real person. But upon close inspection, one would realize that there were differences between it and an actual Gu Immortal. The Immortals managed to discern this as they let out sighs of relief. Red Lotus did not lie. This was his will, not his main body. His reputation was too great. He appeared in a shocking manner. Everyone could not help but think of it as the worst-case situation. After Red Lotus informed them, they realized the truth. The bad feeling in Duke Long's heart was getting heavier. Duke Long snorted coldly, shouting, "Red Lotus, even though you have died, you are still not willing to give up that heretical thought? You won this time. Thanks to you. Fake Gu has been destroyed by your chosen pawn." Red Lotus shook his head. "Master, this is not a win." "Precisely so. I had to show up." "What are you trying to do?" Duke Long frowned. The bad feeling in his heart intensified. Red Lotus replied with action. His body flickered as he appeared before Fang Yuan instantly. Fang Yuan looked at Red Lotus Will with a calm expression. His gaze was dark like the night sky. He had very deep ties with this venerable. The spring Autumn Cicada that he had used to turn situations around many times was the time path Immortal Gu created by this person. "You did very well. I am sure you've guessed what I am going to do now." Red Lotus Will smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan replied, "Somewhat. Even though Fake Gu is destroyed, the truth is that to use it as a Gu material to refine Destiny Gu, we will need an otherworldly demon like you. Thanks to someone's help, you finally became a complete otherworldly demon." Red Lotus Will said this as he looked far away, towards the periphery of the battlefield where Spectral Soul and his servants were hiding. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan were perspiring profusely. Even though this was just Red Lotus Will, he was simply too terrifying, finding out their hiding spot with one glance. At the hiding spot, Spectral Soul had already returned to human form. He looked at Red Lotus Will with a complex expression. This was not the first time he had met Red Lotus Will. His memories surfaced from the depths of his mind. Back then, he became a soul path venerable. He entered the river of time to explore its secrets. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cultivated soul path, with his foundation, he could freely enter and exit the river of time. As the mysterious fog appeared, a stone Lotus Island appeared in front of him of its own initiative. He stepped onto the stone Lotus Island as Red Lotus Will smiled and invited him. "I have been waiting, Spectral Soul. Let us make a deal." Spectral Soul Demon Venerable agreed to the transaction. Therefore, he learned of Fake Gu, and also the truth behind the historical invasion of Heavenly Court by the 3 demon venerables. He gave up on the plan to attack Heavenly Court. He went to design and create sovereign immortal fetus Gu instead. Red Lotus Will looked at Spectral Soul, using his gaze as an indication. "It is time to carry out our transaction." Spectral Soul chuckled as he ordered Old Man Zheng Yuan. "Gather all of the human will. Send it all to Fang Yuan." Old Man Zheng Yuan immediately moved. At once, the vast amount of human will from Heavenly Court surged. These wills were of all varieties and colors. They were filled with ugly desires or beautiful dreams. One could indulge in them and lose their way. They were beautiful and ugly at the same time. People wanted them but also hated them. Red Lotus Will looked at the vast amount of will that resembled a rainbow sea. He turned around and smiled at Fang Yuan before entering the ocean of human will personally. The human wills engulfed him instantly. Next, fire started burning out of nowhere, resembling blazing red lotuses that burned the sea of wills. Duke Long saw this and became enraged. This was not something a mere will could achieve. "Red Lotus, back then when you attacked Heavenly Court, you actually left this arrangement behind. Before he finished speaking, Duke Long flew up, wanting to destroy the human wills. Don't even think about it. Wu Shuai was prepared for this. He manipulated Dragon Palace to stop him. Both sides fought. Dragon Palace was soon forced to retreat. What are you all waiting for? Duke Long shouted at all the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals jolted. They started to approach Fang Yuan in the vast sea of wills. The three regions Gu Immortals were not going to watch. A huge battle erupted again. No matter what Red Lotus is doing, it must be disadvantageous to Heavenly Court. This is something we want to see. Wu Yong's eyes shined with bright light. He shot out countless wind blades around him. Dizong Sheng roared angrily. It coiled his body around Fang Yuan and the human wills, resisting killer moves using its body as a shield, growling in pain but refusing to retreat. Bing Sai Chuan rode in Calamity Luck Altar as he resisted Demon Judgment Board. He had a complex gaze. It looked like Red Lotus Demon Venerable was going to refine Destiny Gu as well. This went against Longevity Heaven's goal, but he could not stop it or retreat now. He had to fight first. The flames burned the human wills, emitting a dense, sharp fragrance. After Red Lotus will fused into the human wills, the vast sea of wills cooperated with Fang Yuan, entering the flames. Lumps of flames spread out, quickly expanding into a sea of fire. The surrounding temperature rose. If rank 6 Gu Immortals were not putting up a defense, they would instantly melt due to the flames. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply. The bloody cape protected him. He stood in the sea of fire, but he did not make a move. A Heavenly Court Gu Immortal could not help but laugh. Fang Yuan is not making a move. He looks like he does not have Destiny Immortal Gu's recipe. Fang Yuan looked at the person who was speaking from within the flames. He smiled coldly as his tone carried a hint of pity. I do not have it, but here in this battlefield, somebody does. Who? The fighting Immortals all had this question in their heads. Find them and kill them. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals subconsciously had such thoughts. Find them and protect them. The three regions Gu Immortals instantly made their decision. Fang Yuan silently shifted his gaze towards Feng Gu. Feng Gu also looked at him. The two looked at each other through the sea of fire. They stared at each other as if the surrounding fights in the battlefield were far away from them. Feng Gu breathed in deeply. He slowly shut his eyes. Next, he opened his mouth and started to sing. The tune of Destiny song spread throughout the battlefield. Feng Gu has attacked again. Let's kill Fang Yuan. Let's exterminate the human will. Exterminate the human will first. Fang Yuan is secondary. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals were energized, but at the next moment, they screamed in shock. They were not powered up by Destiny's song. Instead, the three regions Gu Immortals gained a boost in strength. Feng Gu, what are you doing? Duke Long was furious and shocked. He turned around and looked at Feng Gu like a furious blood dragon. Father! Feng Jinhuang's voice was filled with utter shock. It could be heard clearly as well. Feng Gu, why are you doing this? You betrayed Heavenly Court. How dare you? How can you do this? Qin Dingling screamed in a shrill voice. She was extremely furious. In order to nurture Feng Gu, she had even given him her responsive luck Immortal Gu. But Feng Gu actually repaid her like this. Feng Gu had a calm expression. He did not stop singing. At this very moment, he betrayed Heavenly Court unhesitantly, joining Fang Yuan and the three regions' allied forces. 1963 Feng Gu's Red Lotus True Inheritance, the tune of Destiny song, filled the battlefield, but at this moment, Feng Gu's opponent was Heavenly Court. Regardless of the shock and perplexity of both sides, Feng Gu was immersed in his own singing. At the same time, memories surfaced in his mind. During the second invasion of Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan set up a formation in the Blessed Land. Feng Gu and Chun Yi were isolated. Feng Gu faced Fang Yuan alone. My Gu worms are vanishing mysteriously. How can this be? This should be a theft path method. Is it Fang Yuan's method or this formation's? Feng Gu was shocked. Because Fang Yuan had theft path methods, Feng Gu was at a disadvantage. As time passed, his Gu worms got stolen one by one. Among them were several sound path Immortal Gu. Feng Gu's battle strength fell greatly. He had to choose to use fixed immortal travel Immortal Gu to escape for now. Suppress space Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan suddenly used his prepared method. Feng Gu failed to escape. Immortal Killer Move, Great Thief Ghost Hand. Next, Fang Yuan even stole the fixed immortal travel that he was after. Feng Gu's heart turned icy cold. He knew that he was in a desperate situation. But at this moment, he received Fang Yuan's secret transmission. Oh Feng Gu, I will not kill you. I will not steal Fate Armor Immortal Gu either. You and I are not on the same side. But you and Heavenly Court are not aligned in beliefs either. Face your true inner self. What do you truly want? Let me ask you, have you started comprehending Destiny's song already? Feng Gu initially thought that this was a trap by Fang Yuan to affect his fighting spirit and determination, but soon he became very perplexed. Fang Yuan actually slowed down his attacks. He stopped forcing him. This made Feng Gu think involuntarily. What does Fang Yuan mean by this? He knows I have fate armor Immortal Gu. He reacted so perfectly when we attacked Lang Yu blessed land this time. He made ample preparations. Does this mean he used spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth? If he really is reborn, what happened in the previous life? From his words, why does it seem like I will diverge from heavenly court? At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted again. Oh Feng Gu, I know you are full of questions and suspicions. Don't worry, as time passes, you will understand what I mean. Next, I will open the formation and give Chun-Yi the false impression that he broke it. I am sure he will teleport you away. We will meet again, Feng Gu. Fang Yuan, explain yourself clearly. Feng Gu transmitted. But at the next moment, an explosion occurred as the formation space that was isolated became connected. Chun-Yi saw Feng Gu in danger and quickly shouted loudly. Hang on. I'm coming. Be careful. The enemy has a way to steal Gu worms. Feng Gu hesitated briefly before immediately giving Chun-Yi critical information. During the fight, Fang Yuan attacked ferociously. He critically injured Feng Gu. Fate armor Immortal Gu was activated. In order to save Feng Gu, Chun-Yi used karma relocation. Feng Gu was shocked. Fang Yuan was right. Chun-Yi really had a way to send me out. Feng Gu, you managed to escape this time, but next time will be different. Fang Yuan had a plain expression. This sentence had a different meaning when it was heard by Feng Gu. In the Battle of Lang Yu blessed land, heavenly court lost. After the battle, Feng Gu considered Fang Yuan's words. He could have killed me, but he did not take my life. Why? Fang Yuan is a demon with a ruthless and vicious personality. He only cares about benefits. He let me go. There is only one reason. I will be a big help to him in the future. But I am a Central Continent member, a prospective member of Heavenly Court, the Dao guardian of my daughter Feng Jinhuang. Don't tell me. There will be conflict between me and Heavenly Court. If Fang Yuan is reborn from the future, does that mean that in his previous life, I opposed Heavenly Court, I was his natural ally? As he held such concerns, Feng Gu did not inform Fairy Ziwei of this situation. The thing that moved him the most was the Destiny song that Fang Yuan mentioned. Destiny song. Feng Gu had a vague sensation and inspiration, but his inspiration was too faint and far away. He could not grab onto it. But he knew that this was a direction. He continued to explore it, soon gaining some fragmented comprehension. Until one day, when he was stationed at Embroidered Tower, he looked at the 3 bloody skins left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. All of the comprehension that he had during this period underwent a qualitative transformation. Feng Ji's soul was deeply stirred. He could not help but smile. It seems that my next song will be Destiny Song. In the Battle of the River of Time, Fang Yuan and Feng Gu met again. How is the creation of Destiny Song going? They fought intensely on the surface, but Fang Yuan was secretly transmitting to him. Feng Gu. Fang Yuan, what is it that you know? Come to the River of Time more often. You should have realized that being here greatly helps your comprehension and creation of Destiny Song. But the most helpful thing is still the Red Lotus true inheritance on the Stone Lotus Island. Fang Yuan said. What do you mean? Feng Gu asked. According to my estimations, that should be a true inheritance that Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially left behind for you. It will help you greatly. Fang Yuan said. Feng Gu hesitated for a moment before answering. I will not owe you this favor without repaying it. Let me tell you this. In Heavenly Court's Embroidered Tower, there are 3 true inheritances left behind by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable. Each one requires a key. They are Attitude Gu, Mutation Gu, and Adaptation Gu. Oh, a sharp light flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. He did not think that Feng Gu was lying. The items were inside Heavenly Court. There was no need to lie. Back then, to repay the favor of saving him in the winds of assimilation, Feng Gu blocked Wu Yang's assault. Now, it also fitted Feng Ji's nature to expose this secret true inheritance to him. In this battle, Fang Yuan still let him go, causing Feng Gu to survive again. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention started. Multiple battlefields were created as Gu Immortals fought intensely. At such a crucial timing, Feng Gu was instead inside the River of Time. That really is a Stone Lotus Island. Feng Gu was shook internally. The Stone Lotus Island within the mist appeared in front of him, as Fang Yuan had predicted. He saw Red Lotus Will on the island. Red Lotus Will smiled. You are finally here, Feng Gu. This is the true inheritance that I left specially for you. Feng Gu frowned. No matter how much you give me, it will not change my stance. Red Lotus Will shook his head. I had never thought of bribing you. Your choice is your own decision. I just feel that this true inheritance should be left to you. Of course, you can refuse to take it. Even if you destroy it, I am not going to stop you. Feng Gu believed in himself. After considering it, he decided to accept the true inheritance. He immersed himself in a certain segment of the memories of Red Lotus life. Red Lotus was undergoing tribulation, trying to get to rank 9 Venerable Realm. The terrifying might of the calamities and tribulations made Feng Gu extremely shocked and fearful. After the tribulation was over, only half of the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals who helped Red Lotus were alive. The most painful thing to Red Lotus was that his wife Lu Shuxian had died. This was his most beloved woman. Don't leave me, Shuxian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian as tears poured down his face. Lu Shuxian smiled. It's no use, I have been struck by the tribulation. Having a trace of my soul left to take a final look at you is already an enormous fortune. How could I possibly ask for more? I am useless. I am useless. I underwent tribulation but implicated you. Hong Ting's head was lowered with tears rolling down his eyes. No, Hong Ting. That tribulation could only have been blocked by my special physique. Even if you all sacrificed your lives, you would only have failed. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you. It was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I suddenly understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have accomplished it. No, Xian, I would rather not be an immortal venerable. I only want you to live. I only want you to live. Hong Ting roared helplessly. His body was shaking and his tears were falling. Everything and everyone in this world has its own respective fate. It is fixed. Hong Ting, you cannot have such thoughts. You need to live on properly. Your fate is to become an immortal venerable, lead heavenly court, and spread the glory of the righteous path throughout the 5 regions. Do you know? I had always been wanting to see that scene, standing by your side and accompanying you as you bring fortune to the world with invincible might. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Lu Shuxian's life force gradually fell until she died. Hong Ting's head was lowered and his back was bent deeply like an old man. A heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. Incomparable grief. It was as if his heart had died. Regret Gu formed in Red Lotus Immortal aperture. He decided to change everything. For the sake of this, he turned on Duke Long and Heavenly Court. He went on the opposite path. Red Lotus used Spring Autumn Cicada to rebirth tens or hundreds of times. The tribulation faded. This time, even though Lu Shuxian was heavily injured, she still had 1 breath left. Xian, you are still alive. You are still alive. This is great. Red Lotus was overjoyed. Guh. Lu Shuxian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her last breath was used up. Xian. Red Lotus was shocked. He looked at Lu Shuxian's corpse in a daze as his eyes turned red. I can still do it. I can see hope. As long as I continue working hard, I will definitely become strong enough to save Xian's life. A fierce light flashed in Red Lotus' eyes. He muttered to himself as if he had gone into a demonic trance. Rebirth after rebirth, he continued to be reborn. Using the advantage of rebirth, he got stronger and stronger. He became more capable of handling different situations. He had abundant experience. He made use of every portion of resources and elevated his strength to his greatest limit. However, like an endless loop, each time, he had to face the tribulation of becoming a venerable. The scale and might of the tribulation was adjusted according to the changes that happened to Red Lotus. This made sure that the result of the tribulation had never changed. Those Gu Immortals that should have died still died, including Lu Shuxian. Red Lotus continued to try without giving up. 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. He analyzed, he calculated, he maximized the value of every single resource he had. He asked for all the help he needed from Heavenly Court to the best of their ability. Xian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian gave him a final glance. It is great that you are safe. After saying that, she died. Xian. Red Lotus hugged Lu Shuxian again. Lu Shuxian did not have the strength to talk. She exerted her strength and wanted to raise her hand to touch Red Lotus' face, but she did not succeed. Midway, her arms fell to the ground. Xian. Red Lotus shouted furiously. He watched as Lu Shuxian was reduced to ashes. Within the lightning tribulation. Shuxian. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shuxian, who was badly poisoned. His footsteps slowed down. Lu Shuxian's entire body was black-purple. Poisonous blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She smiled pitifully. Hong Ting, don't be sad because of me. All the sacrifices are worth it. You must become a venerable. You will lead Heavenly Court and the whole of humanity. These were her final words. Red Lotus stopped walking. He stared at the pool of poisonous water formed from Lu Shuxian's corpse. He held his fist as he gritted his teeth. She died again. I need to continue working harder. Shuxian. After the tribulation, Red Lotus flew towards Lu Shuxian again. Lu Shuxian shook her head. She was pale. I am going to die. I can no longer accompany you, my most beloved. It will depend on the situation to see if you die. Let me check. Red Lotus had not given up. I know my own condition. Listen to me. At the final moment of my life, I want to tell you. Lu Shuxian's aura got weaker as she spoke weakly with pauses in the middle. Red Lotus did not listen to her. He was focused on inspecting her body condition. The result was that there was no way to save her. By the time he reacted, Lu Shuxian, who was in his arms, had already died. There must be some way. I can definitely improve further. Red Lotus reminded himself. Attempts after attempts, failure after failure. It was as if Hong Ting was trapped, no matter what method he used. Even if he avoided the tribulation, Lu Shuxian still died. Feng Gu watched Red Lotus fail time and time again. He repeated attempts after attempts. An intense feeling of sadness and grief accumulated in his heart. He watched as Red Lotus screamed. He watched as Red Lotus got agitated. He watched as Red Lotus gritted his teeth. He watched as Red Lotus left in hatred, as he went through another cycle of rebirth. Each time, Red Lotus carried hope, but he gained disappointment instead. The tribulation to become venerable was unavoidable. He could not give up on it, but he could not control it either. Lu Shuxian was a wall that could not be avoided. Each time Red Lotus was reborn, he would need to accept this cruel fact. Each time he tried, he would see his beloved woman die in the end. Each time he got injured, the pain in his heart would be the same as physical pain on his body. But Red Lotus still continued to rebirth. It was as if he were holding a knife to his heart, stabbing at it continuously. Even though Feng Gu held deep admiration and sympathy for Red Lotus, he alerted himself to control his emotions. This might be a venerable method after all. As an observer, Feng Gu kept a cool perspective. He gradually realized. In the initial stages, Red Lotus would still scream at heaven in great agony whenever she died. But towards the later stages, Red Lotus stubbornly analyzed the situation with a rational mind. His expression was dark. At the final stage, Red Lotus' efficiency got higher and higher. Whenever he saw that Lu Shuxian could not be saved, he would instantly rebirth without any hesitation. Finally, there was one attempt. Lu Shuxian fell on the ground. The bones in her entire body were broken. She laid in a pool of blood with her final breath left. Red Lotus descended rapidly, quickly approaching her. Hong Ting, I am going to die. You must. Lu Shuxian smiled, watching as Red Lotus rapidly approached her. Red Lotus had a cold expression. He looked at her impassively. There is no saving you. I failed again, but it is all right. I will never give up. I am going to try once more. Lu Shuxian was shocked. Hong Ting, what are you saying? Red Lotus turned around and left as Lu Shuxian, who was behind him, called out with her dying breath. Hong Ting. Red Lotus moved quickly initially, but when he heard Lu Shuxian's desperate cry, his footsteps slowed down as he came to a halt. He looked down at his two hands. In the deathly silence, Red Lotus stared with wide eyes. His body started to shake. Suddenly, he felt like he could see himself. At this moment, he felt utter shock. There was a sense of immense fear in him. 1964 Red Lotus death. Why? Why did I become such a scary person? In the past, Hong Ting would feel grief at Lu Shuxian's death. He would feel regret and hatred. He would hug Lu Shuxian's corpse as he knelt on the ground, crying his heart out. But now, facing Lu Shuxian's death, seeing the final moment of Lu Shuxian's life, towards the lover who only wanted to spend her final breath talking to her most beloved, Red Lotus turned around and left. Was this Lu Shuxian, not the real Lu Shuxian? Of course she was real. Red Lotus was clear about this. She was still her, that same Lu Shuxian. Regardless of how many times Red Lotus was reborn, her determination and actions had never changed. She was willing to sacrifice herself to protect her lover. She used her life to block his venerable tribulation. But Lu Shuxian was still Lu Shuxian, but Hong Ting was no longer the same Hong Ting. Since when did it start? Since when did I turn into this? Red Lotus asked his inner self. This question was not hard at all. He soon found the answer. His countless rebirths, his countless attempts, the countless times Lu Shuxian died, and the countless times he received disappointment. His heart was hurt time and again. He bled each time. Before the scab formed, Hong Ting tore open his wounds once more. He was hurt too many times. He felt pain too many times. He regretted too many times. Too many times indeed. Eventually, he got used to it. He became gradually numb. Thus, he started to calculate with precision. Thus, he started to analyze rationally. He used every resource he had to strengthen himself and equip himself. He tried different methods in search of the strongest and most likely solution to preserve Lu Shuxian's life when he underwent his tribulation. When he started to think rationally, when he started to feel rational about Lu Shuxian's death, even though he forced himself to be rational at the start, he changed. Next, slowly, step by step, he turned into someone that he did not recognize. This person made him feel extremely shocked and fearful, followed by a deep sense of helplessness. This scene left an extremely deep impression in Feng Gu. Red Lotus stood on the spot, lowering his arms. He was young, but his back was hunched, like an old man about to die. Silently, 2 trails of tears flowed down his cheeks. Silently weeping. Behind Red Lotus, there was Lu Shuxian, who called him with her dying breath, hoping that he would turn around, so that she could see her most beloved person at the final moment of her life. But Red Lotus did not turn around to look at her. Red Lotus no longer loved her. After all, if he really loved this person in his heart, and she was about to die, would he coldly turn around to leave? Of course he would not. Even though his goal was to use rebirth to save Lu Shuxian, that was only a deeply rooted objective that he had. The reason behind it was no longer love. It was truly laughable. He wanted to save the most beloved person in his life, but along the way, Red Lotus lost his love. No matter how many times Lu Shuxian died, she did not betray him. She sacrificed herself for him. But Red Lotus himself had changed. He betrayed his past self. He betrayed Lu Shuxian. He wanted to rebirth and change the past, but to think that it was rebirth that changed him. From now what? What should he do? Since he no longer loved Lu Shuxian, why should he continue to rebirth and try to save her? Of course, he had other regrets. He loved his parents deeply. But did Red Lotus dare to attempt this? He could almost tell the results already. After witnessing the death of his parents time and again, he would get used to it. He would get numb. He would accept this result that was decreed by fate. Red Lotus did not dare. Then, should he accept this result? After rebirth, should he pretend to be unaware of everything, to follow the path set by fate and become a venerable, before becoming the heavenly court immortal venerable that everyone, including his master, wanted to? See, Red Lotus did not want that. He still had love in his heart towards his parents and master. Because there was love, there was also regret. He also had hatred in his heart. He hated fate. Because he no longer loved Lu Shuxian, he also hated himself. He had all sorts of complex emotions in his heart. Red Lotus was unsure about them himself. Red Lotus asked himself truthfully. He inspected his inner self. He still wanted to destroy Fake Gu, but the intention was already different. He started to research and found more of the hidden profundities within U003C003, see the legends of Ren 003-2003E. When he comprehended the crucial factor, love Gu, he successfully used it to save Lu Shuxian's life. Of course, the price was that Red Lotus succeeded in the tribulation but did not become venerable. As an observer, Feng Gu understood clearly. This was definitely a major breakthrough. The venerable tribulation could not be controlled by man. No matter how Red Lotus stalled it, he had to undergo tribulation eventually. But using love Immortal Gu, he finally changed a fixed result. Instead of dying, Lu Shuxian managed to survive. Of course, there was a backlash of Red Lotus not becoming venerable. That was also a result. Both results changed. Shuxian, you are still alive. You finally survived. Red Lotus, who succeeded, was very excited. He hugged Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian was in low spirits. What is going on? Hong Ting, you did not become venerable. Red Lotus laughed loudly. That is because I used love Gu. Do you know how many times I was reborn while trying to save you? You should have died during the tribulation, but because of my countless attempts, I researched the human path methods contained within U003C003, see the legends of Ren. Red Lotus was incredibly excited. He talked about his difficult journey, his experiences, and hard work, the trials and ordeals that he went through each time in his experimentation. But I finally succeeded. I finally succeeded. Red Lotus raised his arms and cheered. Even though this is a minor change, this is the proper direction. One day, I will succeed completely. Slap. A crisp sound was heard as Lu Shuxian gave Red Lotus a slap. Red Lotus instantly froze. His cheering came to a stop as he stared at Lu Shuxian. Lu Shuxian's eyes had tears. Hong Ting, are you still yourself? You actually had such heretical thoughts? You actually wanted to change the past. You defied fate. No wonder you failed to become venerable after the tribulation. You did all these just so I could survive. All those people who helped you in the tribulation. What about the heavenly court Gu Immortals who were sacrificed? You said that you were doing all this for me. But have you ever considered my feelings? I, Lu Shuxian, was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you. It was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I understood the greatest meaning of my life. It was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you, and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. But you actually did this. For me, you abandoned the most precious chance to become venerable. If you cannot become venerable, what will happen to Heavenly Court? What will happen to the world? What about humanity? You forgot your master's teachings. You let down the expectations of your deceased parents. I am truly hurt. My heart really hurts. I would rather sacrifice myself. Your love towards me is just a small love. Greater love is for humanity, for the myriad living beings in this world. Hong Ting, I am truly disappointed in you. Lu Shu Xian cried profusely. Red Lotus stared at Lu Shu Xian in a daze. After a long while, he let out a breath of air. So that was it. Red Lotus had a calm expression. His gaze became eerie and dark. Lu Shu Xian grabbed his arms. Quickly think of a method. You must have some way, right? Let everything return to its original path as decreed by fate, even if I have to be sacrificed. How can our love compare to the greater love of heaven and earth? How can it compare to the grand ambitions of Heavenly Court? Guh. Lu Shu Xian's body suddenly shook. She lowered her head as she looked at her chest. Red Lotus's hand directly stabbed into her heart. It was a fatal blow. Lu Shu Xian looked at her lover in disbelief. Maybe killing you will return everything to its original path. Red Lotus looked at Lu Shu Xian in the eye as he said plainly. Lu Shu Xian showed a blissful smile as he said, Hong Ting, I was not wrong about you. Please, please become a venerable. At the next moment, she died again. Similar to the countless times Red Lotus had experienced, Lu Shu Xian died again. But compared to the countless times Red Lotus had experienced, there was a difference. Lu Shu Xian was truly dead. In Red Lotus's heart, she was completely dead. From then on, she never lived again. Red Lotus looked at her corpse with calm emotions. There was not even any ripple in his heart. The woman he had once loved deeply. He was willing to give up anything for her. He was reborn time and time again, working hard to save this woman who he had never given up on. But now he killed her. He personally killed her. Red Lotus felt no regret in his heart. He even gained some insight. The cause of this tragedy was in Heavenly Court. It was Fate Gu. At this moment, his determination to destroy Fate Gu could not be any firmer. Feng Gu felt the scene in front of him change. Heavenly Court. The battle was over. The entire area was in ruins. On the damaged top floor of Heaven Overseeing Tower, Duke Long and Red Lotus faced each other. Duke Long had evidently undergone a tough battle. He was covered in blood and injuries. He looked at Red Lotus as he sighed deeply. Oh Hong Ting, one mistake leads to countless mistakes. To think that you have already reached this point. You want to destroy Fate Gu? Go ahead. Saying this, Duke Long took the initiative to give way. Red Lotus was slightly shocked. He walked towards Fate Gu. Most Gu worms had fragile bodies, but no matter how much force he used, Fate Gu was like the strongest object in the world. He could not destroy it. Regardless of what method you use, you cannot destroy Fate Gu. Hong Ting, you are not the only one. Be they limitless demon venerable or reckless savage demon venerable, they came here in the past, but their methods were all useless against Fate Gu. In this world, only a complete otherworldly demon can destroy Fate Gu. But otherworldly demons are not complete when they come into our world. Thus, nobody in this world can destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long said this as he showed intense fatigue. Hong Ting, come back. It is not too late to turn over a new leaf. Even though you have sinned greatly and made many mistakes, Heavenly Court and I are willing to give you a chance to redeem yourself. We can start over again. Even at this point, Duke Long was still urging Red Lotus. He was unwilling to give up. Red Lotus was silent for a long time. He turned around to face Duke Long, smiling. Oh Master, since the two demon venerables could not destroy Fate Gu, why did you not place Fate Gu in front of me from the start, to let me try doing so, and give up? Duke Long was silent. Red Lotus continued as he smiled. That means you are afraid too, right? You are afraid that I might have a brand new method that is able to destroy Fate Gu. Duke Long smiled bitterly. Of course. Times are changing. Gu cultivation paths are emerging endlessly. Many theories in the past are no longer appropriate now. Even I am unsure if there is really a way to destroy Fate Gu. But at this time, I can no longer stop you. I can only take a risk and try. But you've seen the result yourself, too? Red Lotus pondered. Fate Gu arranged the lives of everyone and everything in this world. You and I, even a rock or a ripple in a lake is part of this. But Master, have you ever thought about it? A human is not a rock nor a ripple. We have cognition. If a person is not happy with the life arranged by fate, what should this person do? Duke Long looked at Red Lotus. You've read U003C The Legends of Ren 3E2. When Renzu met Fate Gu, he tried to escape from its restraints and pursue freedom Gu. What happened to him? He did not manage to grasp freedom. He lost himself and became insane. He sank into madness. This is the outcome. This is the warning. A person has to accept their fate and live their life. They have to shoulder the responsibilities given to them by fate. They need to do what they are tasked to do. Red Lotus laughed loudly. I understand. Thank you, Master, for the teaching. Duke Long saw that his expression was strange. He felt something amiss. At the next moment, extreme fear and shock appeared on Duke Long's face. He found that as Red Lotus exerted strength in his fingers, the fake goo in his hand was actually shaking lightly. Cracks appeared all over its body. Red Lotus. Duke Long was furious. He attacked. He went all out. Red Lotus did not dodge at all. He was hit by Duke Long. This was a fatal injury. Duke Long was shocked. He suddenly realized that Red Lotus had purposely angered him so that he would deal a fatal blow. At the final moment of his life, Red Lotus still smiled as he faced Duke Long. Master, I've always admired and cared for you. Even after countless rebirths, my admiration towards you have never decreased. But now, I need you to understand something. Look at me. Fate has given such preferential treatment to me, arranging such high status and accomplishments. But I was not happy. I wanted to rebel. Then let me ask you, in this world, there are countless others who lead worse lives than me. What do they think of fate? People are not rocks or ripples. We have cognition. The truth is, cognitive madness is the most scary thing. It is the most powerful. Saying so, Red Lotus handed Fate Gu to Duke Long. This is all I can do. Love Gu is able to damage fate. Master, are you shocked? It is a pity that I am not an otherworldly demon. But I tried my best to make arrangements. I did everything that I could. I left hope for the future. Other than that, there is nothing to look forward to in my life. I might as well die like this now. But I believe that one day in the future, Fate Gu will be destroyed. Even if it is not me, someone else will do it. I want to believe that in the future, I will not be alone. A group of people will attempt to destroy fate. Master, you cannot stop it. Heavenly Court cannot stop it, because you cannot stop people from thinking with their free will. 1965, he was still Feng Yuan Gu on Stone Lotus Island. Feng Yuan Gu browsed through the memories left behind by Red Lotus. He returned to reality. Red Lotus was like a real person, extremely vivid. Other than my memories, I have two things for you. One is rank 8 future self-killer move. The other is the Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Next, Red Lotus will explain in detail. Rank 8 future self-killer move will allow you to instantly gain pseudo-venerable battle strength. After all, you are the Tao Guardian of the predestined Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In history, as long as Tao Guardians matured, they would have such a cultivation level. Future Self will also allow you to utilize your strongest state in the future at this moment. As for Destiny Gu's Immortal Gu recipe, even though it is just an incomplete Gu recipe, it was created according to the Destiny song that you will create in the future. It has the same origin as your Destiny song. 1,000 years later, you will create the complete Destiny song. But I cannot give it to you directly, because Fate Gu is not destroyed completely yet. It will not allow this. Thus, I used another method, converting it into a rank 9 Destiny Gu recipe. It will be a huge help to you. You will comprehend Destiny song in its initial form. Feng Yuan Gu was moved. The true inheritance from Red Lotus was completely suited for his needs. He could not refuse. But he did not lose his cool. He acutely sensed the meaning behind Red Lotus Will's words. The initial form of Destiny's song. Feng Yuan Gu asked. Red Lotuses will nodded. Indeed. For the following 1,000 years, you will modify Destiny's song many times. Eventually, you will make this killer move extremely profound. At the last modification, this killer move will actually possess the ability to grow on its own. The more Gu Immortals hit by it, the more it can extract the power of destiny from them to grow further. This is an excellent killer move. However, I need to remind you something. As long as Fate Gu still exists, your destiny song will be suppressed and sealed. Feng Yuan Gu shook his head. Red Lotus Demon Venerable, thank you for the true inheritance. I understand what you mean. In fact, before now, Fang Yuan had already reminded me many times. But I will not destroy fate or resist Heavenly Court just because of your true inheritance. Red Lotus will smiled lightly. I am not asking for anything. I am only sharing my experience with you. I place this crucial strength to break free from fate in your hands. As for your choice, that is up to you. The decision will be made by you in the end, won't it? Feng Yuan Gu left the Stone Lotus Island with a heavy heart. Fate showed preferential treatment for Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Even though it took his parents and lover, he was given unparalleled talent and aptitude. He had supreme strength and status. But Red Lotus was not willing to accept this. People were not puppets. They had their own thoughts. Even the venerable Red Lotus was like this. What about me, a Tao Guardian? Feng Yuan Gu thought about himself. Seeing the growth of Feng Jin Huang could truly bring joy and happiness to her parents. Let alone his Tao Guardian status. Even without it, why would Feng Yuan Gu not defend his own daughter? But Is this Dao Guardian status something I like and truly desire? Feng Gu asked himself in his heart. The truth was, nobody had ever asked him about it. Be they Duke Long, Qin Dingling, or even the supreme elders of Spirit Affinity House, nobody asked him. It was as if this status was glory. It was something natural to accept. Feng Gu should have been overjoyed to receive it. There was no need to ask such a redundant question. But was it really that case? Feng Gu thought of another deeper question. Why do people live? This problem was just too broad and deep. The answer varied according to the person. 1,000 people would come up with 1,000 answers. In fact, even the same person would have different answers at different time periods. Feng Gu could not answer this question. He could only take a step back and ask himself truthfully. For what purpose do I live? Feng Gu could not help but think back to his life experience. He loved music when he was young. He did not hesitate to cultivate sound path. From the start of his cultivation journey, he wanted to create a total of 9 songs, to express himself, to express all living beings, and to express heaven and earth. After that, he found a fortuitous encounter in a mountain valley. He by chance discovered the inheritance left behind by a sound path great expert, spatial sound immortal master. He started to cultivate in the valley alone, feeling no loneliness at all. He was immersed in the delight of music. He cultivated and lived every day in a fulfilling manner. In this valley, he easily passed the crucial tribulation and became a rank 6 Gu Immortal without causing a commotion. After becoming a Gu Immortal, Feng Gu did not have any emotion of pride or desire to show off. Everything was natural, plain and simple. He continued to cultivate in the valley and develop his immortal aperture, going from rank 6 to rank 7. One day, 2 Gu Immortals arrived in the valley. They sang with Feng Gu. Back then, it was nighttime with the moon hanging high and light wind blowing gently, causing ripples in a glittering lake in the valley. As the 3 Gu Immortals sang in harmony, time flew by rapidly, and they had sung till dawn. The 3 stopped singing and started laughing. They did not greet each other, but left full of joy. Afterwards, the 2 were framed and hunted by the righteous path. After Feng Gu learned of this, he did not hesitate. He stepped forward to help them. Thereafter, the unstoppable legend was created. He fought against all 10 great ancient sects alone. He became a renowned champion in the world. The 10 great ancient sects lost their reputation. They accused Feng Gu of being a demonic cultivator and joined forces to resist him. Feng Gu was not afraid, fighting as he continuously traveled a huge distance, suddenly changing his tactic and going for the enemy headquarters, causing the 10 sects to lose miserably. The scene was total chaos and there was nothing anyone could do. During this process, Feng Gu met with Spirit Affinity House's fairy Bai Qing. They developed feelings for each other. Feng Gu went into Spirit Affinity House and became a righteous path member. Afterwards, Spirit Affinity House's reputation soared. By relying on Feng Gu's strength, their territory expanded, firmly suppressing the other 9 ancient sections. Following that, 88 True Yang building collapsed. Feng Gu led his group to investigate the situation. Thus, a series of future events occurred. He was by chance saved by Fang Yuan and repaid the debt in southern border, blocking Wu Yong for him. After repaying the debt, Feng Gu chased after Fang Yuan again. Until this point, Fang Yuan let Feng Gu go multiple times and even reminded and guided him to the stone Lotus Island, gaining a red Lotus true inheritance. If my entire life's journey was arranged by fate Gu, was I willingly living this life? Feng Gu shook his head. He was more willing to see it from another perspective. It was all my choice. Back then, I chose to stand up for the 2 Immortals. I gave up my life of peaceful seclusion because of the anger in my heart. I wanted to seek justice. I married Fairy Bai Qing and had a child with her. That was because I loved her. I taught my daughter Feng Jin Huang and raised her into an adult. That was also my love to my child. It was not decreed by fate. If fate wants me to lose Bai Qing and Jin Huang, will I do the same as Red Lotus? If I have a good chance at this moment, in which as long as I make a move, I can destroy fate, will I do it? Destroying fate went against his own benefits. After all, Feng Jin Huang was the great Dream Immortal Venerable decreed by fate Gu. But does Feng Jin Huang herself really want to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable? Feng Gu suddenly realized that just like how nobody had asked him if he wanted his status as a Dao Guardian, nobody had asked Feng Jin Huang if she really wanted to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable, including Feng Gu himself. It was as if everything was natural and a matter of fact. There was nothing to question. Feng Gu asked himself an even deeper question. If Huang Er likes the fate of becoming Great Dream Immortal Venerable, while fate Gu is right in front of me and I can easily destroy it, then will I do it? This question made Feng Gu hesitate. He was unsure. He was perplexed. He was lost. Reality did not give him time or space to think about this closely. The battle to repair Fate Gu was still in heated commotion now. Feng Gu had to join the battle. On Harryfoot Mountain, he saved Feng Jin Huang by singing Destiny's Song. With rank 8 future self, he was one of the strongest Gu immortals in the world. Destiny Song's power made even Di Zongsheng falter. On the battlefield, Feng Gu met with Fang Yuan once again. Fang Yuan transmitted secretly, "Oh Feng Gu, you finally created Destiny's Song. What do you think of this killer move?" Feng Gu was silent. He had to admit that this was truly his song. It was a song that he would create with his personality. His voice was contained in this song. Yes, he did not want to acknowledge the existence of fate, but he felt deep emotions towards the cruelty and profundity of fate. He observed the lives of countless people. They had their highs and lows. He saw the hope, struggle, joy, happiness, sadness, and despair of these people. If one says that fate is fixed while luck is a variable, then I desire that variable to exist within the people and all life forms. These changes should occur from one's own choice. Feng Gu understood the truest intention in his heart. I did not create Fate's song. I created Destiny's Song. This is the most honest thought I have in my inner heart. At this moment, he realized the scheme that Fang Yuan and Red Lotus Demon Venerable had plotted. They knew about his nature, so they did not try to convince him. They only passed Destiny's Song to Feng Gu and used Feng Ji's voice to convince himself. Indeed, this Destiny Song that Feng Gu sang allowed him to support the Heavenly Court Gu Immortals and raise their strength. When he sang for the enemies, they would weaken. But the truth was, he was singing for himself. He was singing to understand his true feelings. And thus, he understood. He loved Fairy Baiqing. He also loved his daughter Feng Gu. But Feng Gu was not alive for their sake. His wife and daughter were just choices he made in his life journey. They were part of his life, but not the entirety. For what purpose am I alive? This question brought him back to the starting point. He wanted to sing 9 songs, to express life, to express heaven and earth. Currently, he had already created 9 songs. But he has not sang everything about life and the world yet. He had to continue singing. But as he sang, fate restrained him. It was like an invisible pair of hands strangling him. How could he sing freely like this? Seeing that Feng Gu did not reply to him, Fang Yuan transmitted while in intense combat. "Oh Feng Gu, your voice is your aspiration. How can the person who created Destiny's Song be aligned with Heavenly Court?" Feng Gu was calm as he replied secretly, "You know me well, but even so, I will not join you. Unless you can create a situation where we can easily destroy fate, otherwise, I will not help you before that. Heavenly Court and Central Continent have treated me well, so everything still depends on you." Fang Yuan chuckled, "Then watch properly." Next, he purposely got hit by Duke Long. He fell towards Embroidered Tower, activating Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's hidden arrangement. Unexpected to Feng Gu, Fang Yuan used Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's strength to overwhelm heaven, directly destroying Fate Gu. After that, upon hearing Duke Long's words, Feng Gu realized that the battle had not ended yet. When Red Lotus will appeared once more, Feng Gu gradually realized the plot that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had set. Thus, when Fang Yuan asked for Destiny Gu's recipe, Feng Gu finally took action. He helped Fang Yuan. He was also making his own choice. In the past, when he helped the 2 immortals while challenging the 10 great ancient sects, he had once said, "Neither demonic nor righteous. There is only Feng Gu in this world. To leave or to stay, I decide my own life and death." Now, should he stay or leave? This question could not puzzle him anymore. He, Feng Gu, had turned from the demonic path to the righteous path. Now, it was time to go back, because Feng Gu was still Feng Gu in the end. 1966 Great Era. Feng Gu. Duke Long screamed, charging towards him. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Claw Strike. Immortal Killer Move, Spiraling Dragon Fang. Claw marks emerged, nearly 10 feet long, cutting through the air with invincible might. Dragon fangs flew everywhere, like piercing sharp blades, circling and flying while emitting murderous aura. Feng Gu retreated slowly as he continued to sing his Destiny Song. Around him, there were several clones. They looked like him but had mystical powers. Immortal Killer Move, Song Warrior. Song Warriors fought for Feng Gu, not only blocking the dragon claws and fangs, but even fighting against Duke Long. After several rounds, Duke Long destroyed a Song Warrior. But next, a brand new Song Warrior appeared on the battlefield, engaging with Duke Long in combat. Duke Long instantly understood that killing these clones was pointless. The true way to fight was to go after the source, to directly deal with Feng Gu. Immortal Killer Move, Dragon Gate. Duke Long crossed a large distance and approached Feng Gu. Feng Gu calmly activated Yang Pass Tune as he pulled apart their distance once again. Duke Long was unable to fight Feng Gu in close combat. He could only use Chi Path killer moves to attack at a distance. Feng Gu showed no fear. His Destiny Song continued to weaken Duke Long while he used his hands to unleash the triple extreme sound killer move, with drum fist, bell palm, and finger whistle. Feng Gu fought against Duke Long while exchanging many blows. They unexpectedly were evenly matched. Rank 8 Future Self brought a qualitative transformation to Feng Jiu's battle strength. While the three regions Gu Immortals hesitated on whether to help Feng Gu, they were shocked to realize Feng Gu did not need anyone's help. The battle strength he displayed shocked everyone. Duke Long was unable to take down Feng Gu. He was shocked and furious. At this point, he realized that even though Feng Gu was fighting earlier, he had been keeping his true strength hidden. He did not use his full power at all. Right now, Duke Long wanted to destroy Red Lotus' scheme. But Fang Yuan was a tough enemy. Duke Long knew about his strength, so he chose to fight Feng Gu instead. As long as Feng Gu was disrupted and Destiny Song failed to activate, then Fang Yuan and the others would not have the Immortal Gu recipe. They would not succeed. But Feng Jiu's strength far exceeded Duke Long's expectations. He could only attack more aggressively while trying to take down Feng Gu as soon as possible. Duke Long was stalled by Feng Gu, while Wu Shuai controlled Dragon Palace to defend Feng Yuan's main body. Calamity Luck Altar was blocking Demon Judgment Board. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals unleashed a storm of attacks, but the other three regions Gu Immortals and Di Zongsheng stopped them. The battle situation was tilting in the favor of the three regions Gu Immortals, but Fang Yuan was facing a problem now. The sea of human wills was vast and turbulent. Using the human wills as Gu material to refine Destiny Gu was wishful thinking, but it was a possible method. Under the effect of Destiny Song, the human wills and flames merged, refined into a mystical Gu material that was formless and colorless. Fang Yuan, who was controlling this Gu refinement session, had to endure the terrifying waves of human wills. He had to calm the human wills like subduing tides, sending them to the respective tributaries. Fang Yuan's expression quickly turned dark. His veins were bulging on his forehead. Thoughts collided endlessly in his mind. He could not keep up with this expenditure. His storage of thoughts was rapidly used up, about to be emptied. At the periphery of the battlefield, Spectral Soul and his servants kept a close watch on the situation. Fairy Ziwei saw Fang Yuan's expression as she analyzed. Oh no, Fang Yuan is not in good shape. I know about his Wisdom Path Foundation. He is most skilled at blocking deductions and concealing his true location. But this refinement expends his thoughts and focuses on his cognitive ability. The sea of human will is truly terrifying. Even I myself cannot last long in it. But Spectral Soul smiled lightly, saying calmly, "Don't worry, a certain venerable has already prepared for this. Fang Yuan should know what to do." Spectral Soul could not help but recall the past. When he was still alive, exploring 88 True Yang Building. There, he found Wisdom Gu. He also saw Giant Sun Special Will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Back then, he wanted to immediately take Wisdom Gu for himself. Spectral Soul, I would like you to let Wisdom Gu remain here. Giant Sun Special Will had to show up and stop him. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable smiled coldly. You can't stop me. Giant Sun Special Will nodded. Of course, you are the current Demon Venerable, invincible in the world. I have no way of stopping you. But I am sure you have made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable already. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression changed. Before coming here, he had obtained one Red Lotus true inheritance. He made a deal with Red Lotus Demon Venerable. You mean to say? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable hesitated. That's right, my main body has made arrangements in this Wisdom Gu. When the crucial person arrives, he will destroy 88 True Yang Building. This Wisdom Gu will go along with him. Giant Sun Special will set openly. So that's it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable looked at Wisdom Gu deeply, but did not take it. At this moment, I've already given it my best effort. It seems I need to use Wisdom Gu after all. Fang Yuan sighed. By now, he had already guessed many of the venerable arrangements. Wisdom Gu was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangement, but unlike those of Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, it had activated long ago. Back then, Fang Yuan was unaware of this. Fang Yuan had just opened his Immortal Aperture's entrance when Wisdom Gu flew out by itself, floating above Fang Yuan as it emitted a divine radiance. Fang Yuan instantly felt relaxed as his expression went back to normal. He felt a sense of ease. So that's it. He inspected it closely, realizing, Wisdom Gu is one of the Gu materials. No wonder it is so effective. With the addition of Wisdom Gu, my thoughts are expended more slowly, but my immortal essence expenditure is huge. This rate of consumption is not something I can sustain. Even though the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's rate of time was very fast, and could accumulate immortal essence rapidly. Fang Yuan had undergone many intense battles. The expenditure was high as well. Once he fails to keep up with the expenditure, the Gu refinement would be forced to stop. Fang Yuan would suffer an overwhelmingly terrifying backlash. But Fang Yuan was not flustered. He was cool as ice. He knew clearly, at this point in time, the Venerables were not going to watch by the side. As long as he still had a trace of value, he was irreplaceable. The Venerables could not allow him to die at this moment. Next, it should be your turn to take action, Giant Sun. Far away in Black Heaven, a dark gold palace floated quietly in the sky. In the palace, immortal zombie Giant Sun slowly opened his eyes. He looked towards the south. The scenes in Heavenly Court were reflected in his eyes. We have finally reached this moment. Immortal zombie Giant Sun smiled before sighing to himself lightly. Red Lotus, it was your scheme that worked after all. Certain memories in his life started to surface. On the stone Lotus Island, Gu Immortal Giant Sun, who had yet to become venerable, received Red Lotus gift. At the same time, they also made a transaction. This is the incomplete Immortal Gu recipe of Destiny Gu. Giant Sun received this incomplete recipe and was immediately drawn to it. He was the creator of Luck Path. It had never failed him. But from this incomplete recipe, he saw a whole new world. Red Lotus, you are the one who damaged Fate Gu, giving me the chance to create Luck Path. Now, you are gifting this incomplete recipe of Destiny Gu to me. I owe you an immense favor. Gu Immortal Giant Sun said solemnly. I will make the arrangements according to our agreement. I will leave Wisdom Gu behind and create responsive Luck Immortal Gu to help that unparalleled genius who will create Destiny Song. Furthermore, I will retain my final attack. As long as the situation advances to reach that stage, I will take action and help your million-year plan succeed. Red Lotus will smile. I will thank you in advance. If my plan fails, please follow our agreement and try your best to refine Destiny Gu yourself. Of course, Gu Immortal Giant Sun said resolutely. Within Luck Suppression Heavenly Palace, Immortal Zombie Giant Sun slowly raised his right hand. Boom! An enormous beam of light flew through the sky and shot towards Heavenly Court's direction at an extreme speed. This beam of light was so gigantic, like a large river that spanned across heaven and earth. Wherever it went, it pushed aside all the air. The beam's movement was accompanied by a deafening and majestic sound. Such a grand and powerful killer move shocked everyone and sent them into a daze. Even Duke Long, Feng Gu, and Fang Yuan felt incredibly small and insignificant upon seeing this move. The beam of light started from Black Heaven above Northern Plains, piercing through the regional wall and directly bombarding Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court shook intensely. The world seemed to tremble as countless Immortal Gu houses cracked and broke. Within Imperfection Regret Pavilion, star constellation Immortal Venerable's silhouette gritted her teeth. She watched as Giant Sun's attack approached, but Limitless Silhouette was drawing her attention, forcing her to have no time to deal with it. Giant Sun's attack landed with unstoppable might, instilling itself into the sea of human wills and flames. The three sources gathered and instantly formed a golden ball of light that was the size of a mountain. Within the ball of light, flames flicked, human wills shined with rainbow light, incredibly dazzling. Fang Yuan remained unmoved at the center. He was controlling the situation. Traces of pale white light started to spread out from his tightly grasped hands. These traces of light were so familiar. Fang Yuan had a deep impression of them. He was internally shaken. Heaven Path down marks. Tens or hundreds of Heaven Path down marks slipped out from the cracks between his fingers. Fang Yuan opened his hands wide at this moment. With a loud sound, countless Heaven Path down marks flew into the sky, entangling with each other. Traces of down marks went towards Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan grunted. Intense pain assaulted him, causing his body and mind to shake. These are newly added Heaven Path down marks on my body. Wait, no, not just me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He acutely sensed that many of the Heaven Path down marks vanished all of a sudden, following the sources of the human wills. As expected, at this moment, Fang Yuan was finally certain about Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan. He wanted to refine Destiny Gu, but he was not truly trying to refine a Gu. Fang Yuan grasped this chance, doing his best to collect these Heaven Path down marks. With every single Heaven Path down mark carved in his body, his sovereign Immortal Aperture's foundation would rise by a level. This was an unprecedented and huge fortuitous encounter. Each complete Heaven Path down mark would cause a small qualitative change in Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture world. After his trip to Crazed Demon Cave, Fang Yuan became even clearer of the immense value of this opportunity. But the fusing of Heaven Path down marks was very painful. Even someone with a firm mind like Fang Yuan started to feel dizzy after gaining 10 complete Heaven Path down marks. But He was the main person refining this Gu. He could not use other methods. Otherwise, he would disrupt the Gu refinement and fail the process. That would be a huge problem. Fang Yuan relied on his determination as he gritted his teeth and held on. He was not the only Gu immortal enduring pain. He was just one of countless people. At the same time, in the vast 5 regions, countless mortals screamed in pain. The heaven path down marks found their way to the sources of the human wills and carved themselves into these people's bodies. Each of these mortals could not endure even 1/10,000th of a complete heaven path down mark. Many of them fainted at the first moment. Those who could remain awake were fortunate. They were able to absorb more heaven path down marks. Pain. Intense pain. Pain that went beyond words. Fang Yuan soon tore the skin of his lips as his eyes opened wide. Even the corners of his eyes were torn. Blood flowed out. His entire body was shaking and covered in sweat. He still tried his best to continue fusing with each additional heaven path down mark. Soon, the Gu Immortals scattered across the 5 regions also started to endure this process. Heavenly Court's fighting came to a stop. All of the Gu Immortals' expressions changed. They gritted their teeth as their faces turned red. With the addition of heaven path down marks that automatically went to them, they were caught off guard and could barely endure this. No! Duke Long screamed in agony. At this moment, he finally realized what Red Lotus' plan was. Duke Long was unable to take down Feng Gu after so long. He could only turn around and hope for the best as he tried to attack Fang Yuan, but the intense pain also assaulted him. Feng Gu persisted in using Destiny's Song. Seeing that Duke Long was leaving, he quickly attacked more intensely to stall for time instead. With a loud sound, like splattering water, the mountain-like human wills vanished on the spot. Success. People of this world, I have entrusted fate to you. All of you hold a portion of fate. From today onwards, there will no longer be fate in this world. Red Lotus will spoke through the human wills. His voice was transmitted into the minds of everyone in the 5 regions. The 5 regions' humans were still in agony and indescribable pain. Because of the intense and unbearable pain, there were many cases of suicide on the spot. Red Lotus. Duke Long shouted in anger. He finally got away from Feng Gu as he arrived in front of Fang Yuan. But it was too late. The last bit of Red Lotus will manage to gather into human form as it blocked the ferocious Duke Long for Fang Yuan. Master. The young-looking Red Lotus smiled. I succeeded at long last. Fate Gu has been split into countless portions by me and distributed to everyone in this world. It still exists. It has not been destroyed, but because fate has been fused with luck, it can no longer be used by heaven's will. Duke Long was furious. His eyes were red, his hair standing on end. Traitorous disciple. He screamed. He charged even quicker now. At the next moment, he completely destroyed Red Lotus will as he arrived in front of Fang Yuan. Duke Long's aura broke through its limit again, reaching an unprecedented level. His strength was so overwhelming that even Di Zongsheng and Feng Gu felt a threat to their lives. Fang Yuan did not move. He did not even put up a defense. Duke Long charged with unparalleled might, but when he was still a step away from Fang Yuan, his expression changed. His aura froze at once. His advancement stopped. His lifespan was exhausted. It was slightly earlier than in the previous life. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had found the truth when he saw a bit of the scattered light earlier. The truth was, back then in Eastern Sea, when his Qi-Si ancestor identity used Steel Life on Duke Long, it was effective. But the effect was low and not easily observable. Duke Long also had incredible concealment abilities. Afterwards, in order to avoid fighting Qi-Si ancestor, Duke Long even took out Primordial Origin's true inheritance to successfully deceive everyone. This was because Duke Long did not know that Fang Yuan's Steel Life killer move had a limited number of usages. This also caused Duke Long to become even stronger than in the previous life at the same time period. The hero of a generation, the pillar of Heavenly Court, the master of Red Lotus, and the creator of the Dragon Man race, Duke Long. Finally, his life was over. Before dying, he still charged at the forefront. For Heavenly Court, for the sake of humanity, he had truly done everything that he could until his death. During the intense war, he forgot the limit of his own lifespan. Thus, at the moment of his death, other than rage and killing intent, there was also confusion on his face. Lord Duke Long. Damn it. You must be feeling very unwilling to die like this. Senior Duke Long. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals cried out loud. Their morale rose sharply. This was the will of the mourning troops. Intense battle occurred again. The Gu Immortals of the 3 regions were actually suppressed by Heavenly Court, which had fewer numbers. Fang Yuan no longer participated in the fight. He still endured intense pain as his gaze pierced past Heavenly Court, overlooking the entire 5 regions. Earth shook as it produced waves of deep, rumbling noises. At this moment, The regional walls that separated the 5 regions had completely disappeared. The earth veins were connected as the 5 separate regions merged into one. Without the obstruction of the regional walls, people could freely move through the 5 regions with no obstructions. At the same time, the differences in heaven and earth chi also disappeared gradually. The bloody cape on Fang Yuan's back slowly disintegrated. He raised his head slightly and took in a deep breath. The air was filled with freedom. From now on, there was finally a possibility of pursuing eternal life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he revealed a faint smile. The Great Era has finally arrived. 1967 New Otherworldly Demon Volume 6. Demon Venerables, Eternal Life. Wake up. Hey, wake up, kid. Pengde opened his eyes with difficulty. In his blurred vision, he saw a human face. It belonged to a middle-aged man. He had a beard and a pair of crystal-clear triangular eyes. There was a white headscarf covering his head. Pengde was shocked. He remembered sleeping in his room earlier. Why did a stranger barge into his room suddenly? He exerted force to sit up, but at the next moment, he was stunned. Where am I? He was shocked to find himself in the middle of a desert. There were no clouds in the sky. The sun was blazing, and it was extremely hot. This kid is dazed. He is really lucky. He was attacked by the desert wolves, but managed to survive. There was not only the bearded middle-aged man. There were several others surrounding him. Not far away, there was a group of camels resting on the ground. Kid, this place is called Wolf Desert. When we found you, your companions were already dead. The desert wolves ate their corpses. After we chased them away, we found that you were still alive. My name is Immortal. I am the leader of this caravan. I saved you and healed your wounds. You are quite lucky to have met us. Do you remember anything now? The bearded middle-aged man spoke and explained. Pengde was dazed in the desert. The heated sand and glaring sunlight made him gradually accept this. It was not a dream. I transmigrated. Damn it, something like transmigration really exists, and it happened to me of all people. But how did I get here? Yesterday, I was still doing some programming and coding, but today, I ended up here. Looking at their attire and speech mannerisms, this is obviously another world. Also, why do I know this world's language? It seems like speaking this foreign language is part of my innate ability. Pengde could not help but feel nervous. His heart was pounding rapidly. This situation was really out of his expectations. He started to panic as he felt troubled internally. But around him, there were several strong men staring at him. Pengde had to force himself to stay calm as he held his head, shaking it. I only remember my name is Pengde. As for the rest, damn it, why don't I remember a thing? No way, you lost your memories? This is so disappointing. Everyone discussed. The bearded middle-aged man looked at Pengde deeply. Bright light flashed in his eyes. Since you do not remember, forget it. I hope you can regain your memories one day. Now, what plans do you have? Do you want to travel with my merchant caravan? Pengde quickly nodded his head. He did not dare to travel alone in the desert. Uncle Immortal, I will definitely repay this debt of saving my life. No matter where you are going, please bring me along. I do not know where to go now. He had a lost expression, but he spoke truthfully. He had just arrived in this world. He did not know what to do. Then follow us. Immortal nodded, instructing a person beside him. Provide a camel for this kid, Pengde? Yes. Someone responded immediately. Kid, follow me. Pengde was brought away to the camel. He stared with wide eyes, feeling shocked. This is a camel? The Gu master who brought him here felt strange. Kid, are you really from Western Desert? You don't even know about the fire pit camel? The fire pit camel did not have a hump. Instead, its back was concave, forming an oval pit. The person riding the camel would lie in the round pit, with soft fur and warm body temperature. It was very comfortable. The Gu master started nimbly packing away the goods in the round pit and building a tent on top of it. A portion of the cargo was tied to the camel's sides and the bottom of the tent. Pengde continued to pretend that he was in pain as he said, I don't remember. Damn it. I don't remember anything. That Gu master gave him a glance. I don't care what you forgot, but remember this, our leader saved your life. Since you are joining our caravan, you are eating our food, drinking our water, and living in our quarters. You need to work. Understood. Pengde quickly nodded. Of course, please give me the instructions. I will do my best. The Gu master nodded lightly, showing slight satisfaction. But at this time, the bearded man's voice could be heard. Don't make life difficult for him. Let this young man rest for now and recover from his mental fatigue. It was fate that we met in this huge desert. It is not easy to live here, no matter who you are. The Gu master sighed as he quipped. Leader, you are still so kind-hearted. Pengde heard this. He felt a sense of deeper gratitude towards Immortal. He shouted loudly. Uncle, thank you so much. I will definitely repay you. Immortal laughed loudly. Good. Kid, go and recover on your camel for now. Next, he shouted at everyone. We've had enough rest. Let's continue on our way. Thus, the camel bells rang as the merchant caravan moved forward again, traveling over this vast desert. Peng De lay on the fire pit camel's back. He felt very comfortable. After being alone, he was shocked to find that his body was not his original body. It was a body that belonged to this world. His skin was brown from tanning. His arms and legs were thick. His joints were bulging. So only my soul came over. I went into the body of an inhabitant of this world. No wonder I can speak their language. It is a pity that I did not gain this inhabitant's memories. But this is not bad either. My original body was weak as I did not train it, but this body is very strong and young too. Peng De could not sleep. After inspecting his body, he started to look around and observe this world. There was nothing in the desert, but the travelers were quite an eye-opener to him. The food of the fire pit camel was actually some bright red charcoal. The people in the merchant caravan could create water from nothing. They did not need to find oases or water sources. Moving in this desert was very secure because of them. By nighttime, they started to prepare dinner. A Gu master planted some seeds in the desert as trees grew out after a few breaths of time, bearing fruits. Peng De did not know what fruit this was, but the flesh was tender and sweet. It was fragrant and filled his stomach with satisfaction. Peng De was amazed at every small detail of this world. When he ate dinner, he could not help but ask the leader Immortal. Kid, it seems you really have amnesia? We are Gu masters. These are Gu master methods. Immortal looked at Peng De with a strange gaze. Gu master. This was the first time Peng De heard this phrase. Immortal's expression was even stranger now as he pointed at Peng De. Kid, you are also a Gu master. In fact, you are a rank 2 Gu master. What? Peng De was shocked. After some explanation, Peng De realized what that meant. He became more excited. So a certain group of people of this world are called Gu masters. They are able to cultivate using Gu worms. Gu masters rank from 1 to 9. Most of the caravan members are rank 2. Uncle Immortal is the highest at rank 3. Meanwhile, I am a rank 2 Gu master, or rather, this body's original owner was a rank 2 Gu master. When Gu masters cultivate to rank 6, they will be known as Gu Immortals. They will be able to overturn mountains and seas. They can collect the stars and moon. By rank 9, they will be invincible in this world, unparalleled and unmatched. Oh heavens, this is such a wonderful world. Since heaven transmigrated me here, there must be a reason for my arrival. I must be unique. I will definitely rise above all others. Right. Once I get rank 9 cultivation, I will be invincible in this world. That feeling must be very amazing. In Peng De's original world, he was a very ordinary person. He was an orphan with no parents, lovers, or any other attachments. He was extremely excited. By nighttime, he could not resist the fatigue. He fell deeply asleep. What he did not know was, the Gu masters in the merchant caravan were talking about him. This kid actually lost his memories. What should I say? Is he really lucky or unlucky? Is he really amnesiac or pretending to be so? There is no need to do that. From what I saw, he was very shocked by the fire pit camels and our Gu master methods. It is unlikely to be an act. Whether he lost his memories or not, he is still a rank 2 Gu master. He will be useful to us. There was no loss in saving him. Immortal said. Nobody could refute this. Gu masters were far more valuable than mortals. If Peng De was immortal, these Gu masters would not have bothered to save him after realizing he was still alive back then. But since he was a Gu master, he had value to them. Thus he was able to travel on the camel and also got food and water from them. While they were talking, Immortal suddenly frowned. His expression turned grim. Listen, do you all hear something? Everyone's expressions changed. At the next moment, this sound became louder. It was such a huge commotion that heaven and earth shook. Damn it. It seems like a hurricane, a supersized hurricane. This is a desert. Why are there hurricanes? Quickly move, protect the caravan, and move out. The Gu masters left the tent hurriedly, but once they got out, they were stunned. There was a boundless chi tide approaching from all directions. It was like a grand tsunami that overwhelmed heaven and earth. The chi tide was everywhere. It carried sand along with it and had an unstoppable might. Extremely shocked expressions were shown all over the Gu masters' faces. This was a calamity far worse than any hurricane. At once, the Gu masters felt an intense threat of death. The merchant caravan was doomed. They only wanted to save their own lives now. Escape. Immortal gritted his teeth. Before he finished his words, he quickly retreated with all his strength. The other Gu masters quickly reacted as they mimicked him and escaped. In the abandoned merchant caravan, the mortals screeched. The camels were stirred too. They were helpless now. Only death awaited them. But within this chaos, Peng De was still deeply asleep. He had no idea that this fatal danger was upon him. 1968 Spectral Soul Hunts. The sky was dark. There was only 2 to 3 faint starlight specks. This was black heaven. The surroundings were quiet. 3 Gu Immortals were moving stealthily in black heaven. At the left was an elderly hunchbacked Gu Immortal. He had many wrinkles on his face. He was thin and dry like a stick. He was truly resembling a man about to step into his grave. At the right was a female Immortal. She had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. And at the center was a black-robed Gu Immortal. He looked like a middle-aged man with a pale face. His black hair was chest-length. He had a deep and cold killing intent that surrounded his entire body. They were Old Man Fang Yuan, Fairy Ziwei, and Spectral Soul, Demon Venerable. The three were moving quietly in black heaven. At this time, Spectral Soul paused and said plainly, "It's here again." Fairy Ziwei's and Old Man Fang Yuan's expressions did not change. They guarded Spectral Soul as they started to put up their defensive methods. Soon, the three Immortals heard a loud sound. Next, a huge and wild chi tide came from all directions. Wherever the chi tide went, life forms perished. It was a terrible sight. The chi tide crashed towards the three Immortals. After several minutes, it went past them. The three, including Spectral Soul, finally let out a sigh of relief. They canceled their defensive methods as they came out again. Old Man Fang Yuan looked towards the chi tide with an expression of sadness towards the people. He sighed deeply. After the 5 regions fused into one, such a change actually happened. Once in a while, chi tides will surge, rampaging wildly all over the world. Not just the 5 regions, even the 2 heavens are not spared. They cause destruction everywhere they go. I wonder how many people will suffer from this. Even though Old Man Fang Yuan was subdued by Spectral Soul, he was only absolutely loyal to Spectral Soul. His original personality did not change. Fairy Ziwei's eyes flickered with uncertainty. She seemed to be deducing something, but she soon gave up in dejectedness. Fairy Ziwei analyzed. The heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions vary. Thus, when Gu Immortals go to different regions, absorbing the heaven and earth chi there would cause problems in their immortal aperture. This is also why Gu Immortals often have to return to their region to undergo tribulations. The difference in heaven and earth chi also caused the regional walls to form. Now that the 5 regional walls are gone, the heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions are converging into one. This is the reason for the birth of these chi tides. But it is impossible to calculate how long this chi tide phenomenon will last, or whether it will get stronger or weaker. We can't even predict a trend. To deduce the result of this question, it was likely that primordial origin Immortal Venerable was needed. He had the deepest understanding of chi path after all. Other than that, star constellation Immortal Venerable could also make such a large-scale deduction. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. His voice was hoarse and icy. This chi tide is a hindrance to us. Wherever it goes, soul beasts are unable to resist it. Even if they survive, their soul cores will be damaged. Spectral Soul wanted to recover his strength now. Devouring souls was the fastest method. Originally, he wanted to retrieve the door of life and death, but it was actually moved away in secret. The fight in Heavenly Court was over now. In Spectral Soul's current state, he could not take action rashly. Thus, he brought his 2 subordinates to leave Heavenly Court and come to Black Heaven. They prepared to hunt soul beasts instead. Within Black Heaven, there were countless soul beasts that formed into hordes. They often rampaged in Black Heaven with nether ants paving the way. They often had hundreds of thousands or even millions of soul beasts in an horde. "Master, the chi tide is a calamity. Please let us stay to help you," Old Man Fang Yuan advised as a loyal servant. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. "What use is there in staying by my side? I alone am sufficient. Furthermore, I have tasks for you too." Old Man Fang Yuan and Fairy Ziwei looked at each other as they said, "Please give us your instructions, Master." Spectral Soul squinted as he said eerily, "Back then, I expended my assets to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, leaving it for Fang Yuan to create a complete otherworldly demon. Now that Fate Gu is destroyed, the plan succeeded. It is time to retrieve sovereign immortal fetus Gu now. I want you two to find and capture Fang Yuan alive. I will refine him back into sovereign immortal fetus Gu." Spectral Soul's strength was at its lowest now. Otherwise, he would have taken action during the battle in Heavenly Court. If he wanted to grow stronger now, there were 3 crucial things: Door of Life and Death, Dream Realms, and Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Now that the Door of Life and Death was gone, Spectral Soul felt slightly disappointed. But he could use soul beasts instead. Most of his dream realms were taken by Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan used a portion of them in Heavenly Court's battle, the rest were still stored in Fang Yuan's possession. Spectral Soul needed to take back his dream realms. Only with his dream realms could he regain his attainment level of Great Grandmaster in all paths. Other than that, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was necessary too. It could ensure that Spectral Soul would quickly reach the apex of his strength. Spectral Soul had reason to believe that the sovereign immortal aperture was well developed by Fang Yuan. If he could take it back, it would be the same as gaining Fang Yuan's hard work. If he could retrieve all 3 crucial keys, Spectral Soul would rise to the top. He would be unstoppable in this world. He could not find the door of life and death, but both the dream realms and sovereign immortal aperture were in Fang Yuan's hands. It was understandable that Spectral Soul targeted Fang Yuan first. Old man Zheng Yuan frowned as he recalled. Master wants to deal with Fang Yuan? After this demon destroyed Fate Gu, he left Heavenly Court immediately and did not participate in the battle afterwards. He acted very strangely then. Nobody knows where he went after that. Spectral Soul smiled coldly. That is because of the heaven path down marks. Fang Yuan could barely save himself. He had to make that choice. Since he could discern the arrangement that Giant Sun Immortal Venerable placed on Wisdom Gu and thus used it in the refinement unhesitantly, he naturally can infer the arrangements I placed in Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu as well. Thus, when refining the Gu, he used Red Lotus method to restrict me. Fang Yuan is very crafty. He managed to thwart my plan by borrowing other strength. Red Lotus wanted to see that happen as well. Humph, after I get rid of Fang Yuan, I will deal with this old scoundrel Red Lotus. Spectral Soul and Red Lotus worked together to destroy Fate Gu for good. Now that the plan succeeded, Spectral Soul and Red Lotus returned to being enemies. 2 tigers cannot share one mountain, not to mention 2 venerables. But how do we locate Fang Yuan now? Fairy Ziwei felt a headache. Why was it that after changing sides and betraying Heavenly Court, she still had to face this troublesome problem? When she was in Heavenly Court, she tried all ways possible to deal with Fang Yuan. As a Wisdom Path grade expert, she had noticed Fang Yuan's threat long ago. But so what? Fang Yuan was too good at hiding and concealing himself. His most skilled Wisdom Path aspect was in blocking deductions. And he was too vigilant. He never left any traces behind. Even if Heavenly Court wanted to find him, they were helpless and clueless. Like how humanity had immortal venerables and demon venerables that the variant humans could not resist, they went into hiding and left even primordial origin immortal venerable without options against them. Fairy Ziwei lacked crucial clues. She could not deduce Fang Yuan's location. That was the case when she was in Heavenly Court. Until now, it was still true. Thus, she had to get help from Spectral Soul, hoping that this demon venerable's soul had some way to deal with him. But against this question, even Spectral Soul was silent for a while. Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was refined by him personally. He had made an arrangement to sense the sovereign immortal body. But after the heaven path down marks were absorbed by Fang Yuan, he lost his method. The connection was completely cut. Eventually, Spectral Soul ordered, "We temporarily can't find Fang Yuan. We have to force him to show up." How? Fang Yuan is a solitary demon. He has no attachments at all. Even if he did have friends or family, with his cruel nature, if we threaten him, he will not appear. Old man Zheng Yuan felt very troubled. Spectral Soul snorted coldly. During Heavenly Court's battle, everyone saw the scene of Fang Yuan destroying Fate Gu through the killer move everybody's vision. You will go spread the secret of the sovereign immortal aperture. Tell everyone in the world that Fang Yuan was able to reach rank 8 and destroy Fate, because the sovereign immortal aperture can annex immortal apertures to avoid tribulations and raise his cultivation level rapidly. Once in a while, Fang Yuan will have to annex immortal apertures to sustain his life. Whoever kills Fang Yuan will gain countless venerable inheritances. They will even possess the sovereign immortal aperture. They will be qualified to become a venerable and become invincible in the world. After pausing, Spectral Soul continued. In that case, Fang Yuan will be an enemy of everyone. We also have to tell everyone about his current weakness, that he has no battle strength due to the heaven path down marks troubling him. If not, he would not have escaped immediately after refining the Gu. With everyone in the world helping us find him, where can Fang Yuan hide? Even if he can hide for a while, he cannot hide forever. Both of you will go and find the secret treasuries that I left behind afterwards. The cultivation resources that I did not need when refining Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu are kept there. They are not of low value. Using these resources, you can rebuild Shadow Sect and help me recruit more members. Fang Yuan's subordinates like Bai Ningbing and He Lulan are all outside now. If we find them, we might find clues to Fang Yuan. Old man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Ziwei quickly responded. Spectral Soul looked down at his feet. His gaze seemed to be piercing through the darkness and looking at the 5 regions. The 5 regions fused into one. Heaven and Earth Chi is converging as Chi tides form and spread around the world. If the Heaven and Earth Chi does not fuse completely, there will not be peace. It will be as if the 5 regional walls are thinned and spread all over the 5 regions. Thus, The Gu Immortals of the 5 regions will feel tremors in their immortal apertures as the two chi collide. They are forced to recuperate now. The stronger the immortal aperture foundation, the longer they need to recuperate. Fang Yuan will be forced to lay low for a very long time. But you two are ex-Heavenly Court members. You had phantom apertures, so you are unaffected by this. We need to make use of this time. Work hard. As Master decrees. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan replied respectfully. Spectral Soul waved his sleeves. Then why are you still here? Master, please take care. We will take our leave. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan left quickly. 1969 Black Heaven, Gu Immortals roar. Within Black Heaven, an ancient soul beast was escaping in a hurry. This soul beast resembled a horse, but had a human face. On its face now was terror and fear. The ancient soul beast was panicking and escaping in a random direction. Soon, its movements slowed down as its anguished cries became softer and weaker. After several breaths of time, it completely stopped in the sky, floating silently in the night sky. Soundlessly, its colossal body disintegrated as a Gu Immortal appeared. This Gu Immortal had a pale face and chest-length hair. He was Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul grabbed the soul core, which was the soul path essence of the ancient soul beast. But Spectral Soul was not satisfied. He placed this soul core into his mouth and ate it like a candy, swallowing it after a few seconds. Without using a soul path killer move, I need to wait a while to digest it completely. Spectral Soul said unhappily as he snorted. After splitting up with Old Man Zheng Yuan and Fairy Ziwei, he had been hunting soul beasts in Black Heaven. But for some reason, maybe due to bad luck or the extermination of life forms due to the chi tides, he met very few soul beasts. Until now, he had only met lone soul beasts or those that formed into groups of 5 or fewer. The quantity was so small that he even felt like he was not in Black Heaven. This efficiency is just too low. Spectral Soul continued his journey. If my attainment level was still around, I can find the soul beast armies with just my instinct. Even Fang Yuan would not be able to escape my detection. It is a pity I need to start over. However, Fate Gu is finally destroyed. Heavens will cannot obstruct my path to becoming venerable again. After I succeed, I want to see who dares to obstruct me. Even if it is a venerable, I will kill them. Oh, while Spectral Soul moved stealthily, a flash of joy suddenly appeared on his face. He finally found an army of soul beasts. He got closer and saw that this soul beast army had over 3 million members. The quantity was not small, and what made Spectral Soul happy was that they had high quality. He had only taken a quick glance, but he already saw 6 immemorial soul beasts and over 30 ancient soul beasts. Kill. The desire to kill emerged in Spectral Soul's heart as he was about to charge over, but he noticed something. This discovery was quite surprising. Why are there soul path Gu Immortals? There were 3 Gu Immortals controlling the soul beast army. 2 males and 1 female immortal. The female was at the center as the leader. She had a plain appearance and gray eyes. Her rank 8 aura was naturally emitted. Of the 2 male immortals, one was tall and armored, with strong arms exposed and soul beast markings on his arms. The other was tall and thin, holding a bamboo staff. The 3 immortals wore black robes of similar design. They were obviously from the same force. They are Black Heaven Gu Immortals. Spectral Soul soon discerned their aura. He snickered as he changed his earlier idea of charging in. He stealthily mixed in with the soul beast army. The 3 immortals controlled the soul beast army with much difficulty. The 2 males were showing signs of tiredness. Sweat gathered on their foreheads. The rank 8 female immortal seemed to have rested earlier. She spoke at this moment. You two can stop. I will control the army now. Hearing this, the 2 male immortals let out sighs of relief. The thin one started to bootlick her. Aunt, only you can control a soul beast army of such a size. Even if the 2 of us cultivate for 8 lifetimes, we would not even reach half of your strength. The rank 8 female immortal looked at the male immortal with displeasure. If 8 lifetimes are not enough to reach my level, you should just end your own life. Ugh. The thin man knew that his boot-licking had backfired. He showed some awkwardness on his face. The female immortal sighed. You two are the most likely Gu Immortals in the clan to advance further besides me. Now that Fate Gu has been destroyed, we are taking control of our own fate. The great era has arrived. The peaceful and quiet life of the past is long gone. You must have the spirit to work hard. If you do not have such an awareness, sooner or later our soul-pacifying grotto heaven will be drowned by the tides of the era. Aunt, you have taught me a lesson. The tall and thin man nodded his head in succession. As for the male immortal at the side, he remained silent. The female immortal sighed again and continued. The 5 regions were fused. The heaven and earth chi are merging, to the extent that chi tides swept across the whole world. Even Black Heaven and White Heaven are not exempted. Wherever the chi tide reaches, heaven and earth will shake. Grotto heavens can no longer be concealed. Their positions will be exposed. This time, we as Gu Immortals of Black Heaven's Grotto Heavens are meeting to discuss how to face this situation. At that time, the two of you will be representing yourselves as well as our soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Don't forget this. Yes, Aunt, Madam. Don't worry, we will remember this. The two Immortals responded respectfully. The three Immortals did not know that Spectral Soul had already gotten near them. He heard their entire conversation without missing anything. So that's it. Spectral's soul realized. With the convergence of the heaven and earth chi, the Grotto Heavens concealed in Black Heaven and White Heaven are affected too. The reason is the same as why the 5 regions Gu Immortals are forced to recuperate. But the 5 regions Gu Immortals are more affected while the 2 heavens are not as troubled. The Gu Immortals are still able to move around with difficulty. Within Black and White Heaven, many Grotto Heavens were hidden. Even Spectral Soul could not precisely count the number of Grotto Heavens here. This current change in the world was unprecedented. All of the Grotto Heavens were unable to hide anymore. They were like fish forced out of the water. Spectral Soul felt that this was a perfect opportunity. He immediately continued to hide, following the 3 Immortals. After spending half a day, the 3 Immortals controlled the army of soul beasts and finally arrived at their destination. This was also a Grotto Heaven. The Grotto Heaven's entrance was open. Many people were already waiting outside. The commotion was not small. The soul beast army of millions that the 3 soul-pacifying Immortals brought here was not exceptional at all. They were only superior to the norm. So our friends from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven have arrived. Seeing the 3 Immortals, a Gu Immortal flew out from a pack of night heavenly wolves. This Gu Immortal had rank 8 cultivation level. He had a pair of sharp eagle eyes and had an appearance of a resolute character. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord, you arrived early. The rank 8 female Immortal from soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven replied while smiling. Actually, we were late, Lady Cold Ash. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord smiled bitterly, pointing at the Grotto Heaven entrance. Those variant human Gu Immortals have entered already. I waited for you to enter together. Otherwise, as lone rank 8 Gu Immortals, we will be pushed aside. Lady Cold Ash nodded with a grim expression. We have gathered here today because of Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch's request. He is a snowman Gu Immortal to begin with. He opened up his Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven as well. This will definitely be dominated by variant human Gu Immortals. Let's go in and see first. Lady Cold Ash quickly arranged for the 2 rank 7s to stay behind and look after the Soul Beast army. She only brought some immemorial soul beasts with her into the Grotto Heaven. Unknown to her, Spectral Soul had already possessed one of her immemorial soul beasts. He followed after them. Once they entered the Grotto Heaven, the temperature fell drastically. It was an icy world. Looking at the ground, it was all white. The mountain stood tall, made entirely of frost crystals. This was very rare. At the peak of the Frost Crystal Mountain, there was a palace made of ice and snow. Lady Cold Ash and Night Heavenly Wolf Lord arrived in front of the palace hall. They left their accompanying immemorial soul beasts and immemorial Night Heavenly Wolves outside, entering themselves. After Spectral Soul looked for a while, he successfully saw through the foundation of this icy palace. He immediately found a loophole and entered the hall. There was a snowman Gu Immortal sitting at the main seat. He had a squarish face and dignified demeanor. He was Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch. Other than that, there were 3 rank 8 variant humans. They were Rockman, Hairyman, and Eggman respectively. To think that in Black Heaven, variant humans are the superior force. They actually have 4 rank 8s while the humans only have 2. Spectral Soul thought about it for a moment before understanding why. After humans dominated the world, variant humans could not live in the 5 regions anymore. They were chased into the peripheries of the world to live pitiful lives. Black and White Heaven became their top choices to relocate and live. This place was extremely huge. Once their Grotto Heavens were concealed, even venerables would not be able to find them without sufficient clues. Thus, Black and White Heaven became the foundation of the variant humans they developed here. Even though human Gu Immortals also explored both heavens, they only explored them to seek resources. Few rank 8 Gu Immortals would place their Grotto Heavens within the Black and White Heavens. Human Grotto Heavens were different from variant human Grotto Heavens. The latter were taken care of by Heaven's will. Their tribulations were weaker, but the former were different. As time passed, more and more human Grotto Heavens that were placed were destroyed. Few could develop successfully. Meanwhile, the variant human Grotto Heavens were able to last a long time. Their forces grew stealthily. The 6 rank 8 Gu Immortals discussed for a long time. The 5 regions have become one. Chi tides rampage the heavens. Our Grotto Heavens will be exposed. I propose that we unite ourselves and resist the enemies of the 5 regions together. How will we resist them? Even though our Grotto Heavens are doing well, How can our resources compare to the 5 regions? Even if we all work together, we are not the match of the 5 regions' humans. Moreover, we cannot cooperate sincerely with each other. We are of different identities after all. Everyone, don't worry. Even though we are humans, our soul-pacifying ancestor was forced to live in Black Heaven. We have already broken all ties with the 5 regions. I'll be more straightforward. My Night Wolf Grotto Heaven does not want to expose ourselves. After all, we have an immense enmity with Northern Plains Longevity Heaven. Friends, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch spoke. Do you all only want to go on the defensive? Do you not want to progress further? Now that Fate Gu has been destroyed, the reign of humanity has been disrupted. The 5 regions Gu Immortals need to recuperate now. This is the best chance for us to take action. Because we were in Black Heaven, we became the least affected ones. We can move around with difficulty. If we don't make use of this chance, we will regret it in the future. Immortal Monarch, what plan do you have? Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch sighed as he said with a grim expression. The 5 regions are huge. They have abundant resources. Even if our Grotto Heavens are added together, we cannot compare to them. The world will definitely go into chaos if we do not try to improve ourselves. When the 5 regions settle down, they will find a chance to eliminate us all. Only by taking this lead can we have a hope of survival. 1970 Heavenly Court. Dilemma. Lady Cold Ash flew first towards the entrance of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The 2 rank 7s from Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven quickly went to receive her. Aunt, the tall and thin Gu Immortal asked in concern. How was the discussion? Lady Cold Ash shook her head lightly. At this time, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also flew out of Ice Crystal Grotto Heaven. The 2 conversed for some time before parting ways. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord brought his wolf group along while Lady Cold Ash led her soul beast army, going back to their respective Grotto Heavens. Along the way, the 3 Immortals conversed, not knowing that Spectral Soul was lurking around them. Spectral Soul had originally wanted to hunt the soul beasts, but after seeing this, he changed his mind. Just by the name of Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, he could tell its foundation was Soul Path. Seeing that Lady Cold Ash and the 2 rank 7s were Soul Path Gu Immortals, Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven must be a place filled with abundant Soul Path cultivation resources. Let alone anything else. Just the Soul Beast army that they controlled was a scrumptious meal to Spectral Soul. Chi Tides rampage in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. The Grotto Heaven forces in Black and White Heaven will not lay low. Hee, I can use this to my advantage and assault the other venerable forces and speed up my growth. Spectral Soul not only had to deal with Fang Yuan, there were also venerable forces like Heavenly Court and Longevity Heaven. Now that Fate Gu was destroyed, Spectral Soul was able to revive. The other venerables were also able to revive themselves. With Fang Yuan missing at the moment, Spectral Soul had to consider the whole situation. Even though his true nature was killing, there were many ways to kill. Using others as one's lethal weapon was also a high-level killing method. He was going to use it now. Lady Cold Ash and the rest did not know that their soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was currently targeted by a huge monster, Spectral Soul. Meanwhile, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord returned to his Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. Many Gu Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven quickly greeted him. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord said, Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch wants us to form an alliance to resist the 5 regions. This is quite a difficult situation. Gu Immortal Yiji nodded. It is quite difficult. In the current situation, Fate Gu is destroyed. The 5 regions merged. As the heaven and earth Chi fuse together, Chi Tides rampage in the world. No Grotto Heaven can conceal itself. We are small and lone forces. When the 5 regions attack us, we will not be able to resist them. However, we do not need to fight the 5 regions. We are humans, but Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest are variant humans after all. The 5 regions are stronger than the 2 heavens. This is an obvious fact. Why can't we join the 5 regions instead? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord laughed. Yiji, you know me best. That is how I feel too. If we work with the variant humans, we will be considered spies of humanity. Even if the 5 regions do not want to attack us, if we ally with the variant humans, they will want to. Yiji frowned. But we cannot join the 5 regions. Firstly, northern plains of the 5 regions is impossible. Secondly, the other 4 regions might not welcome us. And finally, if we join them, we will be attacked by Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch and the rest. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord sighed. Indeed, that is why I made an agreement with Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven's Lady Cold Ash. We will advance and retreat together. We will combine the forces of the human Grotto Heavens here. As for which region to join, in my opinion, Central Continent's Heavenly Court is the most appropriate. We can secretly contact them first. Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was an experienced leader. Not only did he have rank 8 cultivation level, he was shrewd in politics. Nobody in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven defied his rule. Since he made a decision, the Gu Immortals in Night Wolf Grotto Heaven did not dare to raise objections. Heavenly Court. Central Great Hall was finally repaired. Qin Dingling was currently the person taking charge. They failed to repair Fate Gu. Heavenly Court had undergone an intense battle. The damage was huge. Even now, many areas were still in ruins. This is a humiliation. Qin Dingling put aside the letter Gu as she rested temporarily. Her expression was calm, but her eyes flickered with light. As memories surfaced in her mind, rage built up within her. After Red Lotus goal was achieved, Duke Long died, while fighting, and Fang Yuan retreated rapidly. But the three regions Gu Immortals wanted to destroy Heavenly Court. Nobody backed off. At the moment of life and death, primordial origin Immortal Venerable's method started to activate. All sorts of rage chi, unlucky chi, grief chi, and others plagued the three regions Gu Immortals. Their physical conditions weakened. This move was originally meant to deal with Fang Yuan, but Limitless Demon Venerable blocked it for him. After Red Lotus plan succeeded, the battle between two Venerables in Imperfection Regret Pavilion also concluded, with Limitless laughing as the two Venerable silhouettes faded away. Without limitless power to restrict it, Primordial Origin's method started to work again. And the other good news was that even though Feng Gu turned on them, he only helped Fang Yuan to refine the Gu. He did not do anything against Heavenly Court. Heavenly Court was able to recover because of this and retaliate, maintaining their position in this difficult battle. The three regions Gu Immortals had no choice. With Dragon Palace, Calamity Luck Altar, and Clear Jade Dripping Wind Tiny Bamboo Building as their foundation, they retreated gradually. After leaving Heavenly Court, some people wanted to loot Central Continent, but the first Chi Tide happened at this moment. The immortal apertures of the three regions Gu Immortals became unstable. They had to leave. Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals stopped chasing them. After witnessing Fang Yuan refine Destiny Gu in front of them, their morale and fighting spirit had fallen. After the battle ended, Heavenly Court, which was greatly damaged, tried to reduce its losses and take care of the aftermath. Duke Long died, while Fairy Zi-Wei betrayed them for Spectral Soul. After Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals talked over it, they decided that Qin Dingling would be the new leader. During this period of time, Qin Dingling had been the one in charge, taking care of all the matters, big or small. Qin Dingling had a plain expression, but a fire was burning in her heart. The great Heavenly Court had actually lost. It was a complete loss. She was eager to make up for this humiliation, but logic told her to not act rashly. Because everything had changed, Heavenly Court was no longer the old Heavenly Court, the enemies were no longer the same. Even the world had changed. After resting for a while, Qin Dingling continued to deal with the matters at hand. Oh, she held an information path Mortal Gu as her expression changed slightly. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was not willing to fight alongside the variant humans. He wanted to join the stronger side of the five regions. Among them, although Heavenly Court had lost this fight, it was still the #1 human force for the last few million years. Night Wolf Grotto Heaven had grudges with Longevity Heaven. In the five regions, only Heavenly Court had the foundation to stand up against the vicious Longevity Heaven members. In this information path Gu Worm, Night Heavenly Wolf Lord also explained the ill intentions of the variant humans. Those of other races have such motives. Once Fate Gu got destroyed, these variant humans jumped out immediately. Qin Dingling snorted. Deep killing intense rose in her heart. After calming down, Qin Dingling started to think about this situation. Qin Dingling knew very little about Night Heavenly Wolf Lord and Night Wolf Grotto Heaven. With just one information path Gu Worm, she could not confirm if Night Heavenly Wolf Lord was really trying to sincerely join them, or if they were scheming against Heavenly Court. If this Night Heavenly Wolf Lord is sincere, how should we deal with Longevity Heaven and the variant human forces of the Grotto Heavens? Night Heavenly Wolf Lord talked about the history of his ancestor truthfully in the letter. He did not conceal the grudges they had with Longevity Heaven. Qin Dingling was slightly troubled. Heavenly Court was at an unprecedented level of weakness. Chi tides rampaged in the world. Heaven and earth chi converged. The Heavenly Court Gu Immortals who had phantom apertures were even more mobile than the Gu Immortals in Black or White Heaven. But Heavenly Court could not move them. Firstly, most of Heavenly Court's members had limited lifespan. Secondly, they had to reinforce Star Constellation's will. Thus, a portion of Heavenly Court's members had to enter the Immortal Graveyard to hibernate and help Star Constellation's will, to prevent her from being completely assimilated with Heaven's will. But in that case, Heavenly Court's battle strength would be far lower. Thus, Qin Dingling could not make up her mind. If only Fairy Zi-Wei was still around. Qin Dingling sighed. The worry in her heart intensified. Fairy Zi-Wei and Old Man Zheng Yuan were enslaved by Spectral Soul. They left with him. The two of them knew a lot about Heavenly Court's secrets, together with the soul of a demon venerable, who could underestimate them. Qin Dingling thought about it for a while before feeling the severity of this situation. She decided to discuss it with Zhou Xiong Xian and the rest. Zhou Xiong Xian suggested, "This is an important matter, but the situation is not very clear now. The 6 Gu Immortals, including Knight Heavenly Wolf Lord, are merely the rank 8s of the Black Heaven above our central continent. What about the other 4 regions, Black Heaven? We do not know how many Grotto Heavens there are, or how many rank 8 Gu Immortals exist in these Grotto Heavens. I am willing to go and investigate the 2 heavens myself." Zhou Xiong Xian cultivated information path. He knew the importance of information. He had a phantom aperture and was not afraid of the heaven and earth chi convergence. Qin Dingling agreed with his suggestion. She chose to continue keeping in contact with Night Wolf Grotto Heaven while investigating the situation. Jun Xingguang took out an information path. Mortal Gu. Say, the list of names have been chosen. They are all Gu Immortal seeds with great talent and aptitude. Most importantly, they are loyal to Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sections. But there is one person whom I need everyone's input and discussion on. Jun Xingguang's list contained the names of many Mortal Gu masters. They were all exceptional geniuses. Heavenly Court lost this battle, and the Immortal Graveyard was even destroyed by Fang Yuan. Everything had to be rebuilt from scratch. With the threat of the 5 regions' chaotic war, Heavenly Court decided to nurture new Gu Immortals, disregarding the costs. Qin Dingling received the Gu Worm and looked into it. There were many names on this list. Immortal Crane Sect recommended Sun Yuan Hua. Spirit Butterfly Valley recommended Shao Qi Xing. Ancient Soul Sect had Gu Ting. Heaven's Envy Manor had Wei Wu Shang. But at Spirit Affinity House's section, the list was empty without a name. Qin Dingling sighed as her expression turned complex. She knew about the person Spirit Affinity House nominated. It had to be Feng Jin Huang. But after the battle over fate, Feng Jiu betrayed Heavenly Court and went missing. His daughter Feng Jin Huang ended up in an awkward position. She was originally Duke Long's disciple and the future Great Dream Immortal Venerable. But with the death of Duke Long and the destruction of fate, she was no longer certain to be Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Zhou Xiong Xian's concern was, if Heavenly Court continued to nurture Feng Jin Huang and she betrayed them like her father, what would they do? Even though Feng Jin Huang was Duke Long's disciple, the disciple that he nurtured wholeheartedly spent 1,000,000 years to plot and destroy Heavenly Court's fate Gu. Would his second disciple Feng Jin Huang also inherit this great tradition? We will talk about this again next time. Central Continent, Lake Heart Mountain. Spirit Affinity House's public Blessed Land headquarters was situated here. Within the Blessed Land, there was an area called Quiet Rain Valley. When Feng Jin Huang was strolling in the valley, it started to rain. A drizzle. The rain was mild and quiet. Bathed in the rain, Feng Jin Huang slowed down subconsciously as she walked. The air was fresh with the smell of grass. All around her was a faint field of greenery. This rain did not feel cold. It was like jade, mild and calm. Feng Jin Huang knew that this was called quiet rain. When it rains, all sounds would be absorbed and the surroundings would be silent. Heaven and earth would be soundless. One would be able to hear their own heartbeats and breathing. Quiet rain was a rank 6 immortal material. This valley was the resource point that created quiet rain. This was why it was named Quiet Rain Valley. After Feng Jiu betrayed Heavenly Court and went missing, his wife, the mother of Feng Jin Huang, Fairy Bai Qing, requested to be transferred to Quiet Rain Valley to collect quiet rain. She said she would not leave this place. Whenever there was quiet rain, the valley would have music that sounded like zither and flute. It was akin to Fairy Bai Qing's anguished cries of sadness. Feng Jin Huang had heard of this rumor and felt worried. She came to the valley to visit her mother. The quiet rain was drizzling. There was indeed the music of zither and flute being emitted. The sound of the zither spread out all around, like white clouds in the sky, ancient, melodious, and pleasant to the ear. The sound of the flute, however, was high-pitched, fluctuating almost abruptly, like a fierce hawk flying across the sky, sharply piercing the wind, tearing the sky. At first, the sound of the zither resounded and the sound of the flute reverberated, alternating with each other, as if both sides were speaking, one sentence after the other. Then, the zither and the flute began to approach each other, and gradually merged into one another. The white clouds were misty, and the eagles were flying across the clouds. The two abrupt sounds of music merged together, creating an indescribable beauty. In the end, the sound of the zither and the flute become one and the same, forming a kind of mix. With the melodious sound of the zither and the clarity of the flute, it was unique and beautiful. Feng Jin Huang was enchanted by the beautiful sound of the music. She went deeper into the valley and managed to meet her mother. Fairy Bai Qing was sitting in a bamboo pavilion, with 2 Gu flying around her like white jade pearls. They were Sound Path Mortal Gu, Zither Gu, and Flute Gu. When Feng Huang entered the pavilion, the music slowly stopped. Fairy Bai Qing had already known of Feng Huang's arrival. She turned around slowly. This demonic immortal unification song was composed by your father when we fell in love. It is the symbol of our relationship. I still remember the first time your father played it for me. He told me, Immortals and demons are one to begin with. Initially, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was known as Primordial Origin Demon Venerable by the variant humans as well. This song contains deep meaning, and your father has been treasuring and not using it, but he played it during the Fate War. Saying so, Fairy Bai Qing's tone changed as she looked at Feng Huang fixedly. The list of names has been announced already. Feng Huang nodded. I know. The last time the sect recommended me, there was no reply from Heavenly Court. This time, the sect put Sun Yao's name, and it was quickly approved by Heavenly Court. Fairy Bai Qing said plainly. Originally, the sect still wanted to recommend you to go there, but Li Juning and Su Hao got in the way. They ended up promoting Sun Yao instead. How do you feel about such an outcome, my dear daughter? Hee. Feng Huang smiled slightly, her smile brilliant as a flower, bringing a bright sunshine to the bamboo pavilion for a moment. Mother, why do you have to test me on this? Ever since father betrayed and turned against Heavenly Court, I've already prepared myself. Right now, the situation is already not bad. My dream path Immortal Gu was not taken. Feng Huang said. Fairy Bai Qing also smiled slightly at her words. It's not like there isn't any forceful seizure in the righteous path, but it's just that the act is often cloaked in a layer of righteousness and morality. It's already good that you have come to this level of understanding. However, don't worry too much. Your father left Heavenly Court but created Destiny's Song. His outstanding battle strength is evident to the world. Heavenly Court and Spirit Affinity House will not dare to touch you. Feng Huang revealed a look of displeasure. Mother, you don't need to make an explanation for father. Although I can understand father, I will not forgive him. For him to suddenly turn his back on Heavenly Court and not even telling us beforehand is simply abandoning his wife and daughter. One day, I will settle the score with him. Fairy Bai Qing laughed and shook her head, walking up to Feng Huang and holding her hand. You misunderstand your father. That demonic immortal unification song, which he kept as a symbol of our love, has never been used for anything other than singing in front of me. But he used it during the Fate War to tell me that righteous immortals and demons are the same. His feelings for me had never changed, and even when he left the righteous path and returned to the demonic path, it wouldn't end the relationship of our family. Do you believe me? As long as I give out the slightest hint of inclination to leave Spirit Affinity House, he will definitely take the initiative to bring me away. He understands me well and knows that I do not want to become a demonic path member. Therefore, he gave us both the opportunity to choose our side freely. He didn't want his ideals to become a burden on us. Feng Huang snorted coldly. Father would rather help Fang Yuan, the great demon, than help my master. It's true that master was stubborn and was always nagging about fate and all that, but he was ultimately kind to us and truly had my best interests in mind. Father was simply too cold and heartless. Mother, since you are fine now, I'll be leaving. Oh you. Fairy Bai Qing sighed, but did not ask her daughter to stay. When Feng Huang left Quiet Rain Valley, she met with two female Gu masters. One was beautiful while the other was cute. They were acquaintances of Feng Huang. They were anxiously waiting outside the valley. After seeing Feng Huang, they showed joy on their faces as they went to her. Senior sister, we heard you came here, so we rushed over to find you. The beautiful woman was Qin Wan. Senior sister, sorry, I did not want to snatch your opportunity. Sun Yao had a cute and round face. She was very anxious now. Qin Wan and Sun Yao were good friends with Feng Huang. They had always followed behind her. But in the recent years, Feng Huang followed Duke Long and went away to cultivate Dream Path. They did not meet much during this period. Feng Huang laughed aloud and stretched out her hand to nudge Sun Yao's forehead. Oh, you've done well this time. So why are you apologizing? The nomination quota is just a small matter. Am I unable to become immortal without this funding? For me, becoming a Gu Immortal is by no means an obstacle. It's just that I have to consider the kind of Gu Immortal I want to become. But for you, this is a rare opportunity, so seize it well. After speaking to Sun Yao, Feng Huang looked at Qin Wan. You've always been quite active and have good perseverance. But this time, when fusing with the Dao marks, why did you faint? If not, the nomination would have been yours this time. Qin Wan did not dare to retort. Senior sister, you are right. I have slacked off on my cultivation. No, that is not so, senior sister. Sister Qin. Wan was injured at that time. She could not endure the ordeal and fainted. Sun Yao quickly clarified. So that's how it was. Feng Huang nodded her head and said regrettably, it is indeed a great loss. Fang Yuan destroyed fake Gu and refined it into countless heaven path down marks, which were dispersed to the people in the world. The more heaven path down marks you absorb, the more beneficial it will be in the future. Be it cultivation or developing the immortal aperture, it will benefit with no harm. But there's no harm in not having any. At best, it's just an opportunity. What determines your achievements in life will still depend on your own talents and efforts. Yes, Yuan will listen to senior sister's teachings. Yuan bowed. Feng Huang smiled again. Let's go. I will give you two some guidance. Yuan and Sun Yao revealed joyful expressions. The latter jumped around cheering. That's great. We haven't been together for such a long time. The three of them walked together, gradually leaving quiet Rain Valley. Within the valley, Fairy Bai Qing retracted her investigative method. Daughter, you've grown up. Fairy Bai Qing had a relieved expression. Feng Huang was very clear about her own circumstances, as well as Heavenly Court and the 10 great ancient sections. Towards Feng Ji's actions, she had her own opinion, but she was able to put it aside and make a clear judgment. She had a solid foundation of skills. Maybe, your betrayal has hastened our daughter's maturity. We should let her walk on her own path. As a mother, all I can do is to wish the best for her. Of course, if some people in the sect do not know what is good for them and go overboard, I will not avoid conflict either. Fairy Bai Qing's expression turned cold. At the same time, on another mountain, Affection Peak, Spirit Affinity House's Li Juning and Su Hao went to visit Zhao Lianyun. Zhao Lianyun had already become an immortal. She was assigned by Spirit Affinity House recently and became the Affection Peak Lord. She was able to achieve what she had today, thanks to the support of Su Hao and Li Juning, in addition to her own efforts. Zhao Lianyun was also guided by the two Immortals during her Gu immortal cultivation journey and the management of her immortal aperture, so she was able to avoid many pitfalls. Zhao Lianyun remembered these debts in her heart, so when Su Hao and Li Juning visited her, she quickly came out of cultivation and attended to them personally. But hearing their request, Zhao Lianyun felt troubled. Seniors, you want me to use my status as the current generation fairy to deal with Feng Huang and Fairy Bai Qing? Indeed, now is the best opportunity. Feng Gu betrayed us and caused Heavenly Court to lose and fate to be destroyed. If we target them now, we will definitely win. Su Hao had a fierce expression. The hatred between him and Feng Gu had a long history. In the past, he had hated Feng Gu so much that he held back key information and intelligence, almost causing him to die. Feng Gu had a very strong stance in his political manipulation, ostracizing the couple to the fringe of Spirit Affinity House in this power struggle. Most of the time, the two Immortals were at a disadvantage against Feng Gu. They could only support each other with difficulty. For them, Feng Ji's betrayal was great news. It was worth celebrating. This, Zhao Lianyun hesitated. Feng Gu has already betrayed Heavenly Court. Seniors, I know that you have grudges with him, but why do you want to implicate his family? Oh Lianyun, we cannot be too kind-hearted sometimes. Think about it. Think about the time you competed with Feng Huang over the fairy position. Li Juning urged. If we do not use this chance, we will regret it in the future. You do not need to worry about it. I will tell you something. Our sect's nominee was originally Feng Huang, but now she has been removed from the list. Seniors, people should let others off when possible. Zhao Lianyun explained. She was not willing to do that. Conflicts should be resolved and not deepened. Back then, when competing for the fairy position, both of them had used above-board methods. Feng Huang had a deep background, but did not use any unscrupulous ways to deal with her as well. Even though Zhao Lianyun and Feng Huang were competitors, Zhao Lianyun admired Feng Huang's personality. She had no ill feelings towards her. Su Hao did not listen to her words. Back then, did the demon Feng Gu spare us? You are too kind for your own good, Lianyun. Li Juning frowned. Zhao Lianyun sighed to herself. She changed her words and explained. Seniors, we need to analyze this situation deeply. Even though the sect nominated someone else, Heavenly Court did not directly take away Feng Huang's status. From that, we can see the attitude of Heavenly Court is still unclear towards her. Precisely because they are uncertain now, we need to deal the fatal blow and affirm their decision. The fight over authority will never cease. Only when a true victor is decided can there be peace. Li Juning said with deep meaning. Zhao Lianyun sighed again. She could only accept their request. There was no choice. She owed them a big favor after all. Even though she was unwilling, people had to do some things that they did not want to in this world. They had helped her greatly. If she rejected them, what would others think? Zhao Lianyun was half an otherworldly demon. Even though she was the current generation fairy, Spirit Affinity House still ostracized her. If she lost her relationship with Su Hao and Li Juning, she would truly become a loner. The two Immortals saw that Zhao Lianyun agreed. They were overjoyed. They promised her a huge reward. Zhao Lianyun was not interested in the reward. After the two of them left, she continued her closed cultivation. The destruction of fate was actually great news to Zhao Lianyun. With this, Ma Honyun's revival would be much easier and less troublesome. But Ma Honyun's soul was still in Fang Yuan's hands. Thus, Zhao Lianyun had to cultivate and raise her strength to make preparations to save her beloved. In the secret room, Zhao Lianyun calmed down and inspected her own immortal aperture. Lianyun blessed land had 5,700 square kilometers of land. The rate of time was 1:13. The terrain was mostly grassland and plains. But after the heaven path Dao marks were absorbed, Lianyun blessed land started to change in many aspects. Firstly, the ground cracked to form huge trenches. Next, there was torrential rain as huge rivers were formed. The rivers overflowed and floods plagued the surroundings. After 3 days and 3 nights, the floods receded, leaving behind vast expanses of fertile mud. Small ditches and rivers connected to the main channel of the giant river, forming an elaborate and dense network of rivers. Zhao Lianyun witnessed the transformation of her immortal aperture the entire time. She was dazed and greatly shocked internally. With heaven path Dao marks, the immortal aperture will transform and become closer to a truly balanced environment. Even though there are temporary losses, the potential and prospects will rise by many times. Zhao Lianyun had divine concealment from thieving heaven's true inheritance. She did not face calamities and tribulations. This was beneficial and also detrimental. Her immortal aperture development had always been a problem. But with the addition of heaven path Dao marks, this problem was reduced greatly. If only I had more heaven path Dao marks. Sigh. What a pity that I only obtained 6.5 heaven path Dao marks, and they are all segmented too. I do not have a single complete heaven path Dao mark. How many heaven path Dao marks did Fang Yuan get? He was the person refining the Gu. He was the closest to these heaven path Dao marks. Zhao Lianyun sighed. She could not imagine it or find the answer, but she knew that the difference between her and Fang Yuan had been greatly increased again. Wake up, kid. Peng De groaned and barely opened his eyes to see a bearded uncle, slapping him in the face with a rough palm. Peng De was in a trance, and it was only then that he recognized the man in front of him. Uncle Amoral, he called out. Wasn't I sleeping on the camel? Peng De looked around. He could not help but be stunned once more. There was sand everywhere. The caravan was nowhere to be seen, leaving only him and Immortal. Both were in a messy state. Ouch! Peng De groaned as he realized he had bruises all over his body. Uncle Immortal looked at Peng De and sighed. You kid, I don't know what to say about you. You are so lucky. Many Gu masters fled desperately. They all died. You were deeply asleep, but survived. However, if I hadn't discovered your faint breath in time and dug you out, I'm afraid you would have been buried alive. Uncle Immortal, you've saved me once again. Peng De grabbed both of Immortal's hands, saying gratefully. But what in the world had happened? It's a natural disaster. I've never seen it before. Uncle Immortal let out a heavy sigh. So what about our caravan? Sigh. It's just the two of us now. What? Peng De could not help but stare with wide eyes and scream in his heart. How can this world be so vicious? There was a natural disaster with no warning. I just slept for a bit and almost died again. My lord, what kind of world have I come to? It is simply a brutal and terrible place to live. At least we're still alive. Immortal knocked Peng De on the head. Kid, you don't look satisfied? To be alive after a natural disaster like that is the greatest of all blessings. Look at me. Immortal pointed his finger at his chest. I've worked hard most of my life to own such a caravan. And now it's all gone. Look on the bright side. Otherwise we won't survive until tomorrow. Sigh. It would be great if I could become an immortal. Immortal? There are immortals in this world. Immortal looked at Peng De. Did you forget everything? You forgot even immortals? Sigh. I'll explain in the future. Let's leave first. Peng De followed Immortal as they left, heading towards the closest oasis. Peng De followed behind Immortal and asked with caution. Are there many disasters like this? Of course, Immortal said in a vicarious tone. It's not easy for us to make a living in the desert. Sandstorms are the killers that visit often. Sometimes there are also flying blade hurricanes, and each gust of wind can condense into a huge wind blade that cuts everything wherever it goes. In addition to natural disasters, there are also vicious beasts. For example, we are in Wolf Desert. Desert wolves are most plentiful here. How? As Immortal was saying that, a group of desert wolves suddenly emerged from under the desert. Wolves, wolves. Peng De jumped up in fright. Oh heaven, they're coming out from under the sand. So many heads. What do we do, uncle? Immortal looked pale and cursed out loud. Damn it. Why weren't these desert wolves wiped out by the natural disaster? It was not strange. The chi tides were the phenomenon of fusing heaven and earth chi. It originated from the heavenly Tao. But the heavenly Tao would not wipe out all life. There was a chance of survival in every situation. Li and Peng De were able to survive. Other life forms naturally had such an opportunity as well. The desert wolves emerged from everywhere, but strangely enough, although they spotted Peng De and Li, they did not come to attack. Instead, they quickly assembled, howling and staring at the desert ground. Rustle, rustle. With a series of moving sand sounds, golden scorpions emerged from the ground. These golden scorpions were all the size of a millstone. Peng De watched with chills in his heart. The golden scorpion group and the desert wolf group were engaged in a brutal fight. Whenever a desert wolf was stung by a golden scorpion's needle, it would immediately foam saliva at the mouth, fall to the ground, and eventually die. On the other hand, the golden scorpions could not fight against the desert wolf's claws and teeth, and were often torn apart by the wolf's claws. The two groups of beasts fought. Because they were weak in intelligence, they paid no attention to Li and Peng De who were close by. Peng De looked frightened and pale. This world was too dangerous. No matter which beast group won, they would surely still end up attacking the humans. We must break out. Li gritted his teeth with a firm expression. But uncle, we're surrounded by golden scorpions and desert wolves. Peng De wanted to cry. Do you want to wait to be eaten? Li said, about to move. Kid, can you fight? Huh? I can't. I have amnesia. These desert wolves and golden scorpions don't care if you have amnesia. Stay close to me and do your best to save yourself. There is at least hope for breaking out. Li said and laughed. If breaking out fails, you'll have to go fill the bellies of the beasts. But don't worry, you won't die alone. There's still me. Peng De could not help but roll his eyes. Rather than dying like this, he would prefer to be buried alive. Li started to break out, and Peng De yelled, Uncle, wait for me. He could only desperately follow behind Li. It was fine when they were still, but when they moved, they alerted the scorpion and wolf groups. Almost at the same time, there were several golden scorpions and desert wolves, one left and one right, attacking them. Li grunted and activated his Mortal Gu, but he only managed to repel two of the beasts before they got encircled by the groups. Breaking out has failed. Li sighed and gave up the fight. Peng De clutched his head and fell into despair. He stuttered. Am I going to die? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. At this moment, be they the many 5 regions or the many 9 heavens, chaos was everywhere. The entire place was in a commotion. Many southern borders mountains collapsed. The terrain became disorganized. Many central continents' river channels changed paths and caused torrential floods. Many western desert had sandstorms everywhere that devoured cities and oases. Many northern plains. An intense snowstorm was blowing. A pure white flame, fluttering in the blizzard, attached itself to wherever it burned. This was the special fire immortal material, frost ice flame. In places where the ice and snow path down marks were dense, there would be a certain degree of probability that this special flame would be produced. Most of this flame was filled with ice and snow path down marks, but the heart of the flame had dense fire path down marks. We cannot let this frost ice flame spread everywhere. Snowman Gu Immortal Shui Air was in charge of the situation. She tried to salvage it. She was tasked by Fang Yuan to manage Triple Sacred Mountain. She controlled the snow crystal formation and focused on the growth of the snowman tribe's expansion. Frost ice flames started to spread on Triple Sacred Mountain. Once the flames grew to a certain size, be they snowmen or snow monsters, they were burnt to death while crying in agony. The snowmen were in chaos. They escaped and trampled on each other, causing unnecessary deaths. Amidst the raging chaos, only a handful of Snowman Gu masters were trying to maintain order. But unfortunately, even with their cultivation, it was difficult to do anything against the immortal material frost ice flame. Oh no, the frost ice flame has reached the ice path crystal essence. Shui'er's face turned pale. She became anxious. She had just now tried to save more of the snowmen, and as a result, she had lost sight of this, allowing the frost ice flame to appear in the snow crystal formation. The ice path crystal essence was the core of the snow crystal formation. Fang Yuan used the formation to spread out the frost energy created by the ice path crystal essence that would constantly alter the environment inch by inch, creating a living habitat that suited the snowmen. Shui'er felt deep regret as she watched the frost ice flame burn the ice path crystal essence, while being helpless against it. Shui'er could not help but tear up and blame herself. The snow crystal formation was entrusted to her by Fang Yuan. It was the foundation for the snowman tribe's growth, but it was actually going to be destroyed because of her mistake. She felt that she had let down the snowmen. She had let down Fang Yuan. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. Fang Yuan. Shui'er was stunned before happiness appeared on her face. Fang Yuan grabbed the empty space in front of him. All of the frost ice flames within the formation were drawn away. Fang Yuan suddenly grunted as his body shook. Pale white traces appeared around his body all of a sudden. From these pale white traces, Shui Er felt a vast power that surged in heaven and earth. These are Heaven Path Dao marks. Oh heavens, there are so many Heaven Path Dao marks. He must have at least 1,000. Shui Er covered her mouth in surprise. I will leave the rest to you. Fang Yuan smiled at Shui Er as he brought the frost ice flame away with him and vanished on the spot. Shui Er felt relaxed, but worry soon appeared in her heart. My dear fiancé has so many Heaven Path Dao marks. No wonder he went into seclusion after the Fate War and rarely fought. Sigh. I am so useless, I could not help him at all. I could not even defend this snow crystal formation. Fang Yuan appeared to help Shui Er alleviate the crisis of the snowmen in many northern plains. He immediately went back to his secret room to continue his closed cultivation. When he was refining Fate Gu, Fang Yuan had the best position because he was doing his best to absorb the Heaven Path Dao marks. He had more than 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks on his body. They were all complete and intact Dao marks. One could say that he was the biggest winner in this plan that Red Lotus created. But this benefit was too great. He could not process it in the meantime. The sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. With the addition of Heaven Path Dao marks, that also meant that Sovereign Grotto Heaven gained 3,000 Heaven Path Dao marks all of a sudden. These Heaven Path Dao marks created a huge impact on Sovereign Grotto Heaven. The impact was in many different aspects and had varying effects. They could be as large as mountains and rivers shifting, but also small like a changing tributary channel. The way of heaven is to take away surpluses while replenishing deficits. It focuses on the balance of living beings. They limit each other. Even in an extreme environment like the snow crystal formation, the heavenly Dao could alter it and create fire path Dao marks within the ice and snow path Dao marks. Once the frost ice flame spreads its destruction, many northern plains would be completely altered beyond recognition. Of course, if we ignore it, my sovereign grotto heaven will benefit from this. We will create a complete ecosystem that has balance and good prospects in the future. However, this method consumes too much of my foundation. It is also what Red Lotus Demon Venerable wants to see. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Fate Gu was destroyed. Red Lotus Demon Venerable's plan succeeded. Fang Yuan no longer had any value to him. Thus, Red Lotus Demon Venerable schemed and used the Heaven Path Dao marks to restrict Fang Yuan, to limit his growth speed. However, even though Fang Yuan saw through this, he had to take the bait. It was because Fang Yuan noticed that Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was tampered by Spectral Soul. He needed the Heaven Path Dao marks to counter Spectral Soul's arrangements. Red Lotus Demon Venerable had been making use of Fang Yuan. It was evident from the rank 7 future self-killer move. But Fang Yuan also made use of Red Lotus. He used this Demon Venerable's plan to destroy Fate Gu, which was his biggest problem. He used Red Lotus Million-Year Plan to escape from the clutches of Spectral Soul's arrangement. Zhao Lianyun allowed the Heaven Path Dao marks to make the alterations, but Fang Yuan decided to interfere with them. The Heaven Path Dao marks altered the Sovereign Immortal aperture. He actively participated, resisting and cooperating with the alterations to preserve his Immortal aperture's foundation. This cooperation and resistance gave Fang Yuan a lot of insight. Heaven Path was merciless and impartial. Human Path was putting up a resistance. These two intertwined in Fang Yuan's heart, shining in different radiance. Time is about right. A while later, Fang Yuan moved again. This time, he stored the Sovereign Immortal aperture. His main body arrived in the world of the 5 regions. He stood in Western Desert as he looked at a tree in front of him. This tree was not even 8 feet tall. The branches were short, thin, and twisted like monstrous claws, making it look extremely ugly. But the strange thing was, it had an enormous shadow of light. This shadow of light was extremely large, reaching 500 or 600 feet. The shadow of light was like a flourishing tree with many branches and leaves. The tree branches were white as snow. The flowers were pink like cherries. There were clusters of small fruits among the floral leaves that had yet to ripen, with all sorts of colors. It was the 1,000-wish tree. Around the 1,000-wish tree was Fang Yuan's Immortal formation. Right now, he stored the Immortal formation and took the 1,000-wish tree along with him. They were all sent into the Sovereign Immortal aperture. This action caused a storm to surge. A vast air current spread out to the surroundings. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He turned into a flash of light and flew into the sky. The air currents rampaged in the surrounding deserts, causing loud sounds to be emitted. Pengda and Immortal failed to break out. They were surrounded by desert wolves. Right when they were about to die, the air currents arrived. The desert wolf group went into chaos as they scattered and escaped. Pengda jolted. Another disaster. Immortal stared with wide eyes as he looked and laughed. Haha. We are saved. This is not a disaster. It is merely a normal hurricane. Let's go. 1973 Going after Fang Yuan after the Qi tide passed. Clouds were sparse in the sky. It was a refreshing sight. A yellow cloud flew high in the sky, sprinkling light sand behind it along the way. There was a female immortal sitting on the yellow cloud. She had a corpulent body. Her belly was bulging. Her entire body resembled a water vat. She was a member of Mo clan, a superforce in Western Desert. There was a title for her in Western Desert's Gu Immortal world, Plump Lady. Plump Lady did not dislike this title at all. She felt beautiful for being fat, and upon learning of this title, she liked it so much that she publicly called herself this from then on. In time, even her original name was forgotten in place of this title. As the yellow cloud flew, Plump Lady suddenly had a change of expression, sensing something unusual. Thus, the yellow cloud slightly contracted and flew down diagonally, changing its course slightly before suspending in midair. Plump Lady stood up from the yellow cloud and looked down at the giant pit beneath her feet. This giant pit was partially hidden by the wind blowing yellow sand and covering it, but Plump Lady was a native of Western Desert. She was all too familiar with the landscape of the sand pit. This isn't a naturally formed sand pit, but rather an empty space left behind after something in it was drawn away. This aura, it's the aura of an ancient desolate plant. Plump Lady's eyes shined with bright light. She immediately understood. A Gu Immortal had secretly made a move to steal an ancient desolate plant from here. Plump Lady snorted coldly as anger rose in her heart. Although she did not know what this ancient desolate plant was, this place was Wolf Desert, the territory of Mo clan. Stealing this ancient desolate plant was the same as stealing the Mo clan. This ancient desolate plant must be quite valuable since it is able to hide and conceal itself from the detection of our clan. I'm afraid that it has already been discovered by some people long ago, but they just did not take it. Now that Chi Tides is causing disasters, this person who stole the ancient desolate plant must have been worried that they would endanger this ancient desolate plant, and that's why they took it. Plump Lady secretly analyzed the scene and carefully examined it. The thief's actions were very clean, no obvious clues were left behind. Feeling disappointed, she had to use an information path Gu worm to inform the Mo clan, hoping that the clan would send good investigators to track down and capture this damned thief. And finally, Plump Lady used information path Gu worms to record the scene before leaving. She had a mission right now. She could not waste time here. As she flew along, she saw an oasis. The oasis was vast, and there was a stone city at the center. The city walls were short, but the overall length was long. There were a huge number of mortals living in the city. It was Sandwolf City. Sandwolf City was one of the main cities of Mo clan. Plump Lady did not cover her tracks and flew directly from high in the sky to the City Lord Manor. There were already people at the City Lord Manor who were ready to receive her. When they saw the arrival of Plump Lady, they all fell to their knees and shouted, "We pay our respects to revered Immortal." Get up. Plump Lady stored the yellow cloud and stepped on the ground in front of everyone. Revered Immortal, the arrival banquet has been prepared. It contains the best wine and delicacies of Sandwolf City, as well as fresh fruits that were just picked today. The City Lord spoke. Plump Lady, however, waved her hand. She was not interested. She only said, "Prepare a secret room for me to undergo closed cultivation. Also, I asked you to gather Gu masters with aptitude and loyalty. How is it going?" "It's almost done. The vast majority of the city's Gu masters have already been screened." The City Lord replied quickly. "Very well. After 3 days, I will take them away. Now you can go and attend to your own matters." "Yes, I will do my best to complete this task to the best of my ability," the City Lord promised in succession. The door of the secret room closed slowly. Plump Lady activated the formation here with a wave of her hand. She looked exhausted as her divine sense probed into her immortal aperture. When she saw the scene inside the immortal aperture, she inevitably let out another deep sigh. Her immortal aperture was originally a land of yellow sand, and it was flat. At the heart of the desert, Plump Lady had carefully laid out more than 6,000 acres of sand farms. Her sand farms mainly produced 2 types of immortal materials. They were light sand and cold warm flowing sand. They were the main sources of goods that Plump Lady produced for a long time. But after the Fate War, Plump Lady absorbed 5 heaven path down marks. Her immortal aperture started to change. The landscape became uneven. More and more sand dunes were created. Furthermore, there was a trench, as if a knife had come straight down across the center of the desert, splitting the entire desert. Thousands of acres of sand farms were lost. I don't have wisdom path methods to make deductions and restrain this kind of natural development. Unless I hire a wisdom path Gu Immortal to take action, but my assets are not enough, I can't afford it. I might as well save this expense in case of future mishaps. Plump Lady lamented in her heart. Mo clan had Gu Immortals that cultivated wisdom path, but they were not close to Plump Lady. In fact, even if the relationship was close, the wisdom path deductions would still cost immortal essence. They could not work for Plump Lady for nothing, right? Therefore, there had to be a reward. Furthermore, I recently absorbed heaven and earth chi. My immortal aperture is unstable. Right now, the 5 regional walls were gone. The 5 regions heaven and earth chi had no obstruction and started to fuse. Western Desert's heaven and earth chi was changing gradually. This caused the foundation of Western Desert Gu Immortals' immortal apertures to start differing from the heaven and earth chi of the outer world. When Gu Immortals absorbed this heaven and earth chi, their immortal aperture would be unstable. There would be tremors. The best way to deal with it was to cooperate with the change and continue absorbing and releasing heaven and earth chi. If one keeps themselves in close cultivation, after the heaven and earth chi changes drastically, when they open the immortal aperture entrance to absorb heaven and earth chi, the tremors would be huge. The immortal aperture would suffer even more damage. If I had chi path attainment, I would be able to reduce the losses caused by the heaven and earth chi to a great extent. Wisdom path was a difficult path while chi path had been declining for years. There were few chi path Gu Immortals left. Plump Lady was only having dreams that were not realistic. In the end, she consoled herself. Even though she did not have wisdom path or chi path methods, other Gu Immortals were like her. Thus, she was not left behind in the dust by the majority of them. But Plump Lady still felt intense danger in her heart. This was something that all of the 5 regions Gu Immortals were feeling. The 5 regions were unified. Everyone knew that life was no longer going to be peaceful anymore. Be they lone cultivators or super forces, they were making preparations for the huge battles in the future. This time, Plump Lady was tasked to go to Sand Wolf City and bring back Gu Immortal seeds for Mo Clan to nurture. In fact, Mo Clan or Western Desert were not the only ones. All of the forces in the 5 regions and 2 heavens were making preparations now. In the past, the 5 regions and 2 heavens were quite peaceful. Super forces nurtured Gu Immortals while considering the provision of resources and their storage. But now, everyone was preparing for war. They were going to mobilize these resources. Thus, all of the forces focused on nurturing Gu Immortals then. Keeping resources. There was a common view. If they did not nurture enough Gu Immortals, their enemies would get all of their resources if they were wiped out in the future. If they did not use up those resources beforehand, that would be too wasteful. Plump Lady looked at her sand farms in the immortal aperture while feeling heartache. She could not discard these farms. They were her only sources of revenue. They were her biggest financial support pillar. Plump Lady had to preserve them. The future was uncertain. She did not know how long the chi tides would continue, but she had to salvage them regardless. In the current world, I'm afraid only Fang Yuan will know how long these chi tides would last. He has spring Autumn Cicada and can rebirth from the future after all. Plump Lady felt deep envy and admiration regarding this. Plump Lady rebuilt the sand farms in her immortal aperture, fixing the Gu formations inside. The area where the earth trench appeared could not be fixed. Thus, her 6,000-acre sand farm was split into 2. If only I had an immortal Gu formation. Plump Lady felt a bit of regret. Mo Clan also had formation path Gu Immortals. When she created the sand farm, Mo Clan's formation path Gu Immortal had asked her if she needed help. But Plump Lady rejected him. On one hand, she did not want to expose her immortal aperture. On the other hand, she wanted to save cost. After all, creating an immortal formation would use one of her immortal Gu as the core. Plump Lady only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu herself. Also, the payment of hiring the formation path Gu Immortal was not cheap. If I had created an immortal formation back then, my losses would be much lower. Sigh. How can anyone expect their own immortal aperture to be unsafe? Plump Lady thought of this and felt some envy towards the formation path Gu Immortal. During this period of time, he had been extremely popular with everyone. They were looking for him to create immortal Gu formations around their immortal aperture's resource points to protect them. Plump Lady felt a little bitterness towards the earth path she cultivated. Earth path was skilled at changing terrain, but Western Desert had the most number of earth path Gu Immortals. Plump Lady's earth path inheritance was also quite ordinary. As for cultivating a second path, Plump Lady did not even dare to think about such an absurd idea. She was already facing problems cultivating just earth path in terms of time and finances. Trying to juggle another path was courting death. Moreover, only those rare and exceptional inheritances could allow one to dual cultivate. For example, an inheritance left by Thunder Ghost True Monarch or Duke Long. After repairing her immortal aperture sand farm, Plump Lady still had to buy some fertile sand. Sand farms nurtured sand using sand. Without enough sand-type immortal materials, the production would fall greatly. Plump Lady took out her Gu worms and connected to Treasure Yellow Heaven. Treasure Yellow Heaven had all sorts of news. A large number of wills were conversing as they interacted. Because of the huge change in the world, Gu Immortals could not move around now. On one hand, They had to absorb and release heaven and earth chi continuously to adapt to the main world. On the other hand, they also had to take care of their immortal apertures and repair them continuously like Plump Lady. Cases like Zhao Lianyun who ignored the damage caused were quite rare. Thus, Gu Immortals needed immortal materials or the help of Gu Immortals of other paths. Treasure Yellow Heaven became a very popular destination for them. Another chi tide happened over here. A lot of deaths occurred. When are these chi tides going to end? Damn it, my fisheries have all been destroyed. I hate the fact that we cannot move around. The stronger the immortal aperture foundation, the longer we need to adapt to the heaven and earth chi and keep up with the 5 regions transformation. The Gu Immortals sighed as they talked about the news of these chi tides. Other than that, there was Fang Yuan's arrest warrant. A mysterious force described Fang Yuan's circumstances. They were willing to pay a huge sum for his latest information. Fang Yuan had the sovereign immortal aperture. His sovereign immortal body had non-conflicting Dao marks. More terrifyingly, he could annex people's apertures to skip calamities and tribulations, increasing his cultivation level. But now, Fang Yuan obtained too many heaven path Dao marks. His strength had hit an all-time low. Whoever discovered his location would get a huge reward. The sovereign immortal fetus Gu's secret was completely exposed. This was not Heavenly Court's doing. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan had released the arrest warrant due to Spectral Soul's orders. Too strong. This sovereign immortal body is too terrifying. It can cultivate all paths. I finally understand why Fang Yuan's cultivation level rose so quickly. In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8 great expert. Who can have such a great fortuitous encounter? Why does heaven favor this otherworldly demon? If I had his fortuitous encounters, I could achieve such great accomplishments as well. The Gu Immortals were filled with jealousy and hatred. We cannot let him grow further. He can annex apertures. He is the enemy of all Gu Immortals. Let those experts handle him. I am just a minor character. Why would I ever encounter Fang Yuan? The reward is a huge amount of immortal materials. I wonder which lucky person will get them. Lucky person? Exposing the great demon Fang Yuan's location would be offending him. You call that lucky? We have all seen Fang Yuan's battle strength ourselves. Even if he is at his weakest, how weak can that be? No matter how weak a person is, killing an ant is extremely easy regardless. Even if I find his location, I will not dare to expose him. Plump Lady heard these discussions. She felt conflicting emotions within her. The information had been released in Treasure Yellow Heaven several days ago. It had received huge attention. It was the hot topic currently, without showing signs of dying down. Everyone in the world had seen the Fate War. Fang Yuan's performance was shockingly terrifying. The world knew about his pseudo-venerable battle strength. The title of the #1 demon in the world belonged to him. Nobody dared to contest this. Hopefully, I never meet such a person in my life. No matter how fat I am, my size cannot compare to such a huge demon. If I get involved in his matters, I will die without doubt. Plump Lady was quite aware of her situation. She was only enjoying the show as a spectator. But she did not know that she had once fought against Fang Yuan. In fact, the ancient desolate plant that was stolen earlier was taken by Fang Yuan. While Plump Lady entered closed cultivation, 2 figures in sorry states supported each other as they moved towards Sandwolf City step by step. The city guards did not chase them away. They could tell that these 2 were Gu masters. The guard walked towards them and extended his hand. Entry fee of 1 primeval stone per person. There's still an entry fee? One of the downcast Gu masters started with wide eyes. He was Peng De. The middle-aged Gu master that he was supporting was naturally Immortal. The 2 of them were saved by the air currents generated when Fang Yuan took the 1,000-wish tree. After exerting effort, they finally reached Sandwolf City. I have them. Immortal was already prepared. He took out 2 primeval stones and handed them to the guard. Peng De took a look at these 2 primeval stones. Along the way, he was taught by Immortal. He could now inspect his aperture. He found that he had 3 Gu worms. He even understood the value of primeval stones. It was used as currency, but also as a way to replenish a Gu master's precious primeval essence. 2 primeval stones to enter a city. Peng sighed. Uncle Immortal, I will return this sum to you. Immortal patted his shoulder. Let's go, kid. No matter how poor I am, I can still afford this fee. During this period, you should stay at my home. You are penniless and have no memory of this city. How can you live alone? Immortal had guided Peng De along the way. After finding that he knew nothing about Gu master cultivation, he believed the words that he was amnesiac. Uncle, thank you so much. You saved my life and even helped me this much. Don't say that. Immortal interrupted Peng De and brought him into the city. Immortal's house was at the central area of Sandwolf City. It was a huge house with a garden that had flowers growing in it. I am back. Immortal knocked on the door as his wife opened the door. You are finally back. Immortal's wife was a rank 2 Gu master. Seeing her husband, She was happy and surprised. I heard the Chi Tide appeared. I thought I was lucky and lived, but my caravan is completely ruined. Only the two of us survived. Sigh. Emily sighed deeply. Being alive is the greatest blessing. Emily's wife turned her eyes. Auntie. Peng De greeted after their conversation. Emily's wife chuckled. Little lad, thank you for taking care of my husband along the way. Peng Da's face turned red as he said, I am ashamed. It was uncle who took care of me during this journey. Without his help, I would have died in the desert. As travelers outside, helping each other is necessary. Quickly come in. Emily's wife was very welcoming. Emily and Peng De had a rough journey, but they were finally safe now. After showering in Emily's house, the two of them went to bed and fell sound asleep. After sleeping from noon to night time, Peng De was woken up by Emily for a scrumptious dinner. After dinner, Emily said to his wife, we still have some money left. Even though my caravan was destroyed, as long as I am alive, I can rebuild a new caravan. But his wife had a hesitant look. I haven't told you this. I was hesitating. Thankfully, you returned alive. What is it? Emily was curious as he asked. After you left, the city lord sent orders that they would select Gu masters that had a great aptitude and were loyal to Mo clan. Supposedly, this is an order from the higher-ups. They want to nurture Gu masters to become Gu immortals. Oh, there is such a thing. Emily hesitated. The city lord put up a public notice? I went past the city gates quickly. I did not see it. Emily's wife continued. Our son heard the news and wanted to sign up. Emily laughed unconsciously. To think our son would have such aspirations, but he only has great aptitude. Emily's wife laughed. Aptitude is not too important. Loyalty to Mo clan is most important. If we show enough loyalty, our son might be selected. Emily realized at once, asking, how much? Emily's wife said a number. Peng Da's mouth became wide open. Emily's wife was very troubled. Even if we use all our remaining savings, it will not be enough. Husband, the decision is up to you. Emily was silent for a moment before he resolved himself. I will borrow. It is rare that our son is no longer lazy and wants to improve himself. This is a good thing. I will go and borrow shamelessly. I am sure we will gather enough funds. Husband, Emily's wife was touched, but felt worried as well. But our caravan was destroyed. I am afraid. Emily smiled as he patted his chest, feeling confident. Don't worry, I am a rank 3 Gu master. My body is strong and my strength is intact. Everyone knows that I only need time. As long as my luck is not bad, I can recover from this loss. 1974 creating and opening the sky was light purple in color. Gathered in midair was a large area of gray clouds resembling thick fog, making the view of soul-pacifying grotto heaven quite unclear. But the layout of this place was good. Even Spectral Soul could not help but praise it. He had disguised as a soul beast. He successfully infiltrated the grotto heaven. After many days, he finally found out a lot of information about soul-pacifying grotto heaven. This was a soul path grotto heaven. There were a lot of soul path cultivation resources here. It had at least 10 giant resource points. In history, it had once produced 2 rank 8 soul path immortals at the same point in time. It was a very rare situation. The biggest trait of soul-pacifying grotto heaven was that it had a soul-pacifying immortal killer move that influenced all life forms in this grotto heaven. This killer move could pacify soul beasts and bring peace to Gu immortals' souls. It had a huge supplementary effect in soul cultivation. There were 3 aspects in soul path cultivation: strengthening, refining, and pacifying the soul. The most effective method to pacify the soul was using the water of Bewitching Lake. It was known as pacifying soul soup, the most delicious wine in the world. This was recorded in U003 CU003, see the Legends of Run 003 U003E. The soul-pacifying killer move in soul-pacifying grotto heaven was created by mimicking the pacifying soul soup. Even Spectral Soul thought that the effect of this move was good. Within soul-pacifying grotto heaven, soul beasts were the most plentiful of beasts. It had raised soul beasts to begin with. Now that fate was destroyed and the 5 regions unified, in order to prepare for war, the Gu immortals of soul-pacifying grotto heaven went outside to hunt and store more soul beasts. But the higher-ups with Lady Cold Ash as the leader still did not think this was enough. They sent even more Gu immortals outside to search for even more soul beasts. Thanks to the soul-pacifying killer move, even if immemorial soul beasts went into soul-pacifying grotto heaven, they would remain peaceful and would not rampage. After Insun returned to the grotto heaven to rest for a few days, he received orders to go out and hunt soul beasts again. I am letting you command 3,000 soul beasts with 1 immemorial soul beast as the guardian. Do your best. Before leaving, Lady Cold Ash called for him. Insun was the tall and skinny Gu immortal from earlier. He was the nephew of Lady Cold Ash, and also the Gu Immortal with the best prospects to go beyond rank 7 in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Thank you for the concern, Aunt, and Sun said with difficulty. But such a huge soul beast group, I do not have the ability to command them. Lady Cold Ash waved her hand. My killer move can allow you to command this soul beast group with ease for 20 days. And Sun was overjoyed. He quickly thanked her. He understood that his aunt was helping in secret and taking care of him. Even though soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven did not lack resources and had deep foundation, when nurturing Gu Immortals, seniority mattered. Lady Cold Ash helped in Sun secretly, hoping that he would emerge victorious in the contest against Inchong and become the rank 7 Gu Immortal who received the most support. She was his aunt after all, and Sun led the Soul Beast army and left soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, heading to Black Heaven for his hunt. For the next few days, his gains were little. He became a little anxious. Logically speaking, after the Chi Tide passes, there would be many dead life forms. Their souls would be left behind and form more soul beasts. And Sun could not understand why this was not happening. Along the way, he did not meet many soul beasts, but he gathered a lot of Chi Path immortal materials. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven was a soul path Grotto Heaven. These Chi Path immortal materials were almost unusable. They could only be traded away. And Sun could not understand why, but Spectral Soul knew. It seems that after the Chi Tide passes, Chi Path down marks flood the area, causing other paths to be suppressed. Soul Path is no exception. It is hard to form new soul beasts. In contrast, Chi Path immortal materials are going to increase in numbers. They will be at an absurd number in the future. Spectral Soul saw the trend and felt a little strange internally. To think that Chi Path would regain its former glory. Chi Path had been declining, but with the current situation where Chi Path immortal materials get produced widely in the 5 regions and 2 heavens, the abundance of resources would lower the cost of cultivation. It would create a trend of numerous Chi Path cultivators. Spectral Soul turned into an ancient soul beast and secretly followed in Sun. He left soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven for his own objectives. He had already inspected soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven, but he could not take action inside. Outside, it was a different story. However, Spectral Soul did not act immediately. He patiently waited for a chance. As expected, after more than 10 days, and Sun encountered a group of soul beasts that numbered to more than 1,000. I finally met some. And Sun was overjoyed. He quickly manipulated the soul beast army to attack. A huge battle began. Initially, and Sun had the advantage, but soon, he found that an immemorial soul beast appeared in the enemy's group. He quickly let out his guardian. It was also an immemorial soul beast. The 2 immemorial soul beasts fought intensely, creating a small battlefield for themselves. The enemy immemorial soul beast was much stronger than Sun had expected. His immemorial soul beast quickly fell into a disadvantage, about to be defeated. And Sun was shocked. He quickly acted to help out his immemorial soul beast. Eventually, Sun paid a huge price of suffering injuries to exterminate the enemy immemorial soul beast. Sun felt regret that he could not capture the wild immemorial soul beast. He had tried many methods to subdue it, but he failed. He had no choice but to kill it in the end. After the battle, Sun counted his gains and losses. Despite his heavy injuries, he gained 800 soul beasts overall, among which were many ancient soul beasts. This should be enough. Sun let out a sigh of relief. These gains were sufficient. He did not let down Lady Cold Ash and her expectations. But right when Sun relaxed his mind, Spectral Soul struck at lightning speed, flying into Sun's body. Sun's face distorted as he shook intensely. After a while, he returned to normal. Spectral Soul came out of his body as Sun knelt down. I pay respects to Master. Spectral Soul nodded with a tired expression. He had an ability to enter a life-form soul and forcefully modify it, so that they would obey Spectral Soul from the depths of their soul, with absolute loyalty. But there were many limitations to this. He could not use it casually. Back then, Spectral Soul subdued Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan when they were at their weakest. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan were in poor conditions then, while she had also been subconsciously influenced by him over time. Thus, in order to deal with Sun, Spectral Soul had to wait until he was at his weakest. The reason he caused this huge soul beast battle instead of directly attacking, because he needed to deceive soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Sun was a rank 7 Gu Immortal. It was not easy for him to explore Black Heaven. There were investigative methods used on him. If anything happened to him, soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven would react to it rapidly. After subduing Sun, I have an opening in soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Is Lady Cold Ash still far from my grasp? Hee. Spectral Soul chuckled. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven had the most suitable cultivation resources for Spectral Soul. He could take control of it and use it to interfere in the world affairs to accomplish his goals. I have already created my opening here. It is far better than hunting soul beasts myself. I wonder what breakthrough Fairy Ziwei has made already. At the same time, in a certain central continent valley, Fang Yuan, you cannot escape. Fairy Ziwei called out, using a purple meteor attack. The purple meteor landed on Fang Yuan as it pierced his chest, creating a gaping hole. Fang Yuan stared at Fairy Ziwei. He fell with a loud sound and scattered into smoke. Another clone. Even though Fairy Ziwei was prepared for it, she still felt tired seeing this. Fairy Ziwei and Old Man Zheng Yuan had already killed hundreds of Fang Yuan's clones. She immediately captured and stored the smoke that the myriad self-clone turned into. Next, she took out a sealed clone of Fang Yuan from her aperture. She instilled the smoke of the destroyed myriad self-clone into the sealed clone. Soon, the white smoke was absorbed by the clone. Its cultivation level rose again. These myriad self-clones were summoned by Fang Yuan during the battle in Heavenly Court. Fairy Ziwei had used the transportation formation to send them all over Central Continent. Fairy Ziwei was ordered by Spectral Soul to find Fang Yuan. After putting up the arrest warrant, all the information she received involved these clones. Fairy Ziwei had no choice but to pay them the reward as they had provided information. But she also went around laboriously to capture the Fang Yuan myriad self-clones all over the continent. If she left them unattended to, these clones would be the best concealment for Fang Yuan's main body. Fairy Ziwei also had another idea. What if Fang Yuan was hiding among these clones? This was not impossible. Thankfully, these myriad self-clones can sense each other. When I capture one, I can use the connection to find the next clone. But Fairy Ziwei watched as the sealed clone of Fang Yuan rose in cultivation level. She felt worried. Fang Yuan's human path attainment level is so high. These clones can actually devour each other and show such autonomy. Fang Yuan's strength is low because of two reasons. Firstly, the heaven and earth qi are converging and forming qi tides. Immortal apertures are becoming unstable. Secondly, the heaven path Dao marks he absorbed are also like a seal. Among the different paths, human path is the most suitable for dealing with heaven path. Who knows how many heaven path Dao marks Fang Yuan gained? How long can they suppress him for? Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, the Thousand Wish Tree was planted in mini central continent. An immortal formation with the Thousand Wish Tree as the core was already set up. It started to activate now. Due to the influence of the heaven path Dao marks, Sovereign Grotto Heaven had been encountering disasters and calamities endlessly. But even in this situation, Fang Yuan still spent effort to create and defend this formation. Good. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan smiled as he saw the formation working normally. This was a human path formation. The Thousand Wish Tree was a human path ancient desolate plant. With his formation path and human path attainment levels, Fang Yuan finally made such progress. The formation in mini central continent was the main formation. There was going to be 4 more human path subformations created in the other mini regions. I am trying to use human path to restrict heaven path. Let's see how well it works. Fang Yuan held high expectations for this plan. 1975 World Poetry Competition Immortal Black Heaven. They're here. And Sun shouted excitedly. Under his silent supervision, a soul beast army of 1,000 charged towards his ambush. Once they entered his range, and Sun activated his ambushing soul beasts, attacking all of the wild soul beasts from all sides. While Sun controlled the soul beast army, he activated Immortal Gu and unleashed all sorts of immortal killer moves. As his killer moves landed on them, the soul beasts on his side gained a boost in battle strength, speed, and defense to some degree. This battle lasted for several minutes, and Sun successfully killed 400 wild soul beasts while the rest were captured. Master, and Sun gathered a pile of soul cores and offered them to Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul opened his mouth and absorbed all of these soul cores into his body, starting to digest them. After last time when he secretly followed in Sun and enslaved him, Spectral Soul managed to get his plan started. He secretly passed the profundities of soul path cultivation to Insun. According to the soul path Immortal Gu that Insun had, he personally created soul path killer moves for him. Insun's strength continued to rise. He took many missions to capture soul beasts. For this purpose, Spectral Soul created 2 methods. One could find out the location of wild soul beasts. The other was a simplified immortal formation that could lure soul beasts after it was set up. With these 2 methods, Insun captured wild soul beasts with much higher efficiency. Each mission was completed to a high degree. Lady Cold Ash saw that her nephew did not let down her expectations, but even went beyond that and shined brightly. She was very happy about it. Within Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven, Lady Cold Ash was the only rank 8. She was naturally their leader. Below her were Chong and Sun. Last time, when Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch opened his grotto heaven and invited them, Lady Cold Ash brought the two of them with her. She wanted to let them gain some experience, and also let them meet up with others to become acquainted with other Gu Immortals. When Lady Cold Ash was in the meeting in the grotto heaven, Chong and Sun stayed outside the grotto heaven and talked with the other rank 7 elites of other grotto heavens. But Lady Cold Ash did not know that Sun was already turned into Spectral Soul's slave. In fact, the entire soul-pacifying grotto heaven, including herself, was currently targeted by Spectral Soul. Their future was bleak. The more missions he completed, and the higher the completion rate, the more advantage Sun would have in this competition. Lady Cold Ash could see this. The other Gu Immortals in the grotto heaven also noticed this. One day, Lady Cold Ash summoned Chong as she instructed. Since the last time Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch called for us to have a meeting, he was very active in asking the grotto heavens to work together. But in Central Continent's Black Heaven, there are many variant humans, but only 2 rank 8 humans including me. Thankfully, I have already contacted Granny Skeleton. She is a rank 8 Gu Immortal of Eastern Sea's Black Heaven. In this journey to Eastern Sea, you are representing soul-pacifying grotto heaven. You will meet with Granny Skeleton and show our sincerity to cooperate. Yes. Chong replied, feeling bitter inside. He knew Lady Cold Ash's intention. By sending him on this mission, she was helping Sun to claim victory. He was going to become the nurturing target of soul-pacifying grotto heaven. If Sun performed similarly to himself, Chong would feel unresigned and angry. But Sun did really well, far better than him. Even Chong felt that he had no chance to win. He accepted this mission. He took some immortal materials from soul-pacifying grotto heaven's inventory as a meeting gift. After leaving soul-pacifying grotto heaven, he passed the heavenly wind chi wall and arrived in the 5 regions. He concealed his traces and went from Central Continent to Eastern Sea. Next, he went through the heavenly wind chi wall in Eastern Sea and to Granny Skeleton's area. When the regional walls existed, Gu Immortals had a lot of trouble crossing regions. Many strong Gu Immortals would choose to travel using the 2 heavens. But now that the regional walls had vanished, even a Black Heaven Gu Immortal like Chong could travel through the 5 regions. Black Heaven had a dangerous environment. It would be troublesome if one met an immemorial desolate beast. Even though Chong had an immemorial soul beast hiding in his immortal aperture, he only had rank 7 cultivation level after all. Especially now when the chi tides were rampaging, the 5 regions Gu Immortals had to recuperate. They rarely moved around. Thus, it was easy for Chong to travel. Along the way, Chong found that the 5 regions were facing huge disasters. The chi tides had caused much destruction. Regardless, he did not meet with any unexpected mishaps. He successfully arrived in Eastern Sea and went up to immemorial Black Heaven. According to the communication method left by Lady Cold Ash, he successfully went into Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and met with Granny Skeleton. Fate has been destroyed. The chi tides are surging. With the current changing world, if we do not cooperate, the future will be uncertain. We are all humans. We should work together and stay united. Granny Skeleton did not create problems for Chong. She agreed immediately. Granny Skeleton continued. However, in Eastern Sea's Black Heaven, variant human forces are more dominant. Lady Cold Ash wants us to cooperate. Why would Ice Crystal Immortal Monarch do nothing? He must be gathering the variant human forces of the other region's Black Heaven as well. Chong knew that Granny Skeleton would not say unimportant things. He quickly asked, Senior, what insight might you have? Granny Skeleton said, since we are uniting the humans of immemorial Black Heaven, why don't we include White Heaven as well? I will not hide it from you. I have contacted many people already. The response is quite good. Among them, there is one key person. We need your help to persuade them. Granny Skeleton paused and continued. This person is a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He is known as Old Immortal Huayu. He controls profound literature, Grotto Heaven. He has quite the reputation in Eastern Sea's White Heaven. If we can ally with this person, it will definitely bring along a number of White Heaven Gu Immortals. We will save a lot of effort. Chong heard this and thought, going to meet Old Immortal Huayu was not part of his mission, but if he could accomplish this feat, he would have a chance to compete with Sun again. Thinking of this, Chong made his decision, saying to Granny Skeleton, since Senior has already planned this, Junior will set out for profound literature, Grotto Heaven. Granny Skeleton praised, good, as expected of a member of soul-pacifying Grotto Heaven. Old Immortal Huayu does not like to fight or kill. That is why he has little interest in an alliance. If you can succeed in this trip, I will reward you greatly. Chong left Shattered Bone Grotto Heaven and went to Immemorial White Heaven, meeting with Old Immortal Huayu. Even though Old Immortal Huayu had little interest in an alliance, Chong was representing Lady Cold Ash in this trip. The other party was also a rank 8 Gu Immortal. Old Immortal Hua Yu did not dare to ignore them. He opened the door and invited Encheng in. After seeing Old Immortal Hua Yu, Encheng gave the speech that he thought up along the way, but Old Immortal Hua Yu was unmoved. My profound literature grotto heaven does not involve itself in worldly affairs. We are a neutral party. Even though we do not want to make an alliance, the two of us can still exchange resources. Soul Pacifying Grotto Heaven produced Soul Path resources. It was quite useful for profound literature Grotto Heaven. Seeing that he could not convince Old Immortal Hua Yu, Encheng thought that this transaction was at least better than nothing. This was the first time they were interacting. After several transactions, wouldn't they get closer? With a deeper relationship, requesting for an alliance would be much better hopes. After saying goodbye to Old Immortal Hua Yu, Encheng was asked to stay by another Gu Immortal. Gu Immortal Hua Song attended to him. He said, "You have traveled a long journey to come here. You should stay for a few days." During this period, the Mortal Imperial Court is holding a world poetry competition. Many beautiful poems will be created and recited then. It is quite interesting to watch. Encheng had already heard from Granny Skeleton about the poetry culture of profound literature, Grotto Heaven. All of their Gu Immortals were scholarly and preferred literature works over beautiful women or wine. Encheng wanted to improve his relationship with profound literature Grotto Heaven. Even though he had no interest in poetry or recital, he could not refuse their kind invitation. He agreed to stay. The World Poetry Competition commenced. This was an unprecedented event. Profound Literature Grotto Heaven had never held such a huge competition before. Thus, all sorts of talents gathered from all over Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Other than the talented scholars who wanted to display their abilities in the poetry competition, many people came here to watch the grand event. Thus, the capital city that was holding the World Poetry Competition became filled with people since a month ago. People moved on the bustling streets. Li Xiaobai and teacher Zhang walked side by side. The World Poetry Competition has 18 rounds. Xiaobai, if you want to change your circumstances, this is the best chance. I understand your talent. You can pass the first 10 rounds, but the latter 8 will depend on your luck. Sigh, teacher cannot help you this time. We might even end up as opponents. Teacher Zhang sighed. This was a grand event. Teacher Zhang also wanted to participate and compete with the other talented scholars. After Li Xiaobai heard this, he held down the urge to roll his eyes as he thought, "I am almost certain now that you will end up as my opponent, dear teacher." Li Xiaobai was Fang Yuan's clone. He was sent into Profound Literature Grotto Heaven as a pawn to take over this Grotto Heaven. Initially, Li Xiaobai had a smooth-sailing journey. He even received the affection of Su clan's young miss, Su Qihan. As a result, Li Xiaobai became one of the 10 great scholars. He had a chance to become Su clan's son-in-law. Next, while Li Xiaobai was on his way to the capital city, the world shook as mountains collapsed and rivers flooded. The people in Li Xiaobai's group got injured while some died. They were trapped in the valley for months before Li Xiaobai managed to escape for his life. Because of this, he missed the opportunity and did not meet with the emperor. Without the emperor's decree, his 10 great scholar title was conferred to others. Li Xiaobai wanted to contact Su Qihan, but found that after hearing about his situation, she went to look for him and went missing as a result. Even now, she had not returned yet. After arriving in the capital city, Li Xiaobai encountered many setbacks. People tried to target him secretly. He offended officials or royalty without knowing it. He had a tough time. If not for teacher Zhang's help, he would have ended up on the streets as a beggar. But he knew why. Even though my main body destroyed Fake Gu, our strong luck was almost completely expended in this battle. The result is that I as a clone also became really unlucky. This World Poetry Competition is the event created by Profound Literature Grotto Heaven to choose new Gu Immortal seeds. Even though teacher does not know the details, he still chose to join. He is going to become my obstacle. I am so unlucky now. I will definitely face him. If I defeat him, this teacher might hate me for life. But this chance is too rare. If I do not use it to deal with the difficulties ahead, I will meet with more problems in the future.